To take our audience through our program today, we've got a bit of a mix-up. We're going to start first with Aaditya Thackeray, and then later on at 1 p.m. we're going to have Mr. Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister. We have a lot of authors who would be joining us today on the stage. If you enjoyed their session, you read their books, do step out. Most of their books are with us. There would be book signings, and we'll alert you for the same. I do want to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. The India Today Conclave Mumbai 2023, presented by Darwin Platforms Group of Companies, Knowledge Partner, NL Dalmia, Tourism Partner, Gujarat Tourism, Conclave Partner, Motwani Jadeja Foundation, Celebration Partner, Radico Khaitan, Jewelry Partner, De Beers Forever Mark, Luxury Partner, Mercedes. If you do step out for the book signings, it's at the pre-function area. The minute you walk in, you'll find a counter there with most of the authors who would be joining us today, their books. And right after their session, a member from my team, you can get in touch with them. If you want to get that book signed, they'll guide you to the kiosk. There will be book signings as well, right next to it. We do hope you'd be tweeting. Do tweet under the hashtag Conclave Mumbai 23. India Today in its Mumbai edition, a reflection of our national conclave that takes place in Delhi. The India Today Mumbai Conclave aspires to be a transformational platform where visionaries, artists, cultural icons, activists, entrepreneurs, leading authors and inventors come together to create positive changes in the world. Once again, to get you up to speed, we have a bit of a change of program. We would be starting off with our second session first. The Chief Minister is running slightly late. We're going to have Mr. Eknath Shinde join us at 1 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you all to settle down. We are ready to go into our first session this morning, day 2 of the India Today Conclave in our Mumbai edition. Please find yourself a seat, settle down. We are ready to go into our first session. All right. To take it from here, for our first session, will the tiger roar again, inviting on stage session's moderator, Rahul Kabal, Director, India Today, Aaj Tak, and Executive Director, Business Today.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the India Today Mumbai Conclave. The big battle for 2024 is the battle between the NDA and the India Alliance. The India Alliance, an amalgam of disparate political parties with varying ideologies. Can they come together to provide a cohesive, cogent contest to the Narendra Modi-led BJP? So to talk about national politics and state politics in the context of the next general elections, we are joined by senior leader of the Uddhav Balasaheb Sena, Aaditya Thackeray. Aditya ji, welcome. It's great to have you with us. You're looking fitter and sharper since the last time I saw you.
Thank you. You're looking fit as well. I think we could, after this, do our regular push-up competition that we had done in 2019.
Right now with elections.
And by the way, this is my 10th year for the conclave. The first one was with you 10 years ago.
Can we have a round of applause, please, for being such a committed conclave summiter and for coming again and again.
It proves my loyalty and friendship, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Please tell our former ally.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. And it proves also our commitment to you and to our interest in having you back again and again at different times in this political journey. Sometimes when you've been soaring high, sometimes when you've been challenged and struggling politically. So we've captured all those phases. I want to start by asking you about life outside government. You were in government at a very young age, flying high, then the ship torpedoed or the plane crashed just temporarily. How has it been? Do you think you misread the opportunity to read the dots on the wall? You couldn't connect them? When you look back and reflect, do you think that things you could have done differently, which would have meant you would have come as a senior minister now rather than a leader in the opposition?
I think, we've always lived life outside government. It was, largely it's been an opposition role for most of the times that I've seen and been in politics. But 2019, of course, the later half, right up to almost 2022 half, we were in government and I was Minister for Tourism, Environment, Protocol. Whatever we've been able to achieve is out there. Now, in terms of soaring high on the ground, we're always soaring high and we're always on the ground because finally it's those people who've jumped off without a parachute. Now they're struggling to reach the ground somewhere. I think it's always good to be anchored and on ground, but I can tell you one more thing, that the next government being formed is by us again. And I can tell you that very surely. Because the people are with us. The people have seen the mismanagement in the state in the last 1 year. I've got one of the ads to show you, actually, a couple of things, because I was just, coming here, I said, let me show you something. It's been 10 years. Have you seen this? I hope this is seen, unlike the Lok Sabha TV that cancels out the speakers from the opposition.
So can I get one of the cameras to just zoom in, please, so that our audience can see?
This is an advertisement of...
Okay, let me hold it. Okay.
No, for you. This is from the Health Minister of Maharashtra, the current one of the illegal government. And here, and that is the ad given to all newspapers, and here there's a newspaper report which says 40 kids under the age of 1 die every single day in Maharashtra. Do you think that ad is deserving when you have such news reports? And here, if you see what has happened in the last 5 days, you've got 16 infants dying, 31 patients, including 16 infants, 12 newborn within 48 hours in Nanded. You've got 18 deaths, 2 infants in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar in 24 hours, 25 in 24 hours in Nagpur Government Hospital. Thane was almost 18 in 24 hours. Here, the health department secretary is saying it's a minor hiccup. Is this the government we want in the future? Is this the government we want for Maharashtra? We've had almost 11 or 12 riots in a year. Is this the government we want in Maharashtra? Is this the hostile government that we really want or deserve?
The fact
So the people are with us today.
But the fact is, with Ajit Pawar Sahib gone, yours is a much weaker coalition. Look at some of the stalwarts who've gone, who can handle their districts, deliver their Lok Sabha seats. Just as far as arithmetic is concerned, this is now a weaker Shiv Sena. This is a weaker NCP. The Congress was already weak. So it's like a quarter adding up to 3/4 rather than a wholesome. Whereas you've got the full BJP and you've got 2 half parts. Doesn't that appear arithmetically stronger?
Yes, we've got 1 CM and 2 half DCMs in our state. However, in terms of weakness and in terms of numbers, maybe some leaders have hopped over. But then we're stronger in terms of our principles, we're stronger in terms of our core, and we're stronger in terms of people with us, because finally everyone today that the BJP was accusing of corruption, everyone the BJP was accusing of crime, is sitting in the BJP today or with the BJP in government today. So who will the BJP accuse next in the next elections? Will they be fighting themselves? Will they be accusing the mirror? Will they be abusing the mirror? I think everyone that the BJP has abused everything that they've done against the BJP for the last 10 years, they're sitting with the BJP.
But they seem to think it doesn't matter. They seem to think that this matters on TV, it matters to the conclave audience.
That is the problem.
But when it comes to voting, it doesn't matter. Having Ajit Pawar on your side is better than having him on the outside.
That is fine. That is their lookout. My lookout is this, that today when we are looking at Maharashtra, we have a Maharashtra where the agriculture sector has collapsed completely. We've had more than 1,023 farmer suicides in the past 6 months. The highest
some of
one
these are systemic issues. It's not as if because
It's not systemic.
Shinde is
It's not
chief
systemic.
minister,
It's not systemic.
that health
I'll tell you what. You do a survey
sectors
today. You go on ground and you ask every farmer in Maharashtra कि सरकार की मदद आपके पास पहुंची है क्या? जैसे उद्धव ठाकरे जी की मदद हमारे पास पहुंची, ये सरकार ने हमें 1 रुपया नहीं दिया, सिर्फ होर्डिंग्स पे है. जैसे कि ये ऐड मैंने दिखाई, वैसे काफी सारे एड्स आती है, हर बस स्टॉप पे ऐड है, हर बस पे ऐड है, लेकिन आप जाइए पूछे आज अस्पतालों में दवाइयां हैं क्या? आईवी की मैंने जो लिखी थी, जो आईवी फ्लूइड्स होते वो नहीं है, एक्सरे फिल्म की स्टॉक नहीं है. दिस इज फॉर your medical sector. Look at the industrial sector. You've had Vedanta Foxconn going to Gujarat, Airbus Tata going to Gujarat, Medical Device Park going to Gujarat, or rather being sent to Gujarat. All of bulk drugs park going to Gujarat, and then 40 ml is running away to Gujarat.
But the charge
The point is, you look at every sector today. The performance of Maharashtra from 2019 to 2022 in terms of industry, in terms of agriculture, in terms of service sector, in terms of safety and security, in terms of safety for women, in terms of crime rate, compare that to whatever is happening in the last 1 year. I'm not saying probably it's because of one man. It's a whole incompetent government that's not interested in governance that's running our state. But that is the problem.
Charge against your father and the former chief minister of Maharashtra was partly on account of his health, partly on account of his political orientation. He wasn't as hands-on. He didn't have that hunger, the cut, the throat, the dust, like wanting to be out there, meeting his people. He, because of his injury, he kind of secluded himself, wasn't in touch with his MLAs, which is why the MLAs felt disconnected from government. It's ultimately आप ही के लोग छोड़ के गए ना.
आप सिर्फ उनके ट्विटर देखिए, उनके फोटोज देखिए ना. ये जो चार्ज है, हर कोई जो पार्टी छोड़ जाता है, फिर कांग्रेस की हो, हमारी हो, कोई भी हो, ये चार्ज तो लगाते रहते कि मिलते नहीं, आइसोलेटेड है, ये नहीं, वो नहीं. लेकिन आप जब मंत्री थे, आपने क्या किया? और आज तो मैं सुन रहा हूं, because you've compared 2 chief ministers in UP about waking up at 4 o'clock and 12 o'clock. Today the chief minister is supposed to be here before me. He's postponed because he's not woken up as yet.
आपको लग रहा है वो सो रहे हैं?
अरे मेरी 2 बार फ्लाइट उन्होंने डिले की जब हमारे साथ थे, क्योंकि वो सोते देर तक. तो ये बात जो है, ये बात बहुत ऐसी चलाते रहते हैं. लेकिन एक और भी बात होती है. अभी आप जाके देखिए मंत्रालय में कितने बार चीफ मिनिस्टर गए, कितने बार दूसरे चीफ मिनिस्टर गए. सिर्फ एक चीफ मिनिस्टर जाके बैठते हैं सुबह से. लेकिन जो हो रहा है आज सरकार में, वो कितनी बार चल रहा है देखिए. और मिलना ना मिलना काम तो हो रहा है. तो कई चीफ मिनिस्टर या कई नेता ऐसे होते हैं जो घर घर घूमते रहते हैं, लेकिन काम कुछ नहीं होता. और जो चीफ मिनिस्टर ऐसे भी होते हैं जो एक जगह बैठते हैं, शायद ऐसे लोग बताते हैं, लेकिन अगर आप देखें तो कोविड में दुनिया भर ने पूरा मुंबई जैसे संभाली गई, उसका स्वागत किया है. मुंबई मॉडल हो, धारावी मॉडल हो, महाराष्ट्र मॉडल हो, उसकी तो बात की है. तो जरूरत नहीं है कि हर जगह जाके ऐसे फोटो निकाले. काम करना जरूरी होता है.
नहीं, पर लोगों से संपर्क में रहना, इंगेज करना, दिखना कि आप मैदान पे हो। अल्टीमेटली सर आप ही के लोग छोड़ के गए ना। देखिए
जो गए वो 40 लोग गए।
हाँ।
अभी आप देखिए उनके संपर्क में कितने लोग हैं।
आप बोल रहे हो वापस आने के लिए रिवर्स स्विंग के लिए
नहीं नहीं,
तैयार है।
उनके संपर्क में उतने, उनके कार्यकर्ता कितने देखिए। जो गए, जो खोखे सरकार बनी हुई है, वो संपर्क थे खोखे के लिए, बाकी कुछ नहीं, खोखे और धोखे।
मैं ऐसा सुन रहा हूं कि कुछ जो आपके एमपीज हैं, मिनिस्टर्स हैं, एमएलएज हैं, छोड़ के गए, वापस आना चाहते हैं। कितने लोग वापस आना चाहते हैं? ऐसा सच है कि आप ऐसे ही साइकोलॉजिकल वॉरफेयर कर रहे हो?
देखिए कल रात को, अभी आज देरी हो गई सीएम साहब को उठने के लिए, अभी और मत डराइए उनको यार। 2 ट्रिप तो मैंने कैंसिल करवाई है, अभी और कुछ बोल दूंगा तो और कुछ कैंसिल करवा देंगे खुद का। तो अभी मैं नंबर नहीं बताता।
But what's your idea? Do you want to take some of these MLAs back? Is the door of your party open to
I'll
those
tell
who
you one
rebelled,
thing.
or is it shut?
In principle, what is very important for us to realize is 40 people who have been created by one person, who have been given all support possible, given the tickets, given the ministries, given whatever they needed for the last whatever years. When they leave you in your toughest time, do you take that person back? Is the principle here, is the moral question here. When you know they've sold their souls to a party that's been accusing them of corruption, they've run away because they were scared. जाके गोवा में भागे, गोवा पे टेबल पे जाके नाचे। गुवाहाटी में जब बाढ़ आई थी तब सब एंजॉय कर रहे थे, सूरत में जाके बैठे थे। तो ऐसे लोगों को वापस ले या ना ले, ये एक प्रिंसिपल क्वेश्चन रहता है। लेकिन मुझे पता है कि
No,
जनता ने
but
ये तय
that's the
किया है।
question. What's the answer? Are the doors of your party open to those who
all
rebelled against
answers are
you?
not to be revealed here.
आप मोरालिटी
next
की
year
बात
you will-
कर रहे हो,
maybe
मोरालिटी का जवाब नहीं दे रहे हो।
मोरालिटी अगर आप देखें तो जनता को पूछे, जनता जवाब देगी। इलेक्शन तो ले ले, चुनाव तो ले ले।
Between the first time you came 10 years ago and now, you're wiser and sharper because you didn't answer that question. He gave one moralistic response without telling me whether they are welcome back or not.
Back then 40 hadn't left us. This time they have and they're about to lose. So that's why I could answer this.
How difficult is it to navigate the differences? For example, when all the India Alliance leaders came to Mumbai, they announced that there would be a political rally in Bhopal. Kamal Nath said, "नहीं मुझे नहीं चाहिए, बस मेरा अपना election चल रहा है. I don't want anybody to come." And the rally got scuppered. On the issue of Sanatan Dharm, the DMK has one line, you have a completely different line. On the issue of Savarkar, your party has one line, the Congress has one line. Do you sometimes just tear your hair apart in trying to deal with these political differences?
In fact, I think that is the beauty of our India Alliance. What is India? What is Bharat? We are a union of states. We are multiple people in one country. We are 120 crore people in one country. You and I don't dress similarly. You and I don't think alike. We have so many people here who might be voting in different ways, voting for different things. Their priority might be different. That is the beauty of democracy, which India has always, cherished and loved. The difference between India and NDA is simple. India today is multiple people, multiple parties, multiple voices, multiple ideologies coming together to protect this country, our freedom, our constitution, and everything that it has given us over the past 75, 76 years. Whereas NDA is also a beautiful organization. It's got one voice, one ideology, and 3 parties of, 3 allies of the BJP, the ED, IT and CBI, thinking the same, thinking absolutely the same. So if you see, all the old allies that we stuck with earlier with the BJP have broken away. We've been pushed away by them. Do they not require friends? Or is it that you require friends in your bad times and in your good times, in your greater times, you don't require any friends? Our question was simple. Do you not require friends?
The advantage with the model you criticized is that things get done. That you got one person, he makes up his mind, one party, and then things happen. Now, between you, Rahul Gandhi, Stalin, Akhilesh, Mamata Banerjee, Sharad Pawar, Supriya, there's so many differences. It's very often difficult for you to come to a consensus on something as simple as भोपाल में रैली करनी है कि नहीं. अरे जो यही नहीं तय कर पा रहे भोपाल में रैली करने की नहीं, वो देश क्या चलाएंगे?
भोपाल का कहाँ पड़े थे आप?
There was an announcement, no, that there will be a rally in Bhopal, and then Kamal Nath, when we interviewed him, said that I want to focus on the assembly elections.
As someone who's leading the election, I think it's his prerogative to decide कि कौन सी कैंपेन कहाँ करनी है और कब करनी है. उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया था, मुझसे कैंपेन करवाया. फिर उसके पहले छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज जी की उन्होंने एक मूर्ति थी, उसका अनावरण किया. तो जिनको बुलाना है, जिन्हें नहीं बुलाना है, वो उनका प्रेरोगेटिव होता है. लेकिन मैं वापस यही कहता हूँ, यही दोहराता हूँ, अगर आपने देखा होगा कि इंडिया की जो प्रोग्रेस है, भारत की जो प्रोग्रेस है, हमारे देश की जो प्रोग्रेस है, वो कोलिशन ईयर्स में नहीं हुई है. हुई तो थी.
The BJP's argument is India is growing faster in a more visible fashion now.
I think they are following the China model. They're okay with Chinese intrusion on our borders. We are not. We're not following the China model. We believe in a free country. We believe in a democratic country. We believe in multiple voices being heard. And then finally, whatever's best will happen by consensus. I think that is the way forward. Today, if I tell here everyone, you have to dress in a particular way, everyone might not like it. To eat in a particular fashion or eat only one thing, they might not like it. We are not a country that is one in our texture. We're not a country that is one in voice. We are a unity in diversity country.
One of the things that's happened over the past 24 hours is the arrest of senior Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh. Now, I was reading a dispatch from our correspondent who tracks the Enforcement Directorate. They claim they've got strong evidence showing how Sanjay Singh was part of the liquor mafia scam and how he and the Aam Aadmi Party seem to have benefited from it. As a prominent leader of the India Alliance, how do you look at this?
It's very, very evident कि जिससे डरते हैं उसे अंदर कर देते हैं. Abhi in the last 24 hours, I've got you one more thing actually, because I printed this in the morning. If you see this letter, and it's by all the prominent journalists. In the last 24 hours, prominent journalists have been arrested across India and raided across India. Their electronic devices have been snatched away. Has this happened any time before in India? I think what we are facing today is a true danger to democracy. And this has been signed by the Press Club of India and many more organizations. I believe even you must have signed it. But the point is, anyone who's speaking the truth is coming under the radar of these central agencies. यहाँ सत्य में विजयते और सत्ता में विजयते में बहुत फर्क किया जा रहा है. आज जो केंद्र सरकार कर रही है, आज जो हमारी यहाँ सरकार कर रही है, हमारी नहीं, जो एक इलीगल सरकार बैठी हुई है, वो सत्ता में विजयते है. अगर सत्य बोलो तो डराते हैं, धमकाते हैं. ऐसे देश नहीं चलता है. दुनिया भर में जहां जहां ऐसी हुकूमत आने की कोशिश करी है, आपने देखा है मिट्टी में मिलाया है, लेकिन ये जनता ने मिला है, राजनीतिक दलों ने. और हम भी यही कहते हैं कि हम एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, लेकिन जो बदलाव आएगा, जो परिवर्तन होगा, वो इस भारत के देश की जनता करेगी.
No, but the government's counter to that could be the agencies are doing their job. They are going after what they found in terms of money trail, in terms of their investigation, and they are probing that. And they would say, surely Aaditya Thackeray is not saying that the investigative agencies shouldn't be probing charges
तो चलो
of
सर, ये भी करते ना, जिन पे यहाँ जो एलिगेशन लगे हुए थे और जो आज बीजेपी के साथ बैठे, कोई 3 दिन में गया, कोई 2 दिन में गया, कोई 1 दिन में गया, उनकी भी तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन करे. जो आज हमने चार्जेस लगा है, जो रोड स्कैम है 6000 करोड़ का, उसका कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं हो रहा है. जो 263 करोड़ का स्ट्रीट फर्नीचर स्कैम बीएमसी में हुआ है, उसका कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं कर रहा है. उसके तो मैंने डॉक्यूमेंट्स गवर्नर साहब को दिए, मैंने असेंबली में दिखाया, मैंने सब जगह दिखाया. तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो तो ये सिर्फ एक तरफ क्यों हो? जो भी करप्ट है, अगर आपकी पार्टी में आए, वॉशिंग मशीन के थ्रू आए, तो सब साफ हो जाता है. उनको फिर आप, कोई सीएम बनता है, कोई डीसीएम बनता है, कोई कुछ भी बनता है. लेकिन अगर विरोधी पक्ष में रहे, विपक्ष में रहे, तो फिर अंदर जाते हैं. अच्छा, जो रिलीज के दौरान कोर्ट की ऑर्डर होती है, अगर आपने देखा होगा संजय राउत साहब के टाइम पे, अनिल देशमुख साहब के टाइम पे, जो कोर्ट की ऑर्डर है, इतनी स्ट्रिक्ट है, इतनी स्ट्रिक्चर्स उन्होंने पास करी है, तो ये कोई नहीं पढ़ रहा है. तो मेरा मानना यही है कि भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़नी हो तो आज जो सरकार महाराष्ट्र में बनी है, उसे पहले टारगेट किया जाना चाहिए. क्योंकि ये सबसे, अगर कर्नाटका की उनकी सरकार 40% सरकार हो, तो ये 100% सरकार है. खोके सरकार है, बिल्डर कॉन्ट्रैक्टर सरकार है, 100% करप्ट सरकार है. हर चीज में करप्शन है.
Do you see the prospects of your party allying with the BJP at some point in time in the future, because there is ideological affinity still because of the Hindutva rubric, or do you think that door is now shut?
Look, our Hindutva is very clear. 2-3 चीजें हैं. हम मराठी में कहते हैं हृदयत राम हाथाला काम. दिल में राम है, लेकिन हाथ को काम दीजिए, एम्प्लॉयमेंट तो दीजिए. दूसरी चीज हमारी साफ है, हमारा हिंदुत्व रेपिस्ट का स्वागत नहीं करता. रेप किसी का भी हो, फिर बिल्किस बानो का हो, किसी का भी हो, धर्म जात पात नहीं देखते हम. रेपिस्ट का स्वागत हमारे धर्म में नहीं करते. कोई आप कलर पहने, उस पर हम किसी को जलाते नहीं, कुछ खाए उस पर हम जलाते नहीं. हमारा हिंदुत्व साफ है और हम उस हिंदुत्व की राह पे चल रहे हैं. और हमारा हिंदुत्व में ये बार बार दोहराता हूं, रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आए, प्राण जाए पर वचन ना जाए. जो वचन हम अपने साथियों को देते हैं, जो वचन अपने दोस्तों को देते हैं, वो नहीं तोड़ते. जब उन्होंने हमसे युति तोड़ी थी 2014 में, तब भी तो हम हिंदू थे. अलायंस उन्होंने तोड़ी थी. आज भी हम हिंदू हैं, लेकिन आज तो पार्टी फोड़ी है उन्होंने. कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस के लोग हिंदू नहीं है, उनकी तो पार्टी फोड़ी, उनकी तो परिवार फोड़े. ये हिंदुत्व हमारा नहीं. हमारा हिंदुत्व अपना हिंदुत्व है, हम उसको लेके आगे चलेंगे. हाँ, लेकिन एक जस्टिफाई करें तो बात कर सकते हैं, जिसका विरोध हमने एज एनडीए तब किया था, जीएसटी का हो, आधार का हो, न्यूक्लियर डील का हो, आज तो सब ही ओके कर रहे हैं, आज तो सपोर्ट करें, तो कैसे जस्टिफाई करेंगे? फ्यूल की प्राइसेस हमने तो तभी कहा था बहुत हुई महंगाई की मार. आज महंगाई बढ़ती जा रही है, लेकिन कोई विरोध नहीं कर रहा है सरकार से. जो सरकार के खिलाफ पहले थे, आज तो जस्टिफाई करने जा रहे हैं. तो ये अगर जस्टिफिकेशन दे सकते हैं, तो देखिए.
How do you respond to the criticism from the core Hindutva voter or supporter that the Shiv Sena of Aaditya Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray is a very pared version of the original firebrand Shiv Sena of Balasaheb Thackeray? That this is a more sophisticated South Mumbai version of an urbane Sena rather than the rough and tough Shiv Sena of your grandfather. And that's why the original Shiv Sainik on the road sometimes doesn't identify with the sophistication of an Aditya Thackeray.
I think that is absolutely a wrong feedback. हम भी तो वैसे ही कहते कि जो हम भाजपा के साथ दोस्त थे, वो वाजपेयी साहब की भाजपा थी, अडवाणी साहब की भाजपा थी, मुंडे साहब की भाजपा थी, महाजन साहब की भाजपा थी. आज देखिए महाराष्ट्र भाजपा के कौन से चेहरे. तो ये इस नए भाजपा के साथ हम आइडेंटिफाई नहीं करते. अच्छा, राम मंदिर का भी अगर मामला हो, मसला हो, तो नवंबर 2018 में जब सब केंद्र सरकार भूल चुकी थी राम मंदिर को, हमने उठाया मुद्दा. केंद्र सरकार ने ये नहीं लाया, ऑर्डिनेंस नहीं लाया, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने निर्णय दिया है, तो केंद्र सरकार का क्या लेना देना है राम मंदिर से. तो ये बात जो हम करते हैं वो करते आए हैं, लेकिन जैसे मैंने कहा कि हमारा हिंदुत्व जो है हृदयत राम हाथाला काम, ये हम करते रहेंगे.
So when you have an India Alliance meeting, can you share with everyone sitting here some of the conversations? So say amongst Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal, Akhilesh Yadav, Stalin, who are you most impressed by? कौन लगता है कि यार ये आदमी smart है, यार ये नेता में दम.
We were sitting here only for the India Alliance and I'm 100% sure that the government must have bugged it. So if you figure out some bugs here, आपको सुनाई देगा क्या conversation था.
सर वो गवर्नमेंट ने बग किया ना, हमें तो नहीं पता कि बगिंग में क्या निकला. आप हमें बता
मिल जाएगा आपको.
अरे हमें कहाँ से मिलेगा?
पूछ लीजिए, आज दोपहर को आएंगे तो पूछ लीजिए.
आप नहीं. No, why don't you tell us? Do you think Rahul Gandhi, for example, would make a good prime minister one day?
I think what is important is here, nobody is saying that I want to be the prime minister. It's all about we the people of India. I think that is very important. Again, see, I'll tell you, I'm not giving a political answer, I'm not giving a diplomatic answer. I have great friendships with everyone here. And we had friendships with that generation of the BJP too. And I strongly believe that we have to move beyond political vindictive behavior. We have to move beyond enmity to having political ideological differences, but you cannot take it off the field. What has happened today is having an ideological difference is being an enemy of each other. That is the problem today. Within India, if you speak to any one of them, everyone's willing to cooperate, everyone's willing to take one step forward or one step backward for our country. Everyone realizes that our country faces a true danger to democracy.
Because the BJP and its supporters would argue the only thing unifying you is anti-Modiism. That there is no cogent ideology or format for governance that unites you. You're only united by the fear of Modi coming back to power for the third time.
I'll make it very clear, we're not against the Prime Minister, we're not against any individual. We're against the ideology that only one voice. And again, one voice by meaning that I'm not saying it's the Prime Minister or one person. One voice or one thought will run the country. There has to be a consensus. The idea of coexistence is important to a country. The idea of unity and diversity is important to a country. The idea that a Bengal can voice what it wants, Kashmir can voice what it wants, Gujarat can voice what it wants, Maharashtra will voice what it wants, Kerala can voice what it wants, is very important. And finally, the consensus for what's best for a country will happen. Imposing one on another is what we are against. And the idea of dictatorship is what we are against.
There seems to be some back channel conversation with your uncle Raj Thackeray. Is there a possibility that he could come back to the party
From whom?
fold? I'm just trying to understand from you.
नहीं, but back channel of
ऐसी मैं अखबार में पढ़ता रहता हूँ तो मेरे को लगा कि
नहीं, ये न्यूज़ में मत बिलीव कीजिए आप. जो है उस पे बिलीव करते हैं, अगर मगर पे नहीं चलते.
नहीं चाहिए अंकल.
नहीं, मैंने नहीं कहा कि कोई चाहिए नहीं चाहिए. मैं कहता हूँ कि अगर मगर पे हम बातें नहीं करते, जो है उस पे करते हैं.
I didn't understand, sorry.
Let
Let me reframe my question.
If some buts पे नहीं जाते हैं, let's go on what is.
Let me reframe this question. Are the doors of your party open to a possible rapprochement with Raj Thackeray? Would you like to have him back either as an alliance partner or welcome back to the family fold?
Look, once again I've said this, and I think we've said this in 2013 also. It's exactly a decade to this, because I remember, now we'll have to figure out what our conversation was back then. But I think what is very important is to us as a family, we consider family of anyone who stayed with us, with my father, with my grandfather, with our party for the last whatever years. So anyone who's here who stayed with us for as many years as possible in our thick and thinnest times, and in our flows and ebbs and all of that, high tide, low tide. I think they are family for us. That is why blood is thicker than water, and our blood is in them, their blood is in us, and I think that is what we believe as family.
तो गए
मैं नहीं कहता हूं, मैं यही कहता हूं कि जो साथ में वो अपने उसी को लेके आगे जाना है, देश को आगे लेके जाना है. इंडिया में अगर आप देखें तो काफी सारे ऐसे पार्टीज भी आ रहे हैं जो पहले हमारे बारे में कुछ अलग सोचते थे, हम उनके बारे में काफी अलग सोचते थे, लेकिन देश के लिए अगर साथ आ रहे, राज्य के लिए साथ आ रहे, अपने अपने राज्य के लिए साथ आ रहे, तो आगे लेके जाते हैं.
Do you see a role for yourself in Maharashtra politics? That's where you want to play and build your political career, or do you want to possibly contest the Lok Sabha elections for 24?
No, I come to both. I come to India Today Conclave also. I come to Mumbai Tak Conclave also.
चुनाव तो एक ही लड़ सकते हो ना सर, लड़ना आपको
मैं
नेशनल.
प्लेटफॉर्म्स दोनों देख रहा हूं ना.
No, of course, that's fantastic.
अभी if you I
No,
mean
will
if
you
I
contest the 2024 लोग? आप कोई सीधा जवाब ही नहीं देता, ये घुमा घुमा के कुछ कुछ आप जलेबी बनाए तो. Straight question: will you like to contest the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, or would you wait to contest the assembly elections?
I'll make it simple for you. I will contest whatever the party chooses for me. I'm ready for that role.
What would you like to do?
I think in a party that needs every person right now and always, every karyakarta, irrespective of class, creed, culture, surname, we are always ready to take up whatever role that the party gives us.
When you were interacting with Eknath Shinde ji when he was still in your party, did you ever suspect that दाल में कुछ काला है, गड़बड़ लग रही है, बॉल स्विंग होती दिख रही है, or were you completely caught off guard? Did he appear shifty at times?
दाल में काला नहीं, काली दाल ही थी. तो actually दाल भी नहीं थी, क्योंकि दाल भी काली नहीं. I'll tell you, and you can ask. I don't know if he'll be honest about it. He's not been honest for the past 2-3 years, but okay. The fact of the matter is, on 20th May, a month before he left, my father, who was the chief minister back then of Maharashtra, had called him over to Varsha and asked him, do you want to be chief minister? Because since November that my father had been operated on, we had started obviously gathering, we started getting news reports, intelligence reports, plus our MLAs used to come and tell us कि sir इन्होंने इतना offer किया, इतना ऐसे है, वैसे है, कहाँ है कि बीजेपी में जाना है, उनके साथ जाना है, पार्टी तोड़नी है, ये सब चल रहा था. फिर ये भी कहा उन्होंने कि अरे उद्धव जी तो अभी हॉस्पिटल में है, अभी आगे क्या पता नहीं, ऐसे आदमी लीड कर सकता है क्या. आप सोचिए, एक आदमी का मन कितना काला हो सकता है अगर वो आदमी जिसने आपको बनाया है, जब वो अस्पताल में रहता है, तो उसका फायदा लेके खुद के करियर के बारे में सोचता है. एंड देन व्हेन ही वाज आस्क्ड, ही स्टार्टेड क्राइंग, सेइंग नहीं सर ऐसे है, जेल में डालेंगे, जेल में जाने का ये जेल में जाने की उम्र नहीं है, बेटे को जेल में डालेंगे, ऐसे करेंगे, वैसे करेंगे. एंड देन ऑब्वियसली ऑन 20th June he had to run away. See, all these 40 people who've run away, they've run away because of their fear. They've run away because of whatever they could eat, they couldn't digest, and that's why they've run away to hide something. Whoever has been brave, who has been honest, genuine, has stayed with us and stayed with the party and with Maharashtra. The rest have run away to Gujarat, Goa, Guwahati, wherever they went. The fact of the matter is today, even right now, I'm ready to wait till whatever time he comes here. You moderate a session. Let's have a discussion on why he ran away. Let's have a session and face to face. He can have his whole department
Open
with him.
dare.
Chalo dare.
That's the tiger's roar. He's saying, आओ बैठो मेरे साथ CM साहब.
आज मैं कहता हूं, यहां मैं अकेला बैठा हूं, आप यहां बीच में बैठिए, उनका पूरा 40 के 40 जो गैंग है उनके साथ बैठने दीजिए, अली बाबा और जो भी है, और या उनकी पूरी डिपार्टमेंट. पहले इस पे बहस हो जाने दो कि वो भागे क्यों हमसे, झूठ क्यों कहा. दूसरी बात ये हो दोनों कि इंडस्ट्री में जो कोलैप्स हुई है उस पर चर्चा करते हैं. अभी फॉरेन ट्रिप्स में जो खर्चा हो रहा है उस पर चर्चा करते हैं, जो करप्शन हो रहा है उस पर चर्चा करते हैं. मैं बिना पेपर के बात करूंगा, उनको पूरे पेपर्स के साथ और पूरे डिपार्टमेंट के साथ बैठने दीजिए. नो प्रॉब्लम, चलो तैयार हूं.
अच्छा, आदित्य ठाकरे ऐसे दहाड़ते हैं जैसे ये बाला साहेब ठाकरे हों, लेकिन नहीं, अरे सवाल सुन लो. लेकिन आपका जो विपक्ष है, आपके विरोधी आपको बेबी पेंगुइन कहते हैं. दो चीजें हुई, जैसे उन्होंने राहुल गांधी को पप्पू बनाया, एक बहुत बड़ा सोशल मीडिया कैंपेन चल रहा है कि आप बता रहे हो मैं शेर की तरह दहाड़ रहा हूं, वो कहते हैं ये तो बेबी पेंगुइन है.
बिल्कुल, और मुझे आनंद भी है उसमें. मैं आपको लेके जाता हूं, कल हो आप यहां?
हाँ, मतलब
चलिए मैं जू लेके जाता हूं आपको. 6 साल पहले हमने पेंगुइन्स को इंपोर्ट किया था, और ऑफ कोर्स इट टेक्स यू 3-4 years, बिकॉज दुनिया भर में अगर कोई एनिमल को इंपोर्ट करना हो, एक्सचेंज करना हो, तो काफी सारे दस्तावेज होते हैं, डॉक्यूमेंट्स होते हैं. वो सब होने के बाद ही उनको लाया गया था. आज पेंगुइन्स जो है जू को प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी में लाए हैं. आज लगभग 30,000 लोग हर दिन वीकडेज पे, वीकेंड्स पे ज्यादा, जू पे जाते हैं और देखते हैं कि पेंगुइन्स कैसे है. पेंगुइन्स की स्थिति देखिए और चीता की स्थिति देखिए.
So it's not a sobriquet you are embarrassed about. You take pride in it.
अरे मैंने तो
People would say it reflects Aditya Thackeray's misplaced priorities. That Mumbai needs a lot of things. It needs infrastructure.
I'll
It
tell you
doesn't need
what.
penguins.
I'll tell you what. My penguins have got पन्नास खोके to the BMC officially. जो भाग के गए उन्होंने पन्नास खोके खुद के लेके भागे हुए. My penguins have brought profitability and changed the zoo of Mumbai. We've got tigers, hyenas, not politically, like real hyenas. We've got bears, we've got aviaries, we've got a crocodile pond going there. This is what we did in the BMC. And yesterday's BMC, if you read BMC under this illegal chief minister, you've got a crocodile going into a swimming pool in Mumbai. It's true.
What will happen in the...
But मैं penguin की जैसे चलता हूँ कि कोई और सरकार में है वो चलते हैं वो आप देखिए.
कौन चलता है penguin की तरह?
आप वीडियोस देखिए कोई ऐसे ऐसे चलता है मैं नहीं चलता हूँ ऐसे. जो हाथ से उनको पता चला.
What will happen in the BMC elections, Aditya? Because the strength of the Shiv Sena and the coffers come from the BMC. Now, the BMC election becomes highly contested. Do you think with Eknath Shindeji and his MLAs leaving in the Mumbai Thane area, that election becomes far more complex than it has been? And will you fight unitedly? Is it possible to fight unitedly? Will everyone fight separate?
I'll tell you, basically in this, I think you've been in reporting for a while and you've seen politics very, very closely. The biggest kick a political party gets is out of winning elections, right? It's been 1.5 years that this government, illegal government, has taken, done a hostile takeover in Maharashtra. We have been saying, चलो BMC की चुनाव लगाइए. अगर इनके सर्वे में 1% से भी ये BMC की चुनाव जीत रहे होते तो आज उन्होंने BMC की चुनाव करवा देते थे. BMC की चुनाव लेने की हिम्मत नहीं है. पुणे और चंद्रपुर की लोकसभा कंस्टिट्यूएंसीज के बायपोल लेने की हिम्मत नहीं है. वो तो छोड़िए हमारे मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी की सेनेट इलेक्शंस भी इन्होंने कैंसिल करवाई क्योंकि इनको पता है कि ये हारने वाले. मैं तो यही कह रहा हूं कि शायद हम जीत जाएंगे शायद हम हार जाएंगे वो तो जनता पे निर्भर करता है. हार जीत तो होती रहती है वापस जीतेंगे कभी ना कभी. लेकिन चुनाव तो लीजिए. कैसे ऐसे हो सकता है कि एक डेमोक्रेसी में जो दुनिया भर की सबसे लार्जेस्ट डेमोक्रेसी हम क्लेम करते हैं शायद पहले थी अभी नहीं है उस देश में देश के सबसे सेकंड लार्जेस्ट राज्य में दूसरे सबसे महत्वपूर्ण राज्य में महत्वपूर्ण तो है ही लेकिन लोक संख्या के हिसाब से मुंबई हो पूना हो नागपुर हो कोल्हापुर हो सोलापुर हो वसई हो विरार हो ठाणे हो छत्रपति संभाजी नगर हो लगभग 40 शहरों में चुनाव ही नहीं हुए एक साल से. ना मेयर है ना कॉर्पोरेटर्स है. हमारे मुंबई में तो 24 एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव वार्ड्स है उसमें 15 वार्ड ऑफिसर नहीं दिए इन्होंने. ये कैसे चल रही है सरकार? एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव कॉम्पिटेंस नहीं है, इलेक्शन लेने की ताकत नहीं, ना हिम्मत है ना शर्म है, तो कैसी चल रही है सरकार? तो मैं यही कहता हूं कि चलो जो भी होगा चुनाव में देखा जाएगा. हम तो राजनीति की हार जीत तो होती रहती है लेकिन चुनाव तो लीजिए.
Okay, and finally, what's your outlook for the 2024 elections? The recent India Today Mood of the Nation opinion poll showed the BJP at 287. The probability of the re-election of Prime Minister Modi and the BJP at this moment far higher than the chances of the India alliance cobbling some kind of arithmetic to be able to form the government. And even if it does, people sitting here would be very concerned about the political stability of such an alliance.
I think today we need to decide between our country's stability as against what we claim to be there will be political instability. Whenever you've had a so-called unstable, but you've had a coalition government, be it the UPA, be it the NDA earlier when Vajpayee Saab was the Prime Minister, you've always had stable countries. You've never had a situation like Manipur where you've had an internet lockdown for years and years, or months and months. You've never had a situation like Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh where you don't have the strength to cobble up numbers for your own election processes. You don't have the daring to go for an election in Mumbai. I think what is important today is national stability more than anything else. And national stability will be provided only when we have a consensus government, only when we have each and every voice of India being represented in the parliament and in the government. So, not making a big claim, but I think by 2024, the cover page of India Today will be a changed one.
कौन होगा cover पे?
वो जनता तय करेगी. हमारे पास बहुत ऑप्शंस हैं.
सवाल सर वो इतने सारे चेहरे होंगे. वो इंडिया टुडे के एडिटर यहाँ बैठे हैं, हमारी फोटो टीम बैठी है, वो कंफ्यूज हो जाएंगी किसको डाले कवर पे.
वो ही तो हमारी देश की ब्यूटी है, वही तो डेमोक्रेसी है. भाजपा के पास एक ही ऑप्शन है, हमारे पास काफी सारे हैं.
सर बैटिंग तो एक ही बैट्समैन करता है ना, आपस में लड़ते रहेंगे कि बैटिंग कौन करेगा.
रनर भी होता है ना कि हर लास्ट बॉल पे आप रन लेंगे और वापस वहीं आ जाएंगे. ओवर भी समाप्त होती है.
Okay, so you've spoken passionately, you've presented an alternate. We heard from Devendra Fadnavis, we'll be hearing from the Chief Minister and the others. Thank you very much. You've been aggressive, you've been passionate, and
I think it's always fun to do with you, because it's very important that questions are asked, and the other person also has at least the heart to answer them. So I hope I've been able to do that.
I'm glad that you're taking questions, and tough questions are always good in a democracy. It keeps the conversation live and kicking. We wish you all the very best. Thank you, Aaditya Thackeray.
Should I leave this with you so that you can ask my
अच्छा मुझे लगा ये बोलेंगे मैं भी 50 पुशअप करके दिखाता नहीं ठीक है
नहीं अभी महाराष्ट्र में 50 खोखी का जमाना है 50 पुशअप्स हमारे टाइम पे था
Aditya Thackeray, thank you for joining us
at
India Today Conclave. You came here 10 years ago. We hope to have you again going into the future.
10 years ago was Delhi.
That was the first.
First one.
Your mom was sitting in the audience. I remember very nervous. नया politics में आप publicly speak कर रहे थे national stage पे. So
we'll storm Delhi again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thackeray. Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause. But Mr. Thackeray, your face-off duel, Mr. Thackeray, might need to wait out a bit because you seem to have been a little bit prophetic. We are just getting word that the Chief Minister will not be attending our conclave. He has rushed to Delhi for a meeting with the Home Minister on left-wing extremism.
He is rushing to Delhi every single day. So obviously, up to answering questions, that's your answer.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon, let me call upon Mudit Dalmia, Vice President, NL Dalmia Education Society, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Aaditya Thackeray. Thank you, Mr. Thackeray. All right, so once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to reiterate, we will not have the Chief Minister, Eknath Shinde, amongst us. With what we've been told just a short while ago, he has urgently left for Delhi for a meeting with the Home Minister on left-wing extremism in Delhi today. So we're going to go into our second session. Just give me about 2 minutes. We're going to be back on stage with our next session. For those of you, I hope you're active on social media. Do tweet under the hashtag of Conclave Mumbai 23. Once again, we're going to have lots of celebrated authors right from our second session on. Their books would be available at the pre-function area. Do step out, get your books signed, take a selfie. We're going to facilitate that for you the minute the session is over, in case you want to get your book signed by the authors who would be attending the conclave today. And once again, for those of you still waiting for the Chief Minister to come in, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will not be attending the India Today Mumbai conclave. He's got to rush to Delhi, is what we are told just about 5 minutes ago, to attend a meeting on left-wing extremism. All right, let's quickly power into our second session this morning. Bharat versus India and the argument over who we are, how India is India. To take it from here, I'd like to call upon session's moderator, Rahul Kabal, News Director, India Today and Aaj Tak, and Executive Director, Business Today.
Is our country at this moment heading in a direction where it is discovering its true identity? An identity which had been subsumed under colonial rule and an artificial identity sought to be enforced over it? Or is our country actually headed in a very dangerous direction where priorities are far diverse from what they should be? Is this good? Is this bad? To talk about the dynamics of the Bharat-India debate that's at play, we've got two formidable thinkers here for the next session at the India Today Conclave. Allow me to introduce our Jagannathan, editorial director at Swarajya, Pavan Varma, former diplomat, renowned author, great thinker. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to start by getting Pavan Varma to explain what is it that concerns you the most. One, the idea that the India under Nehru was an India which was very different from the true self of our nation, a far more cosmopolitan Western construct of what our country should be in the eyes of some. And the Prime Minister and the supporters of the BJP and the RSS would argue that Prime Minister Modi is helping our country discover its culture, its history, which is what everyone sitting here watching on TV should know rather than be running away from. That Nehru was running away from the real Bharat. Modi is helping people embrace the real Bharat.
Let me say, Rahul, that unlike the current attempt by some to denigrate Nehru, I believe that India or Bharat was extremely fortunate to have a man like him for 17 years at the helm of our country just after we became independent. Because he did have failings, but he being a democrat, he being inclusive, and he believing in parliamentary democracy ensured that India was one of the few countries who came out of colonization and remained a democracy. Having said that, I think there is some merit in the fact that Pandit Nehru saw the future of India largely as a breakaway from what he considered to be a sterile past. By that I mean, as he writes in his own words, we have to get rid of the deadwood of the past, which he largely conflated with superstition, prejudice and ritual. But as I have written in several of my books, including The Great Hindu Civilization, there was a great deal to be rediscovered of that civilization. And that process, as often happens in colonized countries, did not happen to the sufficient degree and are not even part of our educational curriculum. So, while his notion of an inclusive and democratic India was important, he saw the future largely in the paradigm of Western modernity and the exclusion of our remarkable civilizational past. That is true. The danger is, and I will elaborate on this future, that in recovering or reclaiming that past, we have to be aware of pitfalls while being open to making that discovery.
So before Jaggi responds, lay out what you see as the pitfalls and the dangers which you think the government of the day needs to be wary of as it seeks to reclaim the past.
See, Rahul, let's be clear about one thing. India was one of the most ancient civilizations with the self-consciousness of it being a civilization. It's a young nation. And while that unity is the bedrock of who we are today, that unity survives on the survival of diversity. If you convert this civilizational unity through political means into a monolithic conformity imposed to strengthen an artificial unity, you are going to create problems in preserving that unity. And therefore I believe that the one danger is when you say only one language, when you say only one name for a country, when our multifaceted history or inheritance shows that both names are acceptable by now and have so been validated in the constitution. So when you try to impose that monolith, when you say that our interpretation of Hinduism is the only right one and anyone else's is not Hinduism, when you say that this is a country only of people of one faith, but is not a country which has survived over the millennia by being happily multi-plural, multicultural, multilingual, plural, and yet preserving its unity. Those are the dangers.
So let Jaggi now respond to this, that there is no one uniform idea of India. There is no one Hindutva to which every person sitting here watching on television or social media must subscribe to. The fear in the path that we are going down is that one man, one idea, one language, one notion, one Hindutva, this is not what India is. And therefore, Nehru, for all his faults and failings, still provided a more multicultural, multi-plural idea, and it is an idea worth preserving and not just going down this road without having the kind of debate where we are imagining we are heading into Amritkal, we could end up in a very dark space instead.
No, one thing you tend to give Nehru the wrong credit for the wrong reason. He was an Indian who was looking at India from the outside in. We are now trying to look at India from the inside out. We are trying to discover who we are as a people, reconnecting with the past, reconnecting who we are as a people. That is very central. So Nehru wrote, for example, The Discovery of India. Why did an Indian need to discover India? I don't know. Under the current last 20-25 years from Vajpayee and down to Modi, what we are trying to see is the rediscovery of Bharat. And what I mean by that is that we are now trying to come to terms with who we are, what is our heritage, and we need to look outside from the point of view of who we are, that we stay rooted and look out. We are doing what is called a Purva Paksha. We are looking at the world with different eyes, through our eyes, instead of the Westerners' eyes to look in it. This is where the India versus Bharat controversy is very important, but it highlights two ways of looking at you. At the outset, I must say, I think this nation benefits by having both the name India and Bharat, for the simple reason that we should use whichever is opportunistically useful for us. When the outside world sees us as India, we should use it for them because we have to conquer the world in terms of trade, whatever it is. But internally, for our own sense of who we are, the idea of Bharat is far more important. So I think it's very important. If you look at our political parties, a subliminal difference exists between parties that look for inspiration outside and the parties that have largely looked for inspiration inside. Just look at it. You have an Indian National Congress. All the parties that have looked outside for inspiration have India in the name. Indian National Congress is one of them, started by a British ornithologist. Then you have the various, what I call the communist parties. Their inspiration is Marxism, which came from outside. You have CPI, Communist Party of India, CPI-ML, CPLO. Then you looked at even, say, some of the communal parties like IUML. You have India in them. Their inspiration is the Ummah and other things, right? And if you look at one more, even say Ambedkar's Republican Party, it has India in them. But all other parties, even parties that have left the Congress, do not have India in their names. What does this mean? It means subliminally, we are separating the idea of India from Bharat. The parties that left the Congress do not have India in the name. Trinamool Congress, Nationalist Congress Party, or Telugu Desam, all of them. But all the others actually have RLD, RJD, none of them have India in their names, okay? So what I'm trying to say is, parties that have looked outside in, or wanted to look more outside than in, have India in their names. Parties that have looked in and now want to look inside out are actually the ones with Bharat. So Bharat is what is our natural rhythm, our sense of self. There is a rediscovery of Bharat that's happening. It is a transitional phase. I think worries about Hindutva and whether it will become a malignant force is a different issue. That we can come to separate. But this is about rediscovering our cultural sense of who we are. But and without knowing who you are, you will never be able to progress in the world, let me tell you.
Is this not correct, that those who are sitting here and are above a certain age grew up at a time when, you know, Western values or culture were more sought after? The Indians who are growing up now, these young adults, are actively seeking out their culture, their history, much more than in the past, and that's a good thing.
I think it's a good thing But I am inherently against, while I rarely disagree with Jagannathan ji, I am basically against the drawing of black and white polarities. Now, to assume that India stands for what is in some respects external to India and Bharat is originally the name of India, ignores history. Where did India come from? It came from the word Sindhu, which stands for the Indus. Sindhu is the word that occurs in our Vedas. And the many variants of Sindhu became, for the Greeks, India, for the Chinese it became Shinto, for the Persians it became Hindu, and so on and so forth. And gradually the name that is derived, which is India, is actually not an external imposition. There are countries where it was imposed. Let me give you 2 or 3 quick examples. You have Sri Lanka, which replaced a British name, Ceylon, in 1972. You had Burma, which was a British colonizing name, replaced by Myanmar. You had Rhodesia, again a colonial name, which was replaced by
But
Namibia.
India is the way the Greeks, so the Persians referred to our country. So therefore, it is the exonym, the name given by outsiders to India. The endonym, the name given by us to ourselves, is Bharat.
Very true. Bharat also has an ancient lineage. But the word India is not only how the world saw us, but how we also identified ourselves as the culture and people who existed as a civilization south of the Sindhu river, the Indus. So, what I'm trying to
But
say...
the name was an external
and there was-
imposition.
no,
History says the name was an external imposition.
No, it's not an imposition.
Okay, external construct.
And over a period of time, India became synonymous with Bharat. That is why Article 1 of the Constitution, and by the way, the Constituent Assembly, which is created a remarkable document called this Constitution, which is a role model for enlightened compromises, without taking hardline and brittle stance on any particular issue where there could be reconciliation.
This is a very important point. Enlightened compromises, in the manner in which this country and government are being run right now, this enlightened compromises is completely out of the dictionary. And you spoke of brittle, hard choices, foisting your opinion down. Do you concede that that is true? That there is too much of my way or the highway, fall in line or else? Whereas India is really an amalgam of different streams that flow all at the same time without any one stream trying to disrupt the other, rather than just one stream and this is the way it will be.
No, I think it's a transitional phase. When you're trying to shift the needle a bit away from an elitist, self-hating, self-loathing civilization to something that accepts a large part of the good parts of your heritage, even while admitting there is a problem, there will be some shift, because you're making a shift from the way of thinking from the left liberal consensus that India was never a real entity, it was created by the British. This is the narrative we've been told, and our elites accepted it throughout the last 60 years. Now, when you want to make a shift, you have to first make a very emphatic shift, and then you come to a moderate position. That is what I think is happening. You are caught history at the time point when
Once
it is
you've made an
changing.
extreme emphatic shift, is there space then for moderation later?
Like pendulums, it always moves to one extreme before it moves back to the center. I want to make one more point. You know, the the problem here is when we talk about India and Bharat, I don't think there's any conflict. We're both talking about the same thing, right? But a name given from outside, like I'm sure 99% of the people here have names given by somebody else. So there's no problem in accepting that. The issue is we are confusing a name given and a cultural identity. Those are not the same thing. India is not Bharat for the same reason that Bharat is a our self-created sense of identity, whereas India is a geographical construct.
I want to build on the idea of a pendulum, that from the left, the pendulum is shifting to the extreme right. Ultimately, the pendulum settles in the center. That's Jaggi's point of view. The fear, though, could be as it shifts from the left, it stays on the right, doesn't necessarily moderate and come to the center.
You see, first of all, I don't think that there is a need for such a dramatic swing of the pendulum. We are a nation in evolution. There are correctives. I think we need to reclaim much more of our culture and have the knowledge about it. When I wrote the book Adi Shankaracharya, Hinduism's greatest thinker, many of my friends, well educated, did not know when he was born what his contribution was. We have read Shakespeare, but we have never read Kalidas. I mean, we don't know who Thiruvalluvar is. So, I mean, there are random examples, but there's so much of this. It was a great, an ancient civilization which was marked by refinement, continuity, antiquity, assimilation, and it has survived over millennia, and we need to know more about. Having said that, when you say that only one label is the choice to reclaim that civilization, let me give you a controversial example. Let's take Sanatan Dharma. I emphatically condemn the language used by Udayanidhi Stalin and others of his party to denigrate it. At the same time, now this is Hinduism. This is the greatness of Hinduism, it's conquering eclecticism. Hinduism has never burnt anyone on the stake for blasphemy. But there have been different interpretations of Hinduism. The Charvak school in Hindu philosophy, which is a materialistic school, said the Vedas are a bunch of lies. It remains a part of Hinduism. So now what is Sanatan Dharma? If you define Sanatan Dharma largely as, for instance, the ruling party is doing and what is prevalent in the north, in the south, in for instance Tamil Nadu, 89% of Tamil Nadu are Hindus. Of them, 70% are backward caste and 20% are Dalits. So from 1925, Periyar, who's the founder of politics in Tamil Nadu, his entire narrative is based on reform within Hinduism. Incidentally, the greatest voice for reform within Hinduism and attacks against aspects of Sanatan Dharma was Veer Savarkar, whom the BJP deify. He called them the seven fetters. Now what is the Tamil version of Hinduism is that it is a great religion, 89%, Tamil Nadu is the repository of Hinduism in many ways. Adi Shankaracharya came from the south, Ramanujan came from the south. The point is that for them, what is Sanatan is not the fossilization of Hinduism, but for social reform within Hinduism. But if you tell them that if you speak in anything against our definition of Sanatan, where everything within it is eternal, you are not a Hindu, then you create a problem which is going to be become worse, dividing the north and the south among
Let
Hindus.
Jaggi respond to this. The fact that Hinduism itself has so many manifestations, and the idea that you pick one Hindutva leaning version and then try and foist it on everyone, then creates a pushback, because other Hindus who are genuinely Hindus and fully Hindus don't say that this is our Hinduism. They don't associate with it in the same way.
Yeah, I think you have to separate between the reaction in the north, which was devastated by two types of colonialisms, especially iconoclastic colonization for a bit from 800 AD to now, and till the era, and the south was colonized by the British. So there is a difference between the reaction to Hindu issues in the north, because the entire temples were razed and their reaction is much more stronger because of that. In the south, which is actually, I think, the repository of the older Hinduism, the reaction has been quite different. And the problem, I think I completely disagree with him on Savarkar and Periyar. Savarkar was truly wanting to reform Hinduism. Periyar actually had only anti-Hinduism as his card. He wanted to destroy not just Brahminism, he wanted to destroy the whole of Hinduism. Even today he says, they are racists basically. They basically bought into this Aryan Dravidian thing, and they are pushing this racist theory of Dravidianism, which has no basis in reality. There is no archaeological evidence that Aryans invaded. Definitely tribes came in and went and all those intermarried. But there was no invasion, there was no migration, and maybe possible. But they have now created a binary of a racist division in this country, which is genetically proved to be wrong. Now, if you want to support this racism and say this is a form of reform, I disagree. Periyar is not nowhere in the same kind of reformist mold as a Savarkar.
Let me say what Mr. Jagannathan just said is precisely the danger that I am pointing to. Now, an entire movement of one of the largest states in India, where 89% of the people are Hindus, is now being interpreted as a kind of racist movement against somebody else's definition of Hinduism. We are coming to a situation where we are compartmentalizing things as per one monolith. And that is a big danger. I mean, today, for instance, I'll tell you, I am a very proud Hindu. But I am the first to admit the need for reform within Hinduism. Recently, in a Rajasthan village, a Dalit had the temerity to go for his bridal procession sitting on a horse. He was beaten almost to death by the upper caste. Don't you read the newspapers? So, if there is need for reform, if untouchability, which was sanctioned or sought to be sanctioned by religion, was abolished, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Now take gender disparity. There are lines in Manusmriti. Manusmriti is not an entirely, it has its contradictions, but there is a line in Manusmriti which says that women have no status of their own. I am interpreting it for you. In their childhood, they are an accessory of their father. When they are older, they are an accessory of their husband. And if they become a widow, they are an accessory of their son. And we have a great deal of female subordination. That is one of the things Veer Savarkar wrote about. Beti Bandi, Vyavasai Bandi, Roti Bandi. Now, this is something that we need to change. And if you say any attempt to change our definition of how we see Hinduism is tantamount to being anti-Hindu. Just like saying anything in criticism of the government is tantamount to being anti-national. And you should belong to Pakistan. This kind of approach is wrong and is contrary even to the principles of the BJP. I was very close with Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and I translated his poems into English on his request. There was still, although he was a committed RSS man, there was still a certain broadness of vision, of accommodation, of understanding that India's unity, which the BJP fights for culturally, is basically also dependent on respect for its diversity.
There's lesser respect for diversity, much less scope for accommodation, which is also why in a modern political context, the AIADMK has now snapped ties with the BJP. That if what you are saying, and if you view this as being casteist, and an entire movement is being dismissed and decried, then we don't want to be associated with this BJP.
No, I think, leave aside the Tamil Nadu politics, the fact remains...
But the Tamil Nadu politics is a reaction to the kind of comments that you made, that they say we don't want to have anything to do with this.
No. The ADMK is different from this. The Dravidian movement has basically been anti-Hindu, whether you like it or not. That's the reality. What he says is about, if you actually look at you look at Dalit issues, you will find the maximum number of atrocities against Dalit in Tamil Nadu, which is supposedly a repository of reformism, which is not the case. anywhere else. Okay, the reform movements have happened in all parts, in all states, in Narayana Guru or whoever it is, Phule and others here and all that. But the fact is, you see the maximum atrocities in Tamil Nadu. Why? And why do you see, why does a state that does not believe in this want to run 45,000 temples? I mean, they have just appropriated it, they have milked it, they are busy making corrupt practices out of it. So this is the, what has happened in the Dravidian model is that they have taken over all the Hindu temples and said, we will decide what is Hinduism. And this is, I mean, how do you support such a thing? You claim you're a secular country and you want to run 45,000 temples. You want to decide how they will be run. I mean, where is the democracy? Where is the secularism in this? And I don't see the Tamil Nadu model. They have definitely done one good thing economically by emphasizing 69% reservation. They've empowered the OBC castes. What they have not done is made the rest of them equal partners. And they have driven out the Brahmins, which is okay if you think that's all right. But the fact is, their model of so-called social justice is nowhere near as complete as Savarkar, even though Savarkar, you can take umbrage with him over his formulation of the term Hindutva, where you can have differences, I agree. But as far as Hindu reform is concerned, he was far better than anybody else. I mean, he was more closer to Ambedkar in that and more compared to that, you know. Ambedkar has praised Savarkar in many ways for trying to encourage interdining and intermarriage, all those things. That has not been said about anybody else. You look at what Periyar has been saying about Hinduism and you will be aghast. I mean, you just take his quotations, you will worry about it. That's not the way to bring social justice. Let me be clear.
Just to respond, I think in many ways what Mr. Jagannathan is saying repeatedly proves my point. Here we are sitting in Mumbai for an India Today conclave, deriding a culture, civilization, tradition, and its language which claim to be as ancient as any other in this diverse land, as being critical of their approach to Hinduism, which is a right. Hinduism allows for it. But when you are in power in Delhi and you make that particular definition which you approve of as a kind of national movement as seen as an attack against Hinduism.
So let Jaggi respond to this. Weaponizing definitions, that even if there are different definitions of Sanatan Dharma as they are in different parts of the country, one definition cannot sought to be the only definition, and everybody
there
else
are 300
has a
Ramayan versions.
And all across the world. And anybody with a different notion then gets brandished as being an anti-national, go to Pakistan.
No, I completely disagree with this. I don't agree with trying to reduce everything to a single monoculture in India.
But do you accept that that's an effort that's on?
No, it may be on in some parts, it's true, because the North had a different history from the South. That is different. So that is there. I think it is a short-term phenomenon sooner, and I'm not speaking on behalf of any government in power in Delhi or any government.
What makes you think it's a short-term phenomenon?
I think there is a phase. I mean, it's like, say, you take feminism. At some point, they may want to do extreme things in order to assert themselves. But after that, they come back to realizing that, okay, we are trying to defend common interests. Now, the key thing about
It could also be the new normal.
Not really. It goes up to a certain thing and then it turns back. India has, don't forget, we were the guys in 1992, we saw what happened in Ayodhya, right? But we come back to somewhere in the middle right now. So I don't think, and after that we elected Vajpayee, we know what Bal Thackeray stood for and we know what Aditya Thackeray today stands for. It's quite different, right? Bal Thackeray was not your so-called consensus building politician. Huh? Right, he had his own street power and he exercised it. So today is not the same thing. So my point is, society tends to swing to an extreme in order to emphasize a point, then comes back to the middle. And the last thing I'd like to say is, see, we are a dharmic nation. What do we mean by that? It means an acceptance of plurality. The minute plurality dies, we die. What is happening is Hinduism and all the things associated with Hinduism are not driven by scriptures. Unlike two ideologies that came from outside which believe in scripture. The British tried to make us focus on scripture and say, you are this, Manusmriti is what you should believe in, this is what, and your caste system, you have created a Varna system, so everybody has to be fitted into this four castes. These are, what was a fluid system became a rigid system. And this is the damage done by monocultural ideas that came from the West. Now, some parts of Hindu culture are trying to militate against that, which is stupid. I disagree with that. But that does not mean that I don't see what is in progress. I mean, Naipaul says we are a wounded civilization. A wounded civilization will overreact in the initial phases and then before it regains a balance. I think we are in that phase where we are shifting a little extreme to the other side. We'll come back to the middle. That's my hope. I hope I'm right.
Okay, I'm out of time. You want to make a quick final comment before we end?
Final comment. We are in a process of transition. We still have time to take it in the right direction. And if we don't, while I fully support one aspect of what the BJP and the RSS have emphasized, which is to refocus on Bharatiya or Indian civilization, I believe that in their finally implementing it, I am reminded, if you may allow, end on a couplet. दिल से तो हर मुआमला करके चले थे साफ हम, दिल से तो हर मुआमला करके चले थे साफ हम, कहने में उनके सामने बात बदल बदल गई. And that is the danger that we face today.
Do you have a couplet to counter that? Or?
No, I don't have. I have no
Jaggi is like, ये अपना
fundamental quarrel with
department नहीं है. This is where Pavan Verma is in a league of his own. So, thank you very much for joining us. We've had an interesting contest of ideas. Ultimately, which of these two ideas you think is right is something that we leave you to decide. And thank you so much, Pavan Verma and Jaggi, for joining us at the India Today Conclave. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause while I call upon Suparna Deshpande, Motwani Jadeja Foundation to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed panelists. Once again, please raise a warm applause for our Jagannath and Mr. Pavan K. Varma. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, sir. For those of you interested, there are books right where you walk into the pre-function foyer by Mr. Varma, and if you do want a book signing, you can catch him on his way out. Let's quickly cut across to our next session this afternoon. Game on, mixing politics with play. To take it from here, our session's moderator, Ayush Ahlevar, technology editor, presenter, Business Today.
Thank you, Preeti, for that introduction. Now we're going to do things a bit differently to stir the hornet's nest with the next session. Differently because we want this to be a show and tell. We want you to see exactly what my next guest brings to the table, and literally two tables, as you can see on stage. But let me give you a little bit of context before we start. My next guest is a storyteller, a media specialist, a game designer, and a producer based out of Goa. He's recognized as the leading authority on game design and is actively driving the tabletop ecosystem in the region. He's co-founded a company called Memesis Studios. It's a cutting-edge cinema and new media studio, really at the intersection of science, philosophy, and culture. But that's just all in theory. I told you this session's going to be all about practice. One very quick bit of context as well. How many of you guys want to invest in the next big idea? With a show of hands, very quickly. Okay. What if it's the next $1 million idea? Or $1 billion idea? My next guest is also a specialist as crowdfunding. Well, the entire ecosystem. He can come up with a product and actually raise a couple of $1 million. My next guest is none other than Zain Memon. Zain, can you please join us on stage?
Thank you, everyone.
Did I get the introduction right, Zain?
Yeah,
Almost?
most of what I do.
Okay. So what we're going to do over here is get a little bit of the theory out of the way and then head to that table. But before we head to that lovely coffee table, in all of that introduction, Zain, one thing I missed out was that you and I are both tech geeks,
Sure.
creative individuals. Where does politics come in? Is it because we're all building up to an election year? Because we're all listening here at the India Today group.
I'm a storyteller fundamentally. I try to tell stories that I think are relevant, stories that I feel aren't being spoken about with the same seriousness as I would like them to be spoken about. In my short career, I have had the privilege of working on films like Ship of Theseus, Tumbad, An Insignificant Man, which are all relevant in their own way. But I constantly feel that the media at large has been conflating two fundamental pillars, politics and policy. When we talk about politics, we keep talking about politicians and who said what and who did what. The most important conversation of today is the conversation of the rules we agree to live by, the consensus that we draw, the policies that we form. And that conversation has, in the last decade and a half, taken the back seat.
It's taken the back seat, and it's also because of us millennials and Gen Z really not being as engaged in that process. Things are a Google search away or maybe generative AI doing it.
Sure.
But that's where Shasan, this hot-selling board game, co-founded and created by the gentleman sitting beside me, really comes in. Now, very quickly, before you explain the game to me and to our audience, why Shasan and why now?
Exactly what I was saying earlier. I want young people to talk about policy in a very engaged, informed and exciting way. If I ask them to watch a 2-hour lecture on the policies of the nation and what happened in the last parliamentary session, no one's going to do it. None of my friends will do it. None of the people who are younger than me are going to do it. Very few, perhaps 0.1%. What if I made it fun? What if I made it exciting? What if I made them want to come back to a table to discuss policy on a daily basis? And that's what Shasan does. We have sold tens of thousands of copies all over the world, and every weekend, 20-year-olds sit around role-playing politicians, winning elections, fighting with each other, and understanding how democracy works while having fun.
How many of you guys are ready in the audience to get a nice little test ride of Shasan? Can a show of hands, please? All right, we need a lot more coffee, or maybe this demo is going to do it. Come on, let's go and have a look at what this game's all about.
Unless you've been living in a cave for the last decade, you know we are living in very, very polarized times. No matter where you look or who you talk to, your friends, news, social media, everyone is telling us that we are divided politically. What got us here? It's easy to think that our politicians don't know what they're doing, but is it really that simple? That's why we built Shasan, the game everyone's talking about all over the world. Your friends are playing it, politicians, comedians, entrepreneurs, everyone's playing Shasan, the political strategy board game where you are a politician in the middle of a heated election. Each turn, you take a stand on a policy in a bid to win the national election. Do you need to know politics or follow politics to play the game? Not at all. But you need to scheme, deceive and do whatever it takes to win the elections. Over the past 2 years, Shasan has received universal critical acclaim. It has won several prestigious awards. People have called it the biggest board game out of India ever. Today, tens of thousands of players all over the world play Shasan every week and love it. The games are full of laughter, anger, despair, and of course, healthy political discourse. We made a political thriller inside a box. Welcome to Shasan. What will you stand for?
All right. So here we are. And if we met for coffee this evening, tell me, Zain, how do you play this game? Is this the monopoly for policy making?
It's much more than monopoly. It's much more cutthroat. It's much more aggressive. It's much smarter. So, like you saw, there are 13 campaigns in Shasan that you can play with. Everything from American politics to fictional politics that we will encounter on Mars 30 years from now.
Maybe sooner if Elon Musk has his way.
What we have here today is the India policy deck. This is the election of 2019-2020. We have a new campaign coming out every year.
So I can keep updating.
Exactly.
So it's a game that's really continuous. It's a living game.
It's a game as a SaaS model.
Interesting.
Awesome. So Now, as you see the board over here, you have 9 states where you are going to fight elections in. Whoever captures the most number of states wins the game. How do you capture states? You capture states by influencing voters, and voters want to know what your policy is.
Right.
So question could be something like, oh, this is a nice one for
That's
today.
first card?
First card, yeah.
Okay.
Should Pakistani cricketers be allowed to play in India?
All right, that's very timely. Is that card that's been there much before this week? Because this week's
Yes.
going to be tumultuous in that sense.
Exactly. So,
Okay.
And there are 2 answers on this. Yes, everyone profits when we play for peace. Or no, it takes 1 ball to play cricket, 2 to go to war. Now the conversation's topics tend to be a little hot button, little tongue-in-cheek to make it fun. But what it does is invites you to a conversation. Now you have to answer this question, and depending on how you answer it, your political personality will evolve. And there are 4 ideologues that you can become in the game. There's the capitalist, the supremo, the showstopper, and the idealist. One of these answers will be one of these, and the other one will be some other one. So what would you stand for?
I think, look, if we're talking about this particular one, I'm not going to answer that because that's a trick question. It's right at the India Today Conclave, the biggest stage. But let's just pick one, right?
Sure.
Pick number 1.
So let's say you say when everyone pays for peace, it's profitable for all of us. You are fundamentally the capitalist, and you're building a pro-industry platform. Now, as you build pro-industry platforms, voters who are more amiable to great economic growth will start falling in your wake, and perhaps away from your opponents. And that's how you win voters.
You know, guys, we've not been able to show you on this particular screen what we're seeing over here, but I urge you to go check it out. It's available, by the way. This game's available on all the portals. What, 3,500 rupees is what it's retailing at. But the one with all the bells and whistles, the limited edition which the whole world has, how much is that? 12K for a board game. It sounds very interesting. What I'm going to do is, as a keepsake, I'm keeping this, and we'll get back to our conversation over there. But Zain, what's interesting is, in a time when you raised this money, and nearly $500,000, after one of the world's biggest board games had raised a third of that amount, here comes this Indian creator, designer, who raises 3 times that amount in a crowdfunding campaign. And then, it's 2019, the game launches in the midst of the pandemic. You still wanted to go with a board game.
Sure, yeah.
And not with a virtual game.
I wanted all of us to talk about policy across each other. So talking about policy on Twitter solved, or X as it's now called, solved the world's problems. The world's problems have been solved 10 years ago. The problem is we cannot talk to our families, our friends about what we believe in. And that's what we are out to change. Here I have documented 20-year-olds arguing with each other on caste reservations in a college. Something they wouldn't have done. Now, I also believe in doing good, but I also believe in doing well while I'm doing good. So we made this game. We made a physical game where you could sit and talk about policy. And we said, you know what? Everyone's second guessing the audience. Our audience is smarter than we give them credit for, because no one wanted to create smart content for young Indians. I believed otherwise. We created a game. We created 1 copy of the game. We put it on Kickstarter, and we had India's biggest crowdfunding campaign till date. Because people were ready for it. The audience was literally asking. There was a huge void that was created, and we went and captured the void. And that is perhaps a bumper sticker for my entire career, where me and my friends identify voids in the market, and then we go and turn those voids into gold mines. We did that with Ship of Theseus. No one wanted to make intelligent cinema. We did that with Tumbar. No one wanted to create really high quality genre cinema. With An Insignificant Man, the political documentary, with Shasan, and with a bunch of other things that we have done.
Okay, awesome. So Shasan is the part 1, but this is another universe altogether of board games, because you're telling me there's now a sequel to this.
Yes.
You know, really coming in hot on the success of this game, and it's called Azadi.
Yes.
What is the difference in Azadi and Shasan as an end user?
Shasan is simplistic in a certain way, that we're all politicians fighting each other. But that's not how modern politics or politics of the past has worked. Mr. Thackeray was here earlier talking about the alliance, and Rahul was asking him about how an alliance like that could be unstable. Unstable alliances is the history of the world. Shasan Azadi is a semi-cooperative game, which means and it's set in freedom struggles across history. You have the American Revolution, you have the Indian freedom struggle, you have the Tahrir Square revolution of 2011, where everyone is working together to fight off the imperials or the colonizers, very well knowing that once they do leave, only one of us becomes the leader. Now, if you know that, what does your coalition look like? What does your collaboration look like?
Sure.
And that is the fundamental question and the emotional ask of Shasan Azadi. When you know only one of you will win, will you still collaborate to make the world a better place?
You know, a lot of people raise their hands in terms of your Kickstarter crowdfunding abilities. A lot of people are willing to empty their pockets for your next project. But I'll tell you something. Did you learn a lot of this from your creative inclination? Perhaps Ship of Thesis was one of the best crowd-funded projects that I've ever heard of. All of us creatively were contributing to the output.
Yeah.
Were a lot of these learnings from your filmmaking days into what you're doing now with games?
I think it's the ethos of the entire studio, the ethos of all what we do together. We believe that the audience is much smarter than big conglomerates allow them to think, and we respect their intelligence, and we go out there and we create work that we really think that they want. And over the last decade, we have been proven right every time. There's a huge market that India has untapped, which is exporting content to the world at large. 80% of Shasan's players don't come from India. They are non-diaspora North Americans.
All right.
Why is that happening? Why is it that we are not exporting more content? Why do we only export technology backend out of India? Why don't we export culture? That is what we are trying to do.
You know, what's interesting is in an age of bots and paid marketing and even social media companies now asking you to pay to really get any services whatsoever. We don't know what the future of all of this is going to be like in terms of content. But with what you've done over the years with film, cinema, and now obviously in the gaming space, is organic marketing.
Yeah.
Very rarely have we got an anecdote from this place which has worked really well. What's the secret sauce then?
Like Reddy said, push marketing as it's called, where you pay ads to get eyeballs, will never work. You have to create a hunger. You have to make your product so cool, so exciting that everyone wants to come for it. I was talking to Kalipuri earlier, and she was like, Shasan not available. That was part of the marketing campaign of Shasan, where the game was hard to get. We starved the market for a bit. We created a great buzz talking about how cool the game is and reviewers around the world loving the game. And then we didn't ship it. For 6 months, we didn't ship the game. Suddenly, everyone wanted it. And then we flooded the market.
You know what we will do is, before we wrap up this session,
Sure.
and you empty everyone's pockets, let's have one more look at the game. I just want to have a very quick look, very quickly move over there,
Sure.
and perhaps tilt it up. I know it's not the ideal view.
Yes.
The box looks really cool. We do a lot of unboxings here, but you've already done that for us, right? If you look at this, guys, this is what we were trying to show you earlier. This is a made-in-India game, retailing at 3,500 rupees. What are the sales like? You're saying 80% is coming from North America.
Yeah.
What are the rest of the sales like?
So we have hit a couple $1 million in revenue on Shasan alone of all our board games, and we have just gotten started. We started running ads recently, so we believe it's going to snowball at this point, and we have 8 games in the pipeline for India and the world at large.
Okay. And when are they coming up? Very quickly.
The next one's in Jan, then every 3 months following that.
And these add-ons, how do I get add-ons to this game? That's what I'm trying to understand. Okay, look, you explain the policy-making process. You're making policy-making fun again.
Yeah.
How do I get add-ons and make this cooler? Like, how is this a living game, which is a SaaS model like you spoke about?
So when you buy the game, we ship with one campaign. You can go online, buy as many campaigns as you like. And then follow that up with more game modes, with Shasan Azadi, with a bunch of other things.
Okay. And what is the one cheat code that I can really beat you at this game with?
Trust no one.
Trust no one. Is that from your creative times that learning come, or your understanding of politics?
No creative endeavor works without absolute trust in your team members. But this comes from my understanding that if you're playing a zero-sum game, a game where only one person wins, you have to keep your interest at heart.
You have to keep your interest at heart. Are you giving everyone in the audience a free box of Shasan? Is that what the plan is?
I wish I could. Maybe next time.
Okay, guys, he's going to be here as well. A huge round of applause for this absolute rock star, Zain Memon. And I will now hand it over to... Can we leave the game on stage?
Yeah.
Preeti, can we leave the game on stage?
It might be a little awkward for next panel.
Maybe for the next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, Zain Memon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon Vrushali Malpekar, Motwani Jadeja Foundation to come up. Zen, stay up. Just for 10 seconds. To come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Zen. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause. Zain Memon. Thank you, Zain. Thank you, Ayush. Thank you. Let's quickly power into our next session this afternoon. Do the right thing, the rise of storytellers in the age of streaming. To take it from here, I'll invite our session's moderator, but a quick reminder, this session has been sponsored by De Beers Forever Mark. May I please call upon Consulting Editor, India Today, Rajdeep Sardesai.
Thank you. Can I just invite the incredibly talented Vishal Bhardwaj, Ali Fazal, and Wamiqa Gabbi to join us? नहीं यार, ये आपका ये यार. Come on. There. There was a time when big film premieres would attract a lot of attention. And all eyes would be on the Friday on which the big film would be released. Those times are long gone, and they've been replaced by the age of OTT, and the fact that every big OTT release now sees large hoardings across the city and a lot of excitement. And even as we speak, live streamed at the moment is the latest OTT big release. Khufia is Vishal Bhardwaj's latest work. It stars Tabu, Ali Fazal, Wamiqa Gabbi. Tabu unfortunately cannot be with us, but please welcome Vishal, Wamiqa and Ali as Khufia premieres even as we speak. Vishal, I compared the big screen just for a moment to what happens on OTT. All the excitement that used to be on the big screen now appears to be slowly shifting to OTT. Is that the way you also see it? Or do you believe they're two completely different medium in a way? You're just a creative person who's putting your skills from the big screen onto OTT platforms.
No, actually, they are two different mediums now, and they are giving you, the opportunity to tell the stories, and like stories are divided now. Like the kind of films I make, a film like Heather 10 years back was a big theatrical release. Today, so it will be very difficult for me to make Heather in any case, but a film like Heather, a film like Maqbool, not Omkara, but those kind of stories. Now people, they want to see kind of a spectacle on biggest screen. So our viewing habits have changed. So after the pandemic, our viewing habit, because we were confined to our homes, we are forced to be inside our homes, so our viewing habits have changed. That's why these two platforms, the theater and the the OTT platforms are there.
You're saying something interesting. You're saying that if it's a spectacle, that's what succeeds on the big screen. You've had a lot of big successes this year. You meaning Bollywood has had a lot of big successes this year on the big screen, which are seen to be big budget films. You're telling me that with smaller budgets, better storytelling, perhaps has a better chance today on OTT to spread its message around?
Not a better chance. You won't get money to make those kind of subjects. Only the OTTs will give you that kind of money, and they are also dominating now. Earlier they were very, very liberal, but now they are also very, going very strict on that. And obviously, and there is one problem which we don't talk about is the theater. They charge you so much when you go in to watch a film. You get like a 400 rupees popcorn or 500 rupees popcorn. So those it's a very, very, expensive affair to go and watch a film in theater. So it really should offer you something which you can't watch on your home TV screen or on your laptop. It has to offer you something so extra that you are willing to take a popcorn of 400 rupees.
Taking off from what you said, I'll turn to Ali for a moment, because Ali, I remember one of my first binge watching experiences was Mirzapur. And what you all achieved with that has stayed to the point where you had Mirzapur 2, you're going to have a third season now. And do you believe that therefore you've got the recognition from Mirzapur that you may not have got so soon had you taken the traditional big screen route? Is that something, is this a disruption you believe in the existing order that you've done? And by the way, you were fantastic in it.
Thank you.
And I'm even happier that you're a Xavierite, which means that St. Xavier still throws up stars as they used to in the 70s. But tell me about that. Is this a disruption of the existing order?
Yes. Yes, I do believe so. In fact, at the time when I was offered, there weren't much of the shows happening, and the OTT had, I think, just come in. But I've had the fortune of having some of my work being done on the other side of the world. तो मुझे वहाँ दिख गया था. I saw it coming. I saw it working. I saw the model working. I know a lot of known directors who have asked me not to be part of this at the time. कि क्या कर रहे हो? ये तो आएगा 5-6 साल में आएगा. ये सब ऐसे ही होता है ये वो. And I really believed. I thought it could make a difference. I could make a difference in the long format, which was already been done in the West. So yeah, we, it's definitely a disruptor. We still are cinema lovers. We love our theaters. And I would always run to, do a film that is going to be out there. वो एक चाह हर एक्टर में होती है.
नहीं, पर अगर डायरेक्टर आपको कहे यार एक OTT, I'm signing you for an OTT project, and someone comes with a, a theatrical release, what do you go for first?
No, I mean, I'm also not that. मतलब मुझे तो ये इनके हलो पे आ गया था, मैंने हाँ बोलने वाला था मैं. फिर मैंने, I stopped myself, I said, वो he'll judge me, वो स्क्रिप्ट पढ़ लेता हूँ, कि कहीं questions ना पूछ ले. तो मैंने, then I called him back, I said, I've read the script, so I'm on. You
had to read a Vishal Bhardwaj script to say yes, or the moment he rang you up, you said yes?
No, it was ringing and I was yes. It was 5 yeses.
Wamiqa, is that the way you see it? If someone like a Vishal Bhardwaj comes to you with all his pedigree in cinema and says, I've got an OTT project, do you say yes straight away?
Yes. To Vishal sir, definitely. I have always loved his films. I have loved him, loved his sensibilities, his vision, and I've always, I think, जितना भी हमने काम साथ में किया है, हम पहली बार जब काम कर रहे थे, तो there was this 1-2 conditions that was supposed to be there उस एक character के लिए, and I was like yes, because I know that he's such a sensible person, such a sensible filmmaker, so yes to everything that Vishal sir would ever ask.
No, but you ended up doing what? In 2023 now, 3 projects at the same time, 3 OTT projects that have come in the same year. Is that therefore, if you're doing OTT, you're going to have many more projects perhaps coming through in a faster pace than had you to do one theatrical release, which would come maybe after 18-24 months?
Well, at the time when I got those projects, it was pandemic, so theaters were closed. And we had no choice that, okay, I have to choose between a theatrical film or an OTT project. I'm so glad that I got those projects, I got that recognition because of those projects, may it be Manu from Grahan or Nilofer from Jubilee. Then I've done 4 projects with Vishal sir which are all on OTT. मेरे तो ख्यालों में ही रहता था कि कभी विशाल सर के साथ काम करूंगी. 2 सालों में मैंने 4 चीजें कर ली हैं just because it's all on OTT and things were getting made. So yeah.
Did the pandemic therefore change the rules of the game? Did the pandemic has it changed the rules of the game for the world of entertainment?
I think for everyone, even for your India Today, it must have changed. I mean, the print is, the people are so stuck to reading things on their Instagram and on the social media itself. So many things have changed. I used to have a newspaper. I was in a habit of reading a newspaper, and now I'm not.
You stopped reading the newspaper?
Yeah, because everything which I want to read is available on Instagram and Twitter. So, we are changing, we are evolving, and I think pandemic has taught us a lot. I enjoyed so much time with myself, which I thought I would have never had given myself that kind of time.
Let's talk about Khufia for a moment, because you're doing, in a way, a spy thriller. What is quite remarkable is the range over the years that you've been able to bring to your cinema. You take a real life story, you chose a non-fiction book, and then build it into a story for OTT. What for you attracted you to the project? Why did you decide to do this?
So this book was written by Mr. Amar Bhushan, who was the head of counter-espionage unit of RNDW. And I was very fascinated when I read that book, because usually, we don't get to know about the intelligence operations. And our RNDW is really secretive in taking out, their operations or the details of those operations. Now, I think 2 years back, the government has banned that.
Government has banned all
I think all security agencies.
All security agency officers from coming on screen or even on television shows to speak about their times. But you were lucky that it happened before.
Yeah, it happened before. So in retrospect, they didn't do it. So that's the good news. And I had this book with me, and it offered me such, insight into RNDW world, the way they work, and especially the office atmosphere. And it's like any other, government office. And like the accountant is not giving vouchers for a washing machine to be given to an asset in Bangladesh. I mean, it is such a funny thing. And he's not passing the vouchers, so the officer goes and swipes his credit card for that. So these kind of details were there. Then there's a bus of the office who picks up their officers on the way. So they stand with their boxes, lunch boxes, and their suitcases on the road, and they are picked up and dropped. So these kind of details, we always think that the spies are, like the James Bond or Salman Khan, Ek Tha Tiger, or Pathan, Shah Rukh. So the reality is something else, and it's stranger than fiction. It's stranger than fiction.
So it's not James Bond.
It's not.
It's an Indian raw officer facing all the problems of the state and dealing with the bureaucracy that is there.
Yeah, that too, and the reality of it. When we make spy films, we forget, that they are human beings first. They are not superhuman beings, and the facts, like they are not supposed to even carry weapons on them. They can't carry weapons. They have to, win something, whatever their operations, through their intelligence. So these kind of things, and especially this operation, because this was based on a real case. When there was a mole in RNDW office in year 2004, his name was Major Ravinder Singh, and they identified him. But they, the theme of the book and the film is that the puppeteer is more important than the puppet. So they wanted to catch the puppeteer. The puppet was already in their hands. So they laid surveillance on their officer, and inside their office they couldn't find the source where he's taking the money to. Taking these documents, the secret documents of our defense intelligence. So they bugged his home, and the control room was made across his home. There was a Mother Dairy booth, and in the back room of the Mother Dairy booth, the control room was made. So it was so fascinating that, the RNW took over the Mother Dairy booth. They were selling milk and, ice creams, and while keeping an eye on a mole. So these things actually, they excited me the most. That because when we make, we don't make espionage films, if you people must have seen Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy by Jean Le Carre. He worked in MI6 for 20 years, and later he became a fictional writer. When you watch those films, like The Most Wanted Man, or a TV series like The Americans, so I think I'm speaking a lot. So you are preparing for the next question.
Le Carre is in another league.
Yes.
And he's also been rediscovered by OTT and live streaming platforms. You've got series now being done on all his books again. The Night Manager being a great example of it. So are you telling me that you want to create, hopefully over time, maybe, rediscover this entire space very differently for Indian audiences?
Yes, because this subject of espionage has not been dealt by us as filmmakers as purely it should be, because it's very thrilling, it's very exciting, but it doesn't offer the flying cars and
नहीं, बॉलीवुड करता रहता है, बीच में करता रहता है, ऐसा नहीं है?
बताइए क्या कभी आपने देखा है espionage? मैंने तो नहीं देखा
यार. अब आप पठान दीजिए, उसमें कहीं ना कहीं वो फ्लाइंग कार्स तो थे.
नहीं, मैं वो कह रहा हूँ कि वो उसका हाइटेंड वर्जन है, जो कि बहुत मजेदार है. मुझे भी देखने में मजा आता है. पठान देखने में मजा आया, जवान देखने में मजा आया, पर वो एस्पियोनाज नहीं है. वो एक इमेजिनेटिव वर्ल्ड ऑफ अ फिल्म मेकर है, और वो एक्चुअल एस्पियोनाज नहीं है.
शाहरुख उसमें कहता है कि मैं एक तरह से इंटेलिजेंस ऑफिसर हूं.
एक तरह से नहीं, वो इंटेलिजेंस ऑफिसर है. और उन्होंने जो किया है, उन्होंने स्पेशली जो जवान में किया है शाहरुख ने, वो हम एज फिल्म मेकर्स नहीं कर पाए. शाहरुख ने इतनी खूबसूरत फिल्म बनाई है, जो कहना चाहा है वो कहा है, और वो फिल्म रिलीज भी हुई है. ही इज माई हीरो when I see him in Jawan.
So you're saying there's space for both a Jawan and for a Khufia
and a Pathan.
Yeah,
of course Pathan should have a space in this country more now.
Ali, as there is a space for a Mirzapur and for a Khufia, for you, the rawness, what struck audiences about Mirzapur was the sheer rawness of that project. And I presume that OTT allowed that space, which isn't always there on the big screen. How for you has this experience been working with Vishal Bhardwaj?
It's actually, raw is a great word. In all senses. It has been a very learning experience for me. It's the first time I crossed paths with Vishalji, and I'm so glad for my stars that happened, because he's already been doing that for a long time. आप बड़े पर्दे पे देख लीजिए, आप OTT पे देख लीजिए, in whatever way and form. So sure, the OTTs allow that little extra leeway. और मुझे लगता है the first few ones were everybody getting their bhadas out. I think now they are starting to normalize, and we are also trying to, really keep up with all the other work happening in the rest of the world. And I think Khufia is no less, and that whole world I've been introduced to by him.
Because interestingly, you were also supposed to do a couple of Hollywood projects, which you are at the moment. Then there's a Hollywood strike that takes place. So you find yourself caught between your Hollywood projects, which are put on hold, and doing a film like this. Are you finding that easy, making those transitions? Do you believe Indian filmmakers are as effective in their storytelling abilities as, let's say, the foreign filmmakers are, even in the spy genre with a film like Night Manager?
Yes. I think this, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I think this is at par with any other film. And like Sir said, even in the West, I don't think we've seen very few spy films and shows that have come out. There's The Spy on Netflix only, I think. But that's a series.
And the Americans, I think, there was a show called The Americans,
correct. Americans is, again, it's actually, that's
the Americans enjoyed doing spy films for the longest time and did a very, very good job of it.
But again, it's rooted. It goes to, it's about relationships. And then, of course, the suaveness of these spies, behind that. And that's fun.
Wamiqa, for a moment, we mentioned briefly Jawan, and I read somewhere that you're working with Atlee on his next film.
Yeah.
Yes, he's producing his first, and yeah, I am fortunate enough to be part of that film. Yes.
So that's interesting. You can sort of move between a Vishal Bhardwaj and an Atlee with, you're effectively crossing the divide, the great divide, that if there is any such divide.
Well, just different schools of filmmaking, different sensibilities, and I'm so happy that I've worked with directors like Vishal sir, or Vikramaditya Motwani, or Ranjan Chandel, or Atul Mongia sir. They all have just different sensibilities as a filmmaker. And I feel very fortunate to have worked with all of them, because they have helped me, with my emotionality and intelligence as an actor. And not all actors get to experience that. So I feel very, very fortunate. And I'm so happy that I've done 2 short films, 1 long format, and 1 film with Vishal sir. And I'm working with Atlee sir as well. So I am very lucky. I feel very fortunate.
One person who's not here, but is someone who's been very much part of your cinematic history, is Tabu. Every time I think of her, I think of you. You all have been able to put together a lot of great cinema. What makes her special? You sort of turn to her almost instinctively when you want to make a really good film.
वो बचपन का प्यार है एक्चुअली।
अरे वाह।
और आई थिंक सबका
अच्छा
होगा।
और बता दो फिर।
या टबू
हर एक डायरेक्टर का कोई एक म्यूज होता है।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल होता है, और वो बदलते भी रहते हैं, पर ये एक सोलमेट का रिश्ता है ये टबू के साथ, और बहुत पुराना। आप हम लोगों को काम करते हो साथ में। It's been like 29 years we have been working together. My first film was Marches, where I came as a music composer, and that film also changed world for both of us. For Tabu before that was not taken as a serious actor, and post that Tabu was a different, and I made my entry into Bollywood with Marches. So we have been working together, and there's a kind of understanding, trust, and love between us, which whenever we come together, because what I think, when we work on set, there's an energy, there is a vibe, and when that vibe is full of love, then we end up making good films. Even if we don't make good films, we remain so proud of our work. If that film doesn't succeed on box office, that doesn't matter. So that journey becomes so important. And with Tabu, that always happens, that the journey is so beautiful that you forget that what the result is going to be.
Because your other great soulmate, filmy soulmate, if I may call, was Gulzar Saab, your mentor in many ways. Have you shown Khufia to him? Do you take some of your cinema to Gulzar Saab and say, "Sir, मैंने ये film बनाई है, आप जरा देख लीजिए"? Is he someone who's like a sounding board for you?
Actually, more than that, he's more than my soulmate. मैं अक्सर बोलता हूँ कि वो एक जैसे बरगद का पेड़ होता है ना, वो पेड़ हैं और हम सब उनकी शाखाएं हैं, हम उनकी ब्रांचेस हैं। तो मैं तो उन्हीं से जना हुआ हूँ, मैं उन्हीं का हिस्सा हूँ, उन्हीं से निकला हुआ हूँ। पहले मैं उन्हें एप भी करता था, मेरे जेस्चर्स, पोस्चर्स सब उनकी तरह होने लगे थे। मेरी पोइट्री जो थी वो भी वैसी ही थी। बड़े कॉन्शियसली मैंने अपने आप को उनसे अलग किया, मैंने अपना रास्ता ढूंढा, तो मेरे लिए ज़्यादा मुश्किल काम था। ऑब्वियसली मैं कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं करता हूँ ज़िंदगी में जो उनकी इजाज़त के बिना ना हो, और जो उनके अप्रूवल के बिना ना हो। खुफिया, ही रेड एज ए स्क्रिप्ट, ही वॉच्ड as a film, and I wanted to make an espionage film for a very long time. और मैं हैदर के वक्त में मैंने हैमलेट में एस्पिनाज प्लांट किया था, क्योंकि मैं इतना ऑब्सेस हूँ और था एस्पिनाज वर्ड से। तो उन्होंने जब पढ़ा मेरा ट्रीटमेंट हैमलेट का, तो he asked me कि yeah, it's very good, but it's like a very regular CIA films, that US made. Where's the tragedy of Hamlet? What are you doing? Because he tells me that I exploit Shakespeare's name to my advantage, and I am a fraud, and my films are actually original films. I make it for the business purposes. I exploit Shakespeare, which I disagree. But he says that. So he said, but if you are saying Hamlet, where's the tragedy of Hamlet? And my first instinct was, maybe Guldar Saab is outdated now, he is not able to see what I'm trying to do in this espionage thriller. But later, when my ego came down and, my fever came down, so I realized that he's right. There is no tragedy, the tragedy of Hamlet, which is so strong, which affects us so badly when we watch a good performance of Hamlet. So that's where, I happened to read Basharat Peer's book, and, then and Heather happened, yeah.
It is not just taboo, but you've also, in a way, become an intrinsic part, Wamiqa, of anything that Vishal Bhardwaj increasingly does. What you've done, one short film, you've done a series, you've done the film, you're doing now Khufia. So you've done a lot of work with him. Tell us what he's like as a director. You see, he seems here, and I met him a few months ago, very quietly sitting at a breakfast table somewhere. The two of us met and chatted. He's a very quiet man when you meet him. Is he very different on a film set, very demanding? Tell us who the real Vishal Bhardwaj is.
Be careful.
Now, he won't give you the next film, but that apart, you can tell us honestly what he's like.
I always believe that जैसी फिल्म्स होती हैं ना, उनके जो फिल्म मेकर्स होते हैं ना, उनकी सोच उनकी फिल्म्स में आती है. वो जैसे इंसान हैं, वो जैसे अपनी फिल्म्स में, अपने लाइफ में जैसे लोगों को ट्रीट करते हैं, औरतों को जैसे देखते हैं, तो उनकी फिल्म्स में भी ना वो रिफ्लेक्ट करता है. And I've always loved all the characters, especially female characters written by Vishal sir. And that's how that's why I was saying that I'm fortunate that I've done so much work with him, played those strong female characters. And working with him, I realized that that's how he sees women, He sees them strong, he sees them flawed, but so much acceptance. I think for males के लिए generally ही acceptance होती है with flawed males, but for females, I think that's how he is. I have learned so much by working with him. मेरी लाइफ में जो एक हिस्सा बन गई है चीज़, जो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इस पे इन चीज़ों का ध्यान रखना है, which is always be kind, empathetic, more accepting. That's how he is. मैं इनके साथ जब जितना भी मैंने काम किया है, वो जिस तरह से सिर्फ एक्टर्स का ही नहीं, पूरे क्रू का ध्यान रखते हैं, सबको एक तरीके से. और ये सब बातें कई बार होती हैं कि सबको एक जैसे से ट्रीट करना, बट ही एक्चुअली इज लाइक दैट. तो इनसे ना वो बस वो ऐसे सादगी जो इनमें आपने उस दिन देखी होगी टेबल पे, वो ऐसे ही है. लेकिन ही इज अ लॉट ऑफ फन, ही हैज ग्रेट सेंस ऑफ ह्यूमर. तो कई बार डर भी लगता है कि आज कहाँ से सेंस ऑफ ह्यूमर का वो तीर बच जाएगा, बट इट्स अ लॉट ऑफ फन. इनकी फिल्म्स भी वैसी होती हैं, सीरियस, लेकिन ऐसी कॉमेडी होती है ना कि मतलब, तो दैट्स हाउ ही इज व्हाट हिज फिल्म्स रिप्रेजेंट.
He wants to keep his private life private in many ways, but Ali, while researching this, I found it very interesting that your wedding with Richa is going to become a documentary. No. You decided to put all your wedding festivities out there. Is that true? I mean, is that also on OTT? Is this part of OTT where you put let it all hang out there? First of all, am I right in saying that your wedding is going to be a documentary?
No, it's something we were dabbling with, and we'll
You're
speak about it
dabbling
later.
with? It's not coming out?
Not right now. Nothing right now. Nothing coming out right now.
It came out as almost like breaking news, and
yes, we are figuring things out, and hopefully we'll come out.
But at home?
But it's very different. It's
I
not
actually missed his wedding, so I'm really excited to see that.
No, I wanted to jump in that time when you were talking, and I wanted to say there's a maestro hiding inside Sir's head, who's playing this big concert. So it's a wild, wild mind that we've been, blessed with on sets, and to have someone like that is amazing, because you see the musicality come out. Of course, so his music is anyway very famous, but you see it in all the films, and in this film particularly.
But I just want to ask you, we won't go into the documentary, the wedding,
okay,
but the creative energy at home.
Yes.
You and Richa, just like he turns to Gulzar Saab for affirmation almost, ki yaar achhi picture banai hai, do you turn to Richa for have I performed well?
Yes.
And do you turn to each other in a way?
Yeah, it was my most nervous moment yesterday, she was watching the film. तो मैं तो wait कर रहा था 3 घंटा बाहर कि वो कब निकले. And her opinion really matters because I'm a big fan of her work and the way she interprets and reads roles.
And for you, what has been special about working with Vishal Bhardwaj?
I've been manipulated very well. It's very hard to do that. मतलब मैं हूँ, थोड़ा दिमाग है. And then, you know, someone like him comes and throws in a seed in the middle of a scene, and that scene just jumps out, and it takes a life of its own. And so many times between her and my characters, those scenes were very good already on paper, but then they sprang up. And it would take maybe one word coming from him on set, you know, कि यार ये सोच लेना. And it just becomes something. But again, I can go very, very deep into the craft of, you know, Vishal Bhardwaj, of how I interpret it and how we've seen it. But you know, that's another conversation.
You know, because Vishal, your journey and indeed the journey of many of this new generation of stars is quite incredible. Your own journey, music, to then turning to direction and production, but is central to what makes a successful OTT today more than music. It is actually stories. Has this given the writer finally the space that he or she deserves in cinema? Because if you saw the credit titles of the old films, the writer was never top. You know, it was always the director, even the music composer, but not the writer. Are we finally seeing cinema in the age of the storyteller, of the writer above all else? And that dialogue writer in particular is critical.
Yeah, it has, I mean, it happened very late, but it has happened. That, you know, the writers or like the showrunners and you know, it's written, created by the writers.
That's right. Hansal Mehta is the showrunner for all. Is the other one who's made this great. So, what is the showrunner now effectively the one driving the project?
Yeah, showrunner. That's why he's called the showrunner, and yeah, he drives everything. He वो पूरी teams को देखता है कि जहाँ writers की team क्या कर रही है, directors, because he doesn't even direct. He gets them directed by other directors, and it's a very strange thing. Rajdeep, she's giving you a note. Yeah, it's enough, she's saying.
Yeah, I'll tell you about the note in a moment. You carry on.
Yeah, so बड़ा कमाल की बात है कि एक 6 एपिसोड या 8 एपिसोड सीरीज में 3 डायरेक्टर्स होते हैं और 6 राइटर्स होते हैं और 2-3 म्यूजिक कंपोजर्स होते हैं, 2 एडिटर्स होते हैं, पर आपको एक उसको ऑर्गेनिक बनाना है कि वो एक ही इंसान की सोच लगे, एक ही इंसान का काम लगे, तो वो शो रनर का काम होता है, जो कि बड़ा मुश्किल काम है.
You know, the request that I've got here is for Vishal to sing one of his songs. That is your first.
No, he's lying. He has changed the note. Rajdeep, you have changed the note.
नहीं, ये देखो यार. Why do I get into trouble? Because in an age where, you know, I try to tell the truth, it's very difficult. Particularly to tell truth to power is even more difficult. You're not even powerful, so like some of our politicians, so you can oblige me. They won't.
नहीं, अच्छा है, चलिए, जो आपने पढ़ा वही बोला, ये भी अच्छी बात है जी. जी, तो मैं खुफिया का ये गाना सुना देता हूँ.
जरूर.
हे 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 ना होश चले ना जुनून चले, हे 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 दिल पर किसका कानून चले, हे 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 तो जान मेरी जान है तू, चल जैसे रगों में खून चले, हे 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 हे. Thank you.
Does he, during film shoots, treat you to something like this every night after a long shoot? Kabhi Kabhi. But it's wonderful that you've come here on this special day for you. New film coming out, a premiere, and already the reports that you get are terrific. And I've just seen the rushes, and I look forward to seeing the whole film. Vishal, Wamiqa, more power to you. And Ali, keep doing good work and keep the old college flag flying. From the age of Smita Patil and Shabana Azmi to the age of Ali Fazal. So,
well, मैंने भी 10 साल St. Xavier's में पढ़ा है, बॉम्बे नहीं, चंडीगढ़. But हाँ, मैं भी same ही tribe हूँ.
We'll embrace St. Xavier's Chandigarh very easily. We have a Xavier's collective across the country, but that's great. Of course, Vishal comes from Hindu college, and we will discuss that on another.
अर्नब स्वामी भी वहीं से ही हैं.
हाँ, वो अलग दिन पर अलग डेट पर हम उस पर भी बात करेंगे. But it's great to have all three of you on this special day. I wish your project very well, and may the power that you have of creativity continue to flourish. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
किसी ने गद्दारी की है हमारे साथ. We have a mole in the agency. रवि मोहन, वो है हमारा प्राइम सस्पेक्ट. वो एजेंसी के टॉप सीक्रेट डॉक्यूमेंट्स फोटोकॉपी करके ऑफिस से बाहर ले जाता है.
टेबल 2, टेबल 7, टेबल 3 है.
अब सारी फैमिली हमारी निगरानी में है.
Kim, push is back.
Everyone, hurry up. Where is this money coming from, yaar? Tell me the truth.
That's a secret. Operation Brutus will start tonight.
Oh, hell.
Portia has left the building.
Julius Caesar पधारे नहीं है अब तक. Ravi? Are you betraying your country? मुझसे वफादारी साबित करने के लिए उसने अपनी जान दांव पे लगा दी.
मेरी सोच इस देश की सोच से शायद थोड़ी आगे है. That's my crime, but I'm not a terrorist. I'm a bloody patriot.
24 घंटे दे रही हूँ, ढाका निकल जाओ. जिंदा आदमी बस एक मांस का टुकड़ा है आप लोगों के लिए. जब तक काम आता रहे तब तक एसेट, नहीं तो लाइबिलिटी. Let him die. वो बच गया तो तुम नहीं बचोगे. मुझे मालूम है आप कौन है. कृष्णा मेहरा, मगर हमारी दुनिया में KM. Smart. Krishna Mehra is KM.
Well, I'm sure that's piqued your curiosity enough for the next Vishal Bhardwaj film. Let me quickly call upon stage Tejashri Magdani, De Beers Forever Mark, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause. Team Khufia. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to session. Our guest for the next session was a little late, so we are going to just shift it post-lunch. Appropriating Gandhi, Ambedkar, lip service, or genuine invocation. That's our session after lunch.
from a land older than time, amidst the magnificent palaces, enveloped in the mystic fog, where the elusive tigers exude a timeless valor, comes India's finest yet, for connoisseurs of fine taste, Royal Ranthambore.
We also announced a short while ago we will not be having the Chief Minister, Mr. Eknath Shinde, today with us. He had to rush to Delhi for an urgent appointment with the Home Minister. He's attending a meeting there. So a cancellation, unfortunate at that. All right, let's begin with our session, Appropriating Gandhi and Ambedkar, Genuine Invocation of Ideas or Lip Service. I'd like to invite immediately our panelists on stage. Joining me, Mr. Manoj Mitta, journalist, author, Milind Kamble, founder, chairman, Dalit Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Narendra Jadhav, chief economist, RBI, advisor to the IMF, author of over 40 books, but 21 of them are purely on Mr. Ambedkar and in 3 languages at that. Also, may I call upon Mr. Tushar Gandhi, author and the great grandson of Mahatma Gandhi. Mr. Tushar Gandhi, thank you, sir. You've taken a very long train ride. No, not a problem, not a problem. His train got delayed for over 8 hours. He joins us after an arduous train journey. He's just coming directly from the train station. Thank you, all of you, for joining us this afternoon. Let's begin with Mr. Jadhav. Let's begin with you. Gandhi and Ambedkar, today intrinsic, indispensable part of India's political thought. To have Gandhi and Ambedkar by your side gives you moral currency in the eyes of people. And understandably, both the right, the left, the centrists want a piece of Gandhi and Ambedkar. But as we invoke him, as we try and appropriate him, do we truly emulate him is the question. And what is the true path to seek and the true address to the legacy of Mr. Ambedkar and Gandhi?
Thank you. Thank you for letting me join this distinguished panel. As far as appropriating Mahatma Gandhi and Dr. Ambedkar is concerned, one has to take a look at 2 aspects of that. Appropriation of a persona or appropriation of invocation in terms of invocation.
The mic a little closer. Can you all hear him at the back? Can you hear him at the back? Raise your hands if you can hear him. Okay, great. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Just a little closer.
When we are looking at appropriation of Mahatma Gandhi and Dr. Ambedkar, we have to look at it from 2 different dimensions. One is appropriation in terms of persona, and the second one is in terms of invocation of ideas. As far as appropriation in terms of persona is concerned, in respect of Mahatma Gandhi, what has happened is, for majority of Indian population, Gandhiji remains highly venerated as the father of the nation. That veneration has neither gone up or gone down. It has remained, it has not been waxed or waned over a period of time. However, there are 2 sections of society, at least 2 sections. One section which calls him father of appeasement. They have been very vocal talking against him. that has to some extent appropriation gone in the opposite direction of appropriation. Second is a set of society, a section of society, staunch Ambedkarites, who dislike him for Pune Pact that took place between Mahatma Gandhi and Dr. Ambedkar, for which they think that they have been a political loser. But on the whole, majority, veneration has remained more or less same. On the other hand, as far as Dr. Ambedkar is concerned, there is a complete transformation. There is a complete change in terms of appropriating Dr. Ambedkar's persona. The change has been simply phenomenal because people have now realized that Dr. Ambedkar's scholarship covers the entire spectrum of human rights. And therefore, what has happened over a period of time is that Dalits, every constituency has a large chunk of Dalits as well as OBCs, and politicians who are very conscious of that, they are inclined to, which is very obvious when such large chunk of people have their allegiance or sympathy for Dr. Ambedkar. For any political party which does not own Dr. Ambedkar today or does not list him among the top icons of the party, they are certainly going to lose Dalit votes and large part of OBC votes. So therefore, getting into that vote bank, there is a phenomenal change in terms of appropriation of Dr. Ambedkar as a phenomenon. As far as the second aspect is concerned, that is the invocation of ideas, let's talk about Mahatma Gandhi ji first and then about Dr. Ambedkar.
Okay.
As far as Mahatma Gandhi is concerned, I would surmise, my feeling is that mostly there has been a lip service and there has been a part invocation of ideas. If you, for example, take the 7 social sins that were given by Mahatma Gandhi: wealth without work, commerce without morality, politics without principle. All these have not been imbibed. All these have not been invoked. While Mahatma Gandhi remains as a moralist idol for the country as a whole, I think in terms of ideas, mostly there has been a lip service. Exception is the Panchayat Raj institutions which have been created in the last 75 years. That is clearly vindication or invocation of Mahatma Gandhi's ideas. As far as Dr. Ambedkar is concerned, as I was saying, people are realizing that Dr. Ambedkar's great scholarship, Dr. Ambedkar was an intellectual colossus, and his contribution spans the entire spectrum of human rights. And with the spread of education and with the emergence of a strong Dalit middle class, and with the government of Maharashtra and the government of India together publishing the works of Dr. Ambedkar, he has written 22 volumes, and each volume has several part volumes. So his huge contribution, that is recognized, and since his scholarship spans a very wide range of human rights perspective, more and more Dalits, remember that Dr. Ambedkar in his time could not get all Dalit castes together. But after his death, what has happened is that with the spread of education and so on, now all Dalit caste and in fact entire deprived community, deprived classes, deprived and underprivileged classes, they look at Dr. Ambedkar as a messiah, and that has led to more and more invocation of his ideas.
So invocation, yes, but as we invoke him, are we embracing both of them? Invocation, appropriation at one end is different than actually embracing and emulating. Tushar Gandhi, I'd like to bring you on this conversation. We talk about these two icons, these two stalwarts, whose own interpersonal relationship were as complex as what their legacy is. how do you view it in the current context where, they're suddenly back into the center stage on a national political level as well, be it the left, right, centrist, everybody wants to invoke them. Have we been able to emulate them truly?
Before I start into your question and answer your question, I will be guilty of paying lip service to both these great icons of Indian democracy if I don't begin with registering my strong condemnation of the draconian persecution of Indian independent media that has been launched by the government of India in the last couple of days, reprehensibly the day after Gandhi Jayanti. That itself shows how much we understand Bapu, because I think if they stand for anything, the two stand for liberty, freedom, and for the rule of law. And unfortunately, day by day, we are seeing the erosion of these values. So that is where the country stands. I think the problem is with, as far as Bapu goes, it's with people like me who have made it our life's mission to be identified as Gandhians. And we have done the greatest damage to him because we have allowed his deification to happen instead of allowing his ideology to be his legacy. And when that happens, I think the legacy and the ideals die out, because it's so easy to pretend to worship. Go abroad, go and get your photographs with all the statues and things, and then come back and sit with people who fire bullets at Bapu's image or abuse him, parliamentarians who abuse him. That is where the whole issue is with Baba Saheb. I'm sorry to say that, but just like Bapu, also with Baba Saheb, the hurdle to understanding that great person has been created by the politicization of his legacy into, it's so sad that such a titan is today viewed as a Dalit leader. He's the leader of this nation, he's the leader of this republic, he's the icon of our constitution, but you go and talk about him and he becomes a Dalit leader. And these are the things that we need to be aware of, how hypocritic we are in our worship, also how insincere we are in our worship, and how we reduce ideals into rituals and then corrupt them as much as we want. So I think that is what we need to talk about and need to introspect. While we are sitting over here, while we are intellectualizing the whole ideology, the forces of oppression are acting out there in society, playing out their agenda, enforcing their will. If we have to counter them, we, like Baba Saheb and Bapu, need to be out on the streets. And that is where the real homage to people like him would happen. Otherwise, it's mere rituals in a fancy manner or in a crude manner. And that's what we have done. That's why Bapu has been turned into a Mahatma, where Mahatma is nice to worship. Let's not study him. There are 100 volumes of his collected works gathering dust in every library where they are. And unfortunately, apart from the few, the same thing is going to happen with the collected works of Baba Saheb. The source of inspiration, the source of understanding, the source of learning, is being allowed to rot away on bookshelves. What kind of worship are we talking about? So I think lip service is the right thing, and that too insincere lip service is the way we should be describing what we have done to the legacy of both these great people.
Manoj Mitta, I'll come to you, sir. Manoj Mitta, there's a certain contradiction to it, and Tushar Gandhi has made a point, so I'm going to come right back to that question. Because, symbolism, totems, appropriation, all of that aside, but let's keep it in and take a look in the current context. He started the conversation about, certain journalists who've been raided. But where we look at it in terms of these journalists, in terms of certain activists, those who seemingly follow the Gandhian or the Ambedkarite philosophy or ideology, today some of them are facing sedition charges, some of them are being called anti-nationals. Do you read this dichotomy, the contradiction in the trends, and how do you analyze that? Because on the surface, we're eulogizing them, but in terms of certain positions that we take, political and otherwise, we are in contradiction to them.
Very well put. Sorry. Thanks, Preeti. That was very well put. And I'm happy to be following after Mr. Gandhi because of his gesture of expressing solidarity with the journalists who were raided the other day. Being a journalist, I can't but express gratitude to him for that. And the specific point you made about sedition. Yeah. Sedition represents one major issue of appropriation, because you may recall that Gandhi was himself a victim of this provision of sedition. He was himself tried and jailed on that charge. And one would think that after India attained independence, and Gandhi was not the only one, even Tilak and others were put behind bars on this charge. Right? It was a provision that was weaponized by the colonial administration, and one would think that once India was decolonized, this would be something that the Nehru administration or the subsequent administrations would do away with, right? And that's not what happened at all. So that itself shows how there is tokenism, there is insincere lip service, as he put it, and I would like to go a little, both Mr. Jadhav and Mr. Gandhi, gave the general context very well. I would like to go into the specifics of how each of the two major ruling parties that we have had, Congress and BJP, have appropriated these two historic figures in their own different ways because of their ideological...
They have their own approaches.
Yeah. So let me just dwell briefly on that. Gandhi was somebody who, especially towards the end of his life, he was all about Hindu-Muslim unity. And that was the cause for which he laid down his life, right? And that set the tone for the new republic, and it did help the Nehru administration and the Indira Gandhi government to an extent of keeping the communal temperature under control, right? But then we saw something like 1984 happening, where a pogrom was orchestrated in Delhi, and we saw how that led to the Congress party of the time under Rajiv Gandhi reaping an electoral harvest, right? And that set a template for the other side. BJP, in fact Maharashtra is the first state where post 92-93 violence, it was the combine of Shiv Sena and BJP that came to power because of their alleged role in the violence and so on. And then we saw something similar happening, post 2002 as well. The BJP under Narendra Modi coming to power with a thumping majority under the shadow of that violence, right? So we have seen that kind of travesty of Hindu-Muslim unity, or this communal harmony that Gandhi lived for and died for, and that was being violated in this manner in different ways by the two parties. Now, as far as Ambedkar is concerned, it is true that to Congress goes the credit of making him the first Law Minister of India. To Congress goes the credit of making him the chairman of the drafting committee and so on and so forth. But then once they fell out over the issue of Hindu Code Bill, he was completely marginalized, sidelined, so much so that it was many years after his death, when there was a non-Congress government at the center under VP Singh, they were the ones who gave him his due. They were the ones who made him, Bharat Ratna, and then his works, his writings, gained popularity since then. And that engagement with ideas only began then. And that's why his persona, his influence grew astronomically since then, right? But then the current dispensation, for instance, BJP, now they very selectively deal with certain aspects of him, which is his views on Islam as expressed in Thoughts on Pakistan, one of his many books. Or, how when he finally chose to give up Hinduism, he ultimately chose another, what they call Indic religion, that is Buddhism. And they express great appreciation for that. But what they overlook, and very conveniently so, is that the bulk of Ambedkar's writings were a very scathing critique of Hinduism, of Hindu customs, of even Hindu scriptures. His most famous tract, that is Annihilation of Caste, goes on to say that there are certain scriptures we need to excise, certain portions which valorize caste discrimination.
Or his understanding of nationalism,
Yeah.
very, very different for what it is in the
let
current
me tell you that also. Like, for instance, what he said about Kashmir. What, BJP has made a religion out of, as somebody said before me, you put him on a pedestal, you don't engage with his ideas because they are so inconvenient to you. So you create what Modi government very famously did was they created Panch Tirth. They made sites associated with him as some kind of a pilgrimage, right? Circuit, Ambedkar circuit it is called. 5 different places you can go to, right? But what they don't engage with is on this very hot button issue of Kashmir.
Right.
What exactly did Ambedkar say? He very clearly said that his prescription was, let us divide Jammu and Kashmir into 3 zones, Jammu and Ladakh, the Buddhist area and the Hindu area, and keep that to ourselves. And as far as the valley is concerned, which is predominantly Muslim, let us have a plebiscite.
Right.
And whatever is the outcome of that plebiscite, let us go by that. And that is what he said then. Now, one is not in the least suggesting that that's the solution we should adopt today. But these were the positions that these great men at different points of time took. So when you talk about Gandhi or Ambedkar, you have to look at them in totality. There were certain values which are inconvenient to these respective parties and they ignored.
And it cuts both ways, you're right there.
That's
And
how they are guilty of the charge of appropriation, which means that you selectively pick up what is politically
But it's
convenient
also
to you.
said, Mr. Mitta, to neutralize an ideology, it's best to appropriate it. But I'm going to, I'll bring in Mr. Kamble into this conversation. Just want to bring him in. Mr. Kamble, Ambedkar was a realist. He was an iconoclast. We've hero worshipped him, put him up on a pedestal, something possibly he wouldn't have ever wanted. For you, how do you reckon would be his true legacy? How do you view his true legacy?
मैं हिंदी में बात
आप
करता
हिंदी में बात
हूँ, ओके?
करिएगा। जी कामले।
तो डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जी को अगर हम पढ़ेंगे तो उन्होंने उनका जो काम है बहुत ही वेरियस फील्ड में उन्होंने काम किया है. ही वाज अ लॉ मेकर, ही वाज अ सक्सेसफुल लॉयर, इकोनॉमिस्ट और बहुत सारी चीजें हैं. तो पर्टिकुलरली ही वाज द बेसिकली स्टूडेंट ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स. बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर लंदन से पढ़ के आए, अमेरिका से वो पढ़ के आए. सभी जो डिग्रियां थी बाबा साहब की वो इकोनॉमिक्स में थी. व्हेन ही केम बैक ही बिकम अ प्रोफेसर ऑफ सोशियोलॉजी एंड इकोनॉमिक्स इन सिडनेहम कॉलेज. तो बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का जो इकोनॉमिक्स का जो काम है वह सबसे बड़ा है फॉर मी, मेरे लिए. और जो हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है दलित इंडियन चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री, जो कोर फिलॉसफी जो है जो इकोनॉमिक थॉट्स ऑफ डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर एंड इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ अ शेड्यूल कास्ट एंड शेड्यूल ट्राइब, इसके लिए अगर हम देखेंगे तो बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जी की जो लीगेसी है तो देयर आर 5 लीगेसीज जो है. वो एक सबसे बड़ी तो वो एजुकेशन लीगेसी है जिसमें वो खुद एक बहुत ही अच्छा उन्होंने एजुकेशन किया. एक स्कॉलरशिप पे जाके 2-2 डिग्री उन्होंने हासिल की. ओके, तो एजुकेशन. फिर उसके बाद में उन्होंने एक्चुअल इन प्रैक्टिकल पीपल्स एजुकेशन सोसाइटी उन्होंने इस्टेब्लिश की. सो दिस इज एजुकेशन लीगेसी वेयर वी फॉलो. देन देयर इज अ रिलीजियस लीगेसी for them. He converted, he embraced as a Buddhist. तो उन्होंने बुद्धिस्ट सोसाइटी ऑफ इंडिया इस नाम से एक इंस्टीट्यूट बनाई. दैट इज अ रिलीजियस लीगेसी जिसको हम कह सकते हैं. फॉर इज सोशल डिफेंस, उसके लिए उन्होंने समता सैनिक दल यह बनाई, तो उस सोशल लीगेसी उसको हम कह सकते हैं. और थर्ड इज अ पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, आरपीआई, रिपब्लिकन पार्टी. और इसमें जो फिफ्थ लीगेसी जो है, जो हम लोग फॉलो करते हैं एज अ डिक्की, दैट इज अ इकोनॉमिक लीगेसी जो है. और उनका जो काम है इस फील्ड में, डॉक्टर जाधव जी तो उन्होंने लिखा भी है, बुक्स भी लिखे हैं उन्होंने. तो बाबा साहब का जो काम है फॉर दी देश के डेवलपमेंट के लिए, व्हेन ही वाज अ लॉ मिनिस्टर, लेबर मिनिस्टर, पीडब्ल्यूडी और बहुत सारे इरिगेशन का जो काम उन्होंने किया है, ये सब हम सब लोग जो जानते हैं. तो एज अ इकोनॉमिस्ट he was a very successful professional lawyer. He used to trading shares in Bombay Stock Exchange. बॉम्बे के बहुत सारे कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिसेस के ही वॉज अ वेरी सक्सेसफुल कॉर्पोरेट लॉयर. तो एक एज अ प्रोफेशनल जो है उनको हम आइकॉन मानते हैं. और उनके जो आर्थिक विचार है, जो अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति के जो युवा है उनमें वो कैसे ट्रांसफॉर्म हो और एक इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट सोसाइटी में कैसा हो, इसके लिए वी वर्क विद एज अ चेंबर, उसके लिए हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं.
I'm going to just, I'm going to, a quick advice. We're running short of time, so let's try and keep our interjections a little short so we all get a word edgeways. But Mr. Jadhav, I'll come back to you on what we were also talking about earlier, which is you appropriate an ideology sometimes to neutralize it. Is it even possible that you have Gandhi and Ambedkar on the lips and Godse and Savarkar in your heart? Is this dichotomy real?
No. That's a very sensitive political question. I don't think I would like to answer that. But if you allow me, I would like to very briefly comment on some of the very interesting observations which were made by my co-panelists. First of all, why was Dr. Ambedkar not recognized as a national leader to begin with? There is a reason. In all the textbook, he has always been portrayed as a leader of untouchables. And very reluctantly, sometimes, in some sources, as an architect of the Indian constitution. That I say reluctantly because even that title was not given to him by Indian leaders. It was given to him by a foreigner who was the author of Pandit Nehru's biography. So we have been always marginalizing Dr. Ambedkar, and that has changed. So what has kept his legacy alive? His legacy has been kept alive over a period of time by simple people who sing songs. And if you look at the annual gatherings which take place on 6th December in Chaitya Bhumi in Mumbai, 20 lakh people come. And on 14th October in Nagpur, something of the similar order people come. And these are the people who worship him, who really have propagated his thoughts, ideas and continued his legacy. And now, with more and more knowledge available about the scholarship and broad sweep that Dr. Ambedkar had, his idea of nationalism was not only snatching the power from the British. His idea was to construct a democratic republic. And this is something which is catching on, and that is why more and more people are joining that bandwagon. And
but Mr. Jadhav, he also said the fetish to nationalism, the fetish of nationalism can be destructive. The fetish of nationalism can be destructive. It's something that was said by him.
No. We're talking about the idea that the Congress leaders always had of taking the power from the British rule. As opposed to that, Dr. Ambedkar's idea was to awaken the social conscience of Indian people and to create a society, create a society which is based on democratic republicanism. That was the idea. One more point that I want to make is that to Tushar ji said that the volumes written on Dr. Ambedkar would remain like volumes on Gandhi ji would remain in the library. I seriously disagree with that because I know for sure how these ideas are propagating. Now in n number of universities in India, there are centers to study Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's ideas, and more people are taking PhDs and doing higher studies on that. So that is unlikely to happen. One final point, what my friend Milind said about Dr. Ambedkar as an economist, I want to add that he was not only an economist in terms of being the most highly erudite economist of our country ever, but he was also a great economic administrator. And the point that he made, my friend Manoj Bhai made about the annihilation of caste, Dr. Ambedkar was in annihilation of caste. He said that we need to put explosives to the religious text. Why? Because they authenticate the caste system in our country. And that is why
I'm going to just quickly bring in, because we're running a bit short of time. So can I, with your permission, I just want to bring in Mr. Gandhi back into this conversation. Mr. Gandhi, the question that was a little sensitive for Mr. Jadhav, would you want to take that question? Is it a dichotomy to espouse values of Gandhi and Ambedkar, but on the lips, but where the heart comes, it's Savarkar and Godse?
Do I need to even answer that question? Because it's the reality that stares us in the face. You see it so transparently being practiced in the political circles who vie with each other to appropriate the legacies. But even while bowing their heads in Rajghat, though Nathuram is being worshipped, why do you think that Nathuram trends on 2nd October as the patriot of India and things? It is an orchestrated strategy that is being implemented, and this is a result of us having reduced all our icons to mere rituals and not actually adopting their ideology and putting it into practice. I can understand politicians. See, political parties work for electoral gains, and so wherever they see electoral gains, they adopt those policies, and so for everything their attention or their adoption becomes fleeting. And so I can understand that. But what about the people who don't get tired referring to Baba Saheb as the father of the Constitution, and a few who now still refer to Bapu as the father of the nation? What are we doing for both those legacies when we see that the greatest legacy of the two, the idea of India, is being so effectively corrupted and obliterated? Are we doing anything to save that legacy? If not, then isn't this a whole era of mere lip service for everything, for every issue? It's just a superfluous, glossy thing. You look at the end of G20, the ceremony at Rajghat. It was so glitzy and so devoid of emotions and honesty. But everybody was impressed by the orchestrated drill. You know, beating the retreat is not that rehearsed at Rashtrapati Bhavan by the military.
But there were solid takeaways from there. In terms of diplomatic takeaways, there were solid takeaways from there. But that's a matter of different debate.
No, I'm not talking about diplomatic takeaways. I'm talking about the ritualization of the legacy at Rajghat. It was the most current example of how trivialized it has been made.
I want to bring in Mr. Mitta, one final comment, because we run out of time. In terms of what their thoughts were on religion, nationalism, inclusiveness, would Ambedkar and Gandhi today be seditious and anti-nationals, or judged by a certain lot in that?
Absolutely. They would be in Tihar.
It's questions for you, Mr. Mitta. No, sir, no problem. Go.
Yeah, I mean, this is your question is answered by the fact that the preamble to the Constitution that we all swear by, the word, the thought relating to fraternity, in giving due place to the dignity of the individual, and about fraternizing, of being inclusive, is something that was introduced by Ambedkar in the preamble. He had a major role in that, and he believed that without fraternity, there would be no liberty and equality. I mean, there would be no meaning to that, right? And many of those thoughts are today being undermined with impunity, as evident from the fact that, what was considered communalism around the time of independence because of Gandhian influence, today passes off for nationalism, Hindu nationalism. The way you otherize the other community, the way you get away with this kind of hate rhetoric, this exclusive politics. So all this is evidence of appropriation. Appropriation is all about insincerity, right? So when you pay lip service to Gandhi and Ambedkar on the one side, what you very aptly said, you have Gandhi on your lips, but Godse in your heart. I mean, this dichotomy is most evident in the way, politics is playing out today. The hate has been valorized and has mainstreamed, has been normalized, and hate rhetoric leads to hate violence too.
Mr. Jadhav doesn't agree. I've run out of time, but Mr. Jadhav, you have 10 seconds to interject, and then we're going to close the session.
I want 30 seconds to make a point.
30 seconds, sir. Yes, 30 seconds.
Okay. What I would like to add finally is that there are very few unifying factors in India today, in today's social and diverse cultural fabric. There is a communal divide on the basis of caste and religion. There is the ideological divide, tradition versus modern. There is the class divide, left and right. With all these divisive influences, leaves Indian Constitution as the only rallying point for all the diverse tendencies which are forced to come together. And who is associated with the rallying point of Constitution is Dr. Ambedkar, and that is why Dr. Ambedkar is the rallying point for all the political parties today.
Well, and also,
add that Ambedkar was in the Constituent Assembly playing that important role because of Gandhi's intervention.
Exactly.
He was responsible for entrusting that responsibility to Ambedkar.
And it cuts both ways, because we've seen appropriation from the right, left and center, but in appropriating, have we truly embraced Gandhi and Ambedkar? We leave it for, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you to decide. We're going to leave you with that thought. Thank you, all four of you, for joining us. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Preeti. Can I invite on stage Mr. Rahul Ganpule, Darwin Platform Group of Companies, to hand over a token of appreciation to our speakers here. A warm round of applause.
All right, let's move on to our next session, ladies and gentlemen. What Women Want, Breaking Taboos on Female Pleasure and Desire. This session sponsored by Radico Khaitan. Also, a quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we had 4 authors today on stage. They're outside. If you enjoyed the session, you want a book signing, it's right at the pre-function area. They're available there. They'd be signing the book. Some of them very, very interesting. All right, to take it from here, let me invite our session's moderator, Akshita Nandgopal, Deputy Editor, India Today.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a very, very interesting conversation, one that may make you a bit queasy, a bit awkward in your seats over the next 30 minutes. But we're now having on stage the team of Thank You for Coming. A big round of applause for all of the girls. Come on up. That we've been seeing on social media. All of you have been painting social media red. But give it up for the team of Thank You for Coming. We've got Bhumi Pednekar, Kusha Kapila, producer Riya Kapoor, Dolly Singh. We've got Shibani Bedi and finally Shehnaz Gill. Big round of applause for all of them for joining us here this afternoon. Congratulations. We've been hearing great things about the film so far and we're glad we've got all of you together. Bhumi, beginning with you. Yeah. When I saw the trailer, the very first image that it opens up with, and it has, you full screen there. Yeah. And that's when I realized, wow, this film is bold, it's out there, it's not holding back. Yes. What did it take for you to sign this movie? When it came to you, did you have some apprehensions?
Not at all. It honestly didn't take much at all. Riya got in touch with me. I heard the narration. She refused to give me a one line. She's like, no, hear it. I heard it and I was like, thank God this film came my way. Because, I've honestly waited long enough to do a front-footed comedy because I'm sick and tired of just see the boys have all the fun. You'll always see men headlining sex comedies specifically. And I was like, yeah, let's bring it on. It's genre breaking. I feel like the work that Riya has done in the past as well, she has kind of restarted the chick flick genre. And because of the work that I've done in the past, which has been really rooted within a small town India, I was really waiting for that one script that would kind of break the image. Because I was sick and tired of people also asking me, do you feel stereotyped? Do you feel you've been boxed, etc., etc.? And I was like, yes, I do. But I had to break it with the right script. And this was that film.
So now you're playing a modern Indian woman.
Absolutely. Again, trying to break stereotypes with the film. The film stands for a lot more than just women wanting sexual pleasure. That is, the film has various themes. And honestly, being a part of it was extremely empowering because, there are so many things that maybe we can't speak about openly, but then cinema eases the whole conversation out for us. I watched this film with my mother yesterday.
I was going to ask, very often they'll be like, Parivar kya kahenge?
Parivar ko bahut maza aaya. Dolly's mom actually said this, ki soch badi honi chahiye. This is that film. This film has a huge heart. The thought of it is bold, but there's nothing that will make you feel like, ye kya kar rahe? Point. We're just not trying to make a point. It's a comedy. आपको हंसाते हंसाते ये फिल्म बहुत चीजें कह जाएगी and honestly it's just representation. I've not seen imperfection, women that are imperfect shown on screen often. My character, she's a mess because I'm a mess. We all are a mess. We have good days, we have bad days, we make mistakes, we have heartbreaks, and yet we are out there giving our love life another chance, and most times it's again broken again. It's just a circle, and there are these 5 wonderful characters, and we all have done a phenomenal job. I mean, a large number of people have already seen the film internationally and within India, and they feel the same, that we have done a good job, so fingers crossed.
I've been seeing some of the reviews and they're really amazing. Ria, you've become a champion of sorts of women out there in Bollywood because of all your films. Khoobsurat, Veere the Wedding, thank you for coming now. Are you the only one who's put the focus clearly on women, saying, hey, I'm going to do women-centric films now?
Honestly, can you hear me? Is this working? Yeah. Honestly, I just always found the women in my life, like my mom's friends, Pammi auntie, Farah, and all, so funny. Like, I find that generation of women to be my inspiration, if I'm very honest with you. Women who are now, I would say my mom's what, 67? I think that generation, women in their 50s, like Maheep's age, for example. I don't know if you guys know my aunt Maheep, she's the most entertaining one
How
on
could we
Bollywood
not?
Lives.
We've all seen her.
Bollywood-wise, you know, and I mean, you can't, I don't know a single person that's grown up around women and girls all their lives, sisters and your mom's friends and all, and you're like, you know, actually, women aren't funny. They're hilarious. And when a woman decides to land a joke, man, she can land it. She can... I have sat around in, you know, my mom and my dadi's rummy sessions and seen them land story after story like they are like professional stand-up comics, you know. And that to me is my main inspiration. And then the reason I decided to make these movies is A, it's good business, because if there is a market open that nobody wants to touch and you know that all these people are going to go see it, why would you not do it? Why would you do what everybody else is doing? And second of all, honestly, I like working with girls. I find them to be more passionate, clearer, less egotistical, more efficient, and this is just my experience. And I just enjoy working with a team of women. I find them to be very, you know, fixed on the same goal. They come together much easily, you know, much more easily. And so yeah, I've always enjoyed that. And now I think once I made Khoobsurat with Sonam and Fawad, I think as I was making that movie, I realized that, you know, I think this is my purpose. Like, I think this is what I'm supposed to do, because Khoobsurat was a, you know, everyone's like, why do you always make all these sex movies? And I'm like, first of all, what's your problem? And second of all, actually, there was just one scene in Veere the Wedding with Swara that people found a certain way. But before that, I literally made a fairy Disney movie. And before that, I made Aisha, you know. So it just shows how easily people will like put a label on you. But while I was making this movie, Khoobsurat, it was about this girl who didn't need a fairy godmother or a makeover or to change everything about herself to find the man that she was supposed to be with or that she wanted to be with and to be with him. And I found that really inspiring, because every fairy tale has taught you that if you change everything about yourself and you go to the ball in your gown, then your prince will appear. But why can't he just appear when I'm sitting in my chappals? You know what I mean? So I think that's the movie where I knew that I'm supposed to do this, and it was just energy that drove me. And I really, like, even if you watch this movie, it's just so fun. I just feel like it just liberates you, man, woman, whatever, while you watch it.
I think we can all say from all the women out there, thank you. Because you're ensuring that we feel represented. You're ensuring our issues are heard as well. There's one point that you made about how amazing it is to work with women. Yeah. Shibani, you know, if you could come in on this as well, because I heard Bhumi immediately say, we're more secure. But inevitably what happens is, you know, there's this whole narrative of cat fights. Right. There's this narrative of competition, and that's always only about women. Right. Tell us about your experience on set with so many women.
So I think from the first day I walked on set to this day, I feel like the women who are a part of the movie, starting from Ria to the writers, to the actors, to even, you know, the people on the crew, I think we were each other's driving forces. As Bhumi very rightfully put it, there was no competition, there was no insecurity. I think when we started with the readings and the look test and all, me, Dolly, Bhumi, initially it was just the three of us, and then everybody else
came in later. Like, you know, we met Kusha at the reading and then Shahnaz happened. I think once we started the shoot. And I think Bhumi set the vibe of being a sisterhood, which I think has carried us forward to this day. Like, there are so many days when, you know, the schedules are longer, we are working 20 hours or something. But I think just having these girls around, having Riya around, everybody's energy just keeps us going. So, surprisingly, as opposed to popular opinion, like, working with these girls was actually the best part about being a part of this project, you know.
Like today, our Shahnaz is not well.
Yeah.
So
I
now
know.
you see everybody will become Shahnaz and answer the question.
No, what I've been seeing since they came in is that Shahnaz, by the way, is unwell, but she's ensured that she's still here.
She's a
which is
trooper.
amazing.
She's
which
a
is just
brave,
amazing.
brave girl.
Because I've been seeing how weak she is. She's been struggling to get up from the lounge and come all the way here. But what I saw is all of them rally behind her. You know, stand with her, hold her hand, walk like an army with her and bring her here. But thank you, Shahnaz, for ensuring that you're still here through your illness. It means a lot to us and it speaks volumes about you as well. But aap bataiye humko, because you're someone who takes on trolls head on and several times. तो आपके लिए सोशल मीडिया पे आपने वो मैसेज भेज दिया और आपने शायद सबको इंस्पायर भी किया है उसके वजह से.
कौन से मैसेज?
जब आप ट्रोल्स को मतलब एक फिटिंग मैसेज देते हो ट्रोल्स को आपके सोशल मीडिया अकाउंट्स पे.
अच्छा, वैसे तो मैं ट्रोल्स को मैसेज का रिप्लाई नहीं देती. मुझे लगता है मैं साइलेंस इज़ द बेस्ट रिप्लाई एंड मैं साइलेंट ही रहती हूँ. बट मैं किसी से भी जब बात करती हूँ, कोई मीडिया वाला होता है या कोई भी, वो मुझे अक्सर यही सवाल पूछते हैं, आप ट्रोल्स के साथ कैसे डील करते हो. तो मैं ऐसे डील करती हूँ कि बताना पड़ता है उनको वैसे तो, बट मेरा मन नहीं करता बताने का. वो फिर रूड लगता है अगर ना बताए तो. वैसे मैं साइलेंट रह के करती हूँ रिप्लाई, बट अगर मैं साइलेंट ना रहूँ तो मैं जस्ट उनके देखती हूँ कमेंट्स जो भी मेरे नीचे आते हैं. जैसे हमारी मूवी में रिया कपूर मैम ने हमारी स्टाइलिंग की है, तो लोगों को बहुत बड़ा एक शॉक लगा हुआ है कि शहनाज ऐसे कपड़े क्यों डाल रही है, इतने छोटे छोटे कपड़े क्यों डाल रही है. तो मुझे लगता है कि लोगों को पहले तो अपनी सोच बदलनी चाहिए कि कपड़े चाहे छोटे हो, कपड़े चाहे बड़े हो, हाँ, उनसे कभी भी जज मत करो. मुझे मिलो, मेरे साथ 2 मिनट बैठो, मेरे फैन ना होगे ना तो मेरा नाम बदल देना. और मैं कमेंट्स भी पढ़ती हूँ लोगों के, मैं ट्विटर भी पढ़ती हूँ, मैं नेगेटिव कमेंट्स पढ़ती हूँ और मुझे वो बहुत मोटिवेट करते हैं.
अच्छा, आपको बुरा नहीं लगता है जब ये
बुरा लगता है, लेकिन बाद में मेरा ऐसे फ्लिप होता है कि यार अच्छा है, हेट उनको ही मिलता है जिन्होंने कुछ कमाया होता है, और तूने इतना कमा लिया है ना. जितने भी बड़े लोग हैं उनको सबको हेट ही मिलता है. तो इट मीन्स तू बहुत बड़ी होगी है. और मैं उनको पॉजिटिव वे में लेकर आगे काम करती जाती हूँ और मैं उल्टा करती हूँ उनका हमेशा.
Yeah. You know, Shahnaz has faced it, you faced it, Bhumi, Kusha, you faced it as well. How do you take it in your stride and move on? Because this inevitably happens to women on social media a lot. You're an influencer, transitioning, of course, into Bollywood, into acting. As someone who's an influencer, has such a big reach on social media, how do you deal with these kind of challenges? You know, even your personal life was something that was widely discussed. Mud was slung at you constantly.
I actually allot a certain time of the day to crying and feeling bad about it. I gave it exactly half an hour and then I move on with my life. Because there is so much to do. I was honestly bullied into sharing my personal news. This is the first time I'm sharing that. I was 100% bullied into sharing it. But I'm glad I shared it on my own terms. I did not want anyone else to share my life and my personal information with the world without consulting with me or anything. So I think you have to put blinders on. There is a reason we're here. We're sitting on a panel, you're asking us questions. We have such prolific people in the room We have attention of the world. We are bringing out a film. These are important things. It doesn't happen for everyone. So at some point you have to realize the importance that you're sitting on and be in the service of that. So I always advise crying. I don't believe in like fake positivity. I feel like it's okay to feel bad. It's okay to like take that little time off, allot it that time, and then just kind of move on with the work that you're here to do. I've come to the city to do something. I have dreams. I have certain aspirations for myself, and I will not stop until I achieve those.
There's this narrative, though, that women for some reason are answerable, where men aren't. And I'm sure you've also witnessed that experience, that it's unfortunate, but that's the reality of it. Do you see that changing but now? Is that changing, that, you know, they don't, they at least keep us on a level pedestal on social media?
I think women in just general are entertaining. People love to watch us. So if they even want to hate on us, I think it's something that's entertaining for them. It just makes for better news. I guess we sell headlines, we sell news. So congratulations to the ones who are putting us on thumbnails. We are doing the work for you. Thanks.
And I also think that in general, it's very weird, and I see this with my mom every day. My mom is a housewife, right? But she's also done some amazing businesses. But somehow the responsibility of making everything okay, like is everybody okay? Is everything at home okay? Is the family okay? You know, comes on the mother. It's just natural. You're supposed to make sure everything is going okay with even your husband's side of the family, even your son's family, even this, even that. Like I see my mother checking with everybody. Did you wish your grandmother on her birthday? Did you do this? Did you do that? Have you done that right? You know, there's a Rakhi dinner. You must go there. You must do this. And she's taking it all on. And she's trying to keep the peace. So whether it's in our homes, whether it's in somebody else's home, somehow the responsibility always falls on us. And in this time where we are kind of breaking out into forget about what our role is supposed to be, but what we want our role to be, what we want our function to be, it all becomes a little, you feel like you're taking so much on, you're overwhelmed. And I feel like girls and boys need to be aware of the fact that predefined roles and predefined conditioning is something that's harming all of us, you know.
Very true. Let's talk about the movie and the message it sends across. Dolly, if I can bring you in on this. When you say thank you for coming, I'm sure people didn't realize exactly what you meant till they saw the trailer. You know, sex comedies, and this is something that Bhumi also mentioned, for the last many years has been only about men. Their issues, what they want, their desires, etc. So this is, in my sense, the first film that's actually focusing on what women want. Why did you decide to come on board this film? What's your character like? And were you a little hesitant because of the issues it raises?
I mean, see, first of all, we've just started to act. So for me, just the opportunity in itself was huge to be able to be a part of a Riya Kapoor film. You know, with such fantastic script, was an opportunity I would jump on any day. Of course, you know, initially when we do auditions, we get some scenes, so you have a slight idea, you have a synopsis, so you have an idea of where it's going to go. But when I got the script, I was sold, because the script is written by two women, Radhika Anand and Prashasti, and you can see the reflection, you know, you can see that it's every woman's story. It's a story that you will really, really like sit with and feel like, oh God, this is my story, this is what I've been through. So to say no to a script like that would definitely be a crime. And I'm extremely glad that movies like these are being made these days, and we are starting, you know, this culture of making such movies and talking about things that were considered taboo and considered like, you know, like just like shush about it. You know, I've seen my mother talk about things, but there's like code words, or she would like, "Badon ki baatein ho rahi hai, jao yahan se," and all of that. So to finally bring it to the forefront is amazing. Of course, I was a little nervous, especially coming from the background that I come from, given the kind of parents I have. Because they come from a, you know, very kind of different background, and I was not sure how they would react actually.
So how did they?
I took them for the premiere, and I was like, okay, this will be my, you know, litmus test, and then we'll see how this strata of the society will react. Why my mother comes from a village, my father comes from a village. They've not had that kind of education. So I was a little worried, but I was like, okay, I'll just sit with them and see. But they were so involved in the film. I feel like, see, comedy is also such a good way to say things which, you might find awkward and intense sometimes, but with jokes and just comic timing and everything else just becomes more, easy to digest. So my parents had a lot of fun. They had a lot of, my mother was reacting to everything and out loud. There was no awkwardness. I was actually being awkward, like sitting with them. I was worried what they would say. But they were really into it and they enjoyed the film through and through. And like Bhumi said, my mom was like, apni soch badi honi chahiye. After that, it doesn't matter. So
that's amazing.
Extremely, extremely grateful for the opportunity.
We hope that's the response across also when everyone watches the film. Shehnaz, आपको क्या लगा? क्या आपको थोड़ा सा awkward लगा ये सब topics के बारे में? जैसे भूमि बोल रही थी कि हमेशा आप घर में अगर ऐसे बात करते हैं बोलते हैं गंदी बात मत करो. तो क्या आपको वो awkwardness लगा जब पहले आपने सुना ये?
मुझे गंदी बातें अच्छी लगती. मैंने बोला ना मुझे उल्टा करना ही पसंद है सब. जो लोगों को नहीं पसंद वो मुझे पसंद आता है. और मुझे सीधी सी बात है, मुझे बॉलीवुड में काम करना है. पहला तो यही रीज़न है. और जब मैंने सुना कि रिया कपूर प्रोडक्शन में काम करने को मिल रहा है और एक अलग कैरेक्टर करने को मिल रहा है, तो वो मुझे था कि यस मज़ा आएगा. कर तो मैं वैसे भी लेती बिना सुने भी स्क्रिप्ट कोई भी होती, क्योंकि मेरा ड्रीम है, मुझे बॉलीवुड में कुछ करना है. एंड मुझे लगता है कि ये मेरी शुरुआत है एंड स्टेप बाय स्टेप मैं आगे बढ़ना चाहती हूँ लाइफ में. एंड किस्मत वाली हूँ कि रिया कपूर, अनिल कपूर, एकता कपूर, इनके साथ काम करने को मिला. एंड ये जो टॉपिक है ना, टॉपिक मुझे लगता है ये डिस्कस होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. बनते हैं वैसे तो इंग्लिश मूवीज़ बहुत बन चुकी है, बट इंडिया में बननी भी ज़रूरी है. तो इसलिए ये अच्छी बात है कि कोई ना कोई स्टेप ले रहा है एज अ वुमेन.
तो क्या आपने इस फिल्म के पहले और इस फिल्म के बाद आपने कुछ नया सीखा?
नया? नहीं, मुझे पता था सब.
कुछ नया शब्द कुछ नहीं.
हाँ, एक्टिंग ये सीखा. वैसे मुझे पता था, बट एक्टिंग में मैंने ये सीखा कि अभी तुझे बहुत काम करना है. एज एन एक्टर तुझे इम्प्रूवमेंट करनी है. जैसे मैंने मूवी देखी तो मुझे लगता है कि अभी बहुत कमियां हैं तेरे में. एज एन एक्टर तुझे अभी इम्प्रूवमेंट करनी है. तुझे क्लासेस, तुझे ट्रेनिंग लेनी चाहिए अगर सच में एक्टर बनना है. तो ये मैंने सीखा.
100 on 100 for honesty there from Shehnaz. I'm sure you've seen Kusha and Dolly's work on social media as well. They're huge influencers. They're known also for the act that they do where they represent South Delhi girls essentially. So Kusha and Dolly, what I want you guys to do for us here at the India Today Conclave is have a conversation as South Delhi girls on the premise of thank you for coming. If one of you, that is, faked an orgasm.
Faked an orgasm. I love it.
You can choose whoever wants to be that.
Hello everyone, I'm Billy from One Jorbag, and it's a privilege that you guys can watch me right now. It's your privilege, it's not mine. As you know, I live in One Jorbag, generational wealth. And I tell Shania, my beautiful niece, who's also lost in life a little bit, but I'll help you find yourself, my beautiful Shania, that I don't like anything fake. Not my solitaires, not my land. Varna मैं छतरपुर में रह रही होती, नहीं मैं One Jorbag में रहती हूँ. I don't like illegal land, illegally sourced diamonds, और मुझे orgasms भी fake पसंद नहीं है. I like the real deal, because I am the Billy. What do you say, Shania? So मैं Shania को यही बोलती हूँ कि relationships और boyfriends चाहे fake रखो, orgasm has to be pure. Yeah?
Hi everyone, कैसी है? Actually मेरी हिंदी थोड़ा ऐसी है. सुनीता अभी सुनीता लेके आओ ना बेल पेपर मंगा कैप्सिकम. Anyway, तो मासी मेरी थेरेपिस्ट है, वो मुझे सब सिखाती है, सब कुछ एक्चुअली सिखाई है.
It's a struggle.
स्टेप टू स्टेप. पर मासी ने मुझे हमेशा एक चीज जरूर बोली है कि जितना आपकी पर्सनालिटी फेक हो उतनी अच्छी बात है.
Yes.
बस ऑर्गेज्म आपका रियल होना चाहिए.
Real. Always.
So everywhere I go, मैं हमेशा कोशिश करती हूँ to seek out real orgasm like Masi.
Yes, always. I don't settle.
Yeah.
I don't settle bills until the deal is real.
Yeah, so if a boy is there in my room और कुछ भी हो रहा है, तो actually now ऐसा हो गई है कि boys have started to fake it.
Yes.
क्योंकि वो मुझे please ही नहीं कर पाती.
हमने status quo को ही quo कर दिया है.
Yeah.
So that's what we believe in. And Shania, I'm very proud of you. You are exactly in my footsteps, completely Delulu. And Delulu is the state of mind we like to be in. Yes, offense to all of you sitting here. Because it's a tough crowd that doesn't laugh very easily. So you better laugh for us. Show up for us, please. And when I can be the Billy of my own life, men need to be the Billa of their own lives and show up for us. It's about time. And what is this sex comedy? It's just comedy. And then the sex will also be there if you want to come watch. Thank you.
Amazing. Give it up for Kusha and Dolly, please. Bhumi, is this what we want in real? This kind of a conversation to happen in a living room?
But we have this conversation, just that girls are having it all the time within themselves. And now we are going to have it with everyone. Guys, look, we like it as much as they like it. Okay? So let's just be clear about that. And that's what it is. That's what the film's about.
You know, I was having a conversation with someone about this topic, and one of the issues that came up, Shibani, is also about relationships that women get into. But
Right.
do we kind of, you know, bring our worth down, settle down for some men, and does this largely happen with successful, thriving women?
Sadly, but yes, most of the time. And I feel like through the course of, you know, empowerment or the journey of women coming into their own, whatever, like I feel like through the course of time, I feel like women have utilized whatever opportunities they got, whatever equity they got in the world, and shown time and time again that if they are given an opportunity or they are given opportunities the same as men, they can actually outdo them. And the downside of that is a woman who knows her worth, a woman who understands her place in the scheme of things or the things that she has worked towards and, you know, achieved, sometimes also gets to a place where they don't want to settle for bare minimum. And that actually then leaves a lot less room for maybe finding a match, I guess, because for the longest time, men have been getting away with bare minimum and women have been putting up with that. And it's not like that cycle has broken because, you know, you have to choose from whatever you have. No offense, guys. I still think you're awesome. Hashtag not all men. But yeah, I mean, it's maybe over time. That's the reason why sometimes it gets a little tough to, you know, just get something that checks in all the boxes.
And can I also come in here quickly? Like the film, you know, the orgasm term and there's a sex comedy, like all of those terms are what they have attached themselves to the film. We just want to tell a story, right? It's a beautiful story written by women. Shout out to Radhika Anand and Prashasti Singh, who are our writers. They have written this beautiful film, and while it does address the topic of orgasm, it's a larger commentary on the position of women needs in our society. Where do we place them in the grand scheme of things? Do we even care about them? This topic should be as normalized as anything. If men were coming out with something that was talking about sex, it'll not be called a male sex comedy. But we love to box women in, and that's not okay. So this is a beautiful story that addresses the issue of orgasm, but talks about many deep layered things that lead you to that output where women are not having an orgasm. So we're just helping. This is actually a film in public service, I would say.
An NGO film, if you will. Shehnaz, my final question to you. हम अभी इस सेशन में इतना खोल के बात किए हैं इस many issues के ऊपर जो मतलब फिल्म में भी बात कर रहे हैं. क्या आपको लगता है कि इसके बाद जो भी मतलब फिल्म देखकर वापस घर जाते हैं पूरा ओपन सा एक कॉन्वर्सेशन होगा परिवार में? क्या आपके परिवार में ऐसे कॉन्वर्सेशन होता है?
मेरे परिवार में तो होता है, पहले से ही होता है, इसीलिए मैं इतनी बिंदास हूँ. मैं तो अपनी मम्मी, भाई, उनके साथ हमेशा हर बात शेयर करती हूँ, हर बात. इसीलिए वो मेरे फ्रेंड्स हैं. पहले फ्रेंड्स है, फिर मेरा वो भाई है, फिर मेरी वो माँ है. मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि नहीं, अभी नहीं खुल के बात करेगा कोई भी. अभी भी जब मूवी देखने जाएंगे, सोच इतनी जल्दी नहीं बदलने वाली लोगों की. बट यस, इस मूवी के थ्रू थोड़ा सा खुल सकते हैं. बट ये नहीं हो सकता कि वो बहुत लोग हैं वो ये भी बोलेंगे कि यार ये ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है, ऐसे क्यों दिखाया, ऐसे बात क्यों की. बट हाँ, शुरुआत हुई है, अच्छी शुरुआत हुई है कॉमेडी के थ्रू. अच्छा मैसेज है, देख के आओ, फन होगा. और धीरे 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 धीरे, जैसे मैं बोल रही हूँ ना, स्टेप बाय स्टेप आगे बढ़ता है इंसान, ऐसे ही एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ेगा. अभी OMG आई थी, वो भी एक बहुत अच्छा टॉपिक था. उसके बाद अब ये जो थैंक यू फॉर कमिंग मूवी आ रही है, इससे भी आपको कुछ ना कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा. इसके बाद मुझे लगता है और बननी चाहिए मूवीज ऐसी. अगर बनेगी तो लोगों की धीरे धीरे ग्रोथ होगी, क्योंकि जो वो शुरू से हमारे अंदर जो ट्रॉमास है ना, वो जल्दी निकलने वाले नहीं है. उसकी थेरेपी कंटिन्यू करनी पड़ेगी. जल्दी टाइम, इतनी जल्दी समझ नहीं आएगी लोगों को. ये शर्म रहेगी. हाँ, अब क्या बोलूं, इन्होंने बोल दिया सब.
Stepping stones, essentially. That's what we're seeing. Thank you very much, ladies. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here at the India Today Conclave. We've got some amazing music, by the way, in this movie as well. So I'm going to let you ladies take the dance floor as we play out one of the bigger hits of the movie. A big round of applause, please, for the team of Thank You for Coming. Come on, girls.
Basu, Head Marketing, Radico Khetan, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to these stunning ladies on the stage. Thank you. All right, let's quickly get into our next session, Evolution of Indian Markets, Past, Present and Future. This session sponsored by Motwani Jadeja Foundation. To take it from here, let me invite on stage session's moderator, Saurav Mazumdar, editor, Business Today. May I also call upon Mr. Ashish Chauhan, CEO, National Stock Exchange of India, Chancellor, University of Allahabad, our panelist for the session.
So Ashish, that is a tough act to follow, given the previous session and the energy there. But we'll do our best, that's a promise. And we have with us here somebody who's seen it all in the stock markets in that sense. I must say, Ashish and I go back many years. In the mid-90s, when I first met him, Ashish was one of the brightest sparks in the newly set up NSE team under Dr. R.H. Patil. He's still a very bright young person. Only difference is, today he's the MD and CEO of the world's third largest stock exchange, the National Stock Exchange. In the interim, Ashish has done a lot of things. He's also been the MD and CEO of the Bombay Stock Exchange. And he's also been the CEO of Mumbai Indians before that. And now, of course, he's heading NSE. So, Ashish, to start off, I'd like to ask you, over your journey as, you know, having covered the stock markets, having watched the stock markets as an administrator, mostly, what do you think are the 4 or 5 key, milestones in the Indian markets which have really stayed with you? Which are the defining moments of the Indian markets in that sense?
Thanks, Saurav. There have been many moments, but one of the more sort of revealing situations was when I think in July '95, I went to Coimbatore to inaugurate the first NSE terminal outside of Mumbai. And that was like 6 months after we launched NSE in 1994. And I placed the order, and within a second, the confirmation came saying that the trade happened. And there was like a 75-year-old person who was the father of the owner of the brokerage house. And he could not believe it, that he could get the prices at which the people who were sitting in Mumbai could trade. And that was a kind of a beginning of revolution in my mind. I mean, I had set up the technology. It was all Mumbai in some ways. Mumbai was the capital. And suddenly it democratized in one single swoop, you know, just brought the entire country on a single floor. And that was a very large sort of revelation. The other part was that we used to have share certificates. I don't know how many of you have seen share certificates or watched that Sony live sort of serial where Arshad Mehta used to trade in shares, which people do today also. But those days, if you had to convert the shares in your name, you used to get like physical shares. And those shares used to be sent to the registrar for transfer once in a year before the dividends came. And many people started actually printing those certificates at their home. So if you had, it is like a currency note, right? You have 1 crore currency note, suddenly 10% comes in and things go wrong, right? So that's how people started, and Saurav might remember some of his stories on those fake shares and stuff like that. And so we had to set up a depository system. And that is where all the shares today are, which you usually trade, are sitting in like a bank in some account, and you are able to move them effortlessly without sending to somebody or even worrying about whether the signature will be wrong or the share certificates will be fake and all. And so that was another big moment or moment in India's capital markets life. And then we used to get every day a newer rumors saying this broker has defaulted, that broker has defaulted, and it actually happened. If some of you are old enough and connected to markets, you might remember MS Shoes. The MS Shoes episode was a last such episode in India's markets. I think it happened in 1995. NSE had just started. It happened on BSE, but the brokers used to take, or their customers used to take large positions and could not settle when the time came to settlement, because the trade used to happen for 15 days and then settlements would happen anytime after 30, 40 days of that. And in the meantime, the risk would go up. So after the MS Shoes, we said, how do we stop this from happening? Because every few months, if somebody has to go down and the entire market closes and people have to take losses, then there is no comfort for the people who are investing money. It was more a trader's activity, and somebody losing, actually the entire market loses. So that's where we set up clearing corporations which provide guarantees for settlements. These are things which happen in the background. None of you are aware of why these things happen and what are the philosophies behind it. But in a way, you end up using them. So today, those days, the best days. So these are the three momentous occasions. The fourth was, of course, starting of derivatives. That around year 2000, because we wanted to separate the trading in stocks, the spot market from the speculation. So that's where the derivatives were introduced. And so these are four seminal moments in India's capital markets history. And in terms of technology history, just setting up the satellite telecom network, because India, if you recall, in 93, 94, if you had to get a telephone line at home, it would take 5 years. And to keep it running, you had to pay every month to the linesman, right? And so from there, the entire country got on the same platform using satellite. We used to send satellites upstairs to the sky, but we never used anything out of that. Everyone was doing, we were also doing. And suddenly we started using that first time. And that was like a huge technology moment. After that, computers actually came in life of people. In Coimbatore, in Dibrugarh, in Jorhat, people placed orders on computers and it gave them response, and there were actually trades happening on which money has to be transferred. After that, India's technological prowess got established. That was the first and single largest public digital infrastructure project of India. That was NSE. And then all the IT companies of India came up, Y2K came, and of course the automation of banks came. But they also did their ATMs or their automation of branches on the same VSAT network to begin with. And that's where India's automation, India's IT prowess, India's public digital infrastructure, what you know now, and all those tech billionaires we all worship, actually, in some ways, this was the mother of the technological revolution in addition to the financial markets revolution. My first projection of NSE, because I was a project finance officer in IDBI, which was told to set up. If I had done 10,000 trades a day, after 3 years of starting the NSE, I would have been immensely successful. Because BSE could not trade even 10,000 trades a day in such a large hall, because they used to make mistakes by placing hand signals, writing against stuff, and they used to trade for 2 hours and actually solve those disputes for next 15, 20 days. And that was the case. And today, just now, market ended at 3:30. We did 13 crore trades. Close to 1,000 crore orders. There is no similar market in the world. He said we are the third largest, that is equities. But overall, in terms of number of trades, NSE is the largest exchange in the world in terms of number of trades every single day, right? And look at it, in 94, it was even more unusual. When people had not even seen computers in India, this happened. And today also it's unusual that India, being per capita GDP income so low, is able to have such a vibrant market where people are trusting other people to run the businesses in which they become small shareholders. It is a leap of faith that has come when NSE started. The total market capitalization of India was around less than 4 lakh crore. Today, it is 3.2 crore, 80 times. In less than 30 years, 29 years. 30 times market capitalization raise, $3.8 trillion, fourth largest in market cap, third largest in equities, largest in derivatives. There is no similar market in the world. There is no similar country in the world where poor people trust other poor people to run businesses for their profits. It's a phenomenal journey. And whatever you saw before or whatever you will see after would not be possible if you don't have money, right? So even Kautilya, Chanakya wrote 2000 years back that Dharmasya Moolam Artha means even if you have to do religion, you require money. And so today, if you basically get excited by everything else and not about money, probably you are missing the point.
But Ashish, talking about the first initial days of setting up NSE, it was done, NSE was in fact set up as a counter to a closed club after the Harshad Mehta scam in particular of the Bombay Stock Exchange. So how daunting do you think it was to take on these powerful brokers and who are very, very powerful and the entire capital market is in their grip in that sense. How difficult was it to sort of set up this exchange in the initial days?
No, there are I think two aspects to this. One is the societal aspect. When do the reforms happen? When great crises happen. When great crises happen in any society, the time to reform comes. Sometimes the society takes that opportunity to change itself, and sometimes they don't. Like what happened in 2008-9 world financial crisis. It was a great opportunity to reform the financial system, which we didn't as a world. Not only India, we were a smaller player. But during Harshad Mehta scam, the entire system came into disrepute. And that was the time when we were also liberalizing. And why I'm giving you this background is that you understand, can such hard-hitting reforms happen today? Unless there are great crises, it's not easy to change the society from and changing the stock market system this way was very, very daunting. It was like unthinkable, not heard of. Nowhere in the world, the way India did happened, even post facto. After NSE became successful, still all the exchanges in the world were still operated by stockbrokers. Later on, they became corporates and they started selling out, and now even New York Stock Exchange is owned by some individual people like ICE and all. But it did not happen the way in India it happened, that a new company after Harshad Mehta scam, the government decided that if you go and try to reform that group of brokers who are running the exchanges across the country, it may not happen in short time, or it may not happen at all. And that's why they wanted to set up a new exchange, which they told IDBI to do. And that's where NSE was created as a first step for the bond market, because Harshad Mehta scam actually happened under bond markets. And then later on for the equities. And in quick succession, literally I think May or June we started the beta trading on debt market. July, Dr. Manmohan Singh came as a finance minister to inaugurate the debt market. And then November 3, 94, Diwali day, we started the equity. So very quick succession, it started. And while we were setting up, the odds were like against us by miles, because people used to say, how will computers work every day? Because computers used to conk off pretty much every hour. PC-80s had just come in the world, not in, personal computers were not heard of before that date, even in the rest of the world, right? So technological, there were issues, but society-wise also, people who had money were brokers. And they were running it to some extent, people say, for their own benefits. But effectively, there was a system there, and that system was feeling threatened. So whoever was trying to set up, and we were all basically lowly paid bankers. And people thought that this is a government promoted exchange. Government cannot run itself. How can it run a stock exchange?
But Ashish, I mean, sorry to interject, cut to the present, and you have this, the biggest exchange you run, third largest in terms of equities, and then you have these hordes of, and technology at the cutting edge right now. And regulator is also pushing new technologies, and we have new instruments also which are coming into the market. And then you have these hordes of new investors, particularly with COVID and after, coming into the market. How do you think these new investors will now be able to take the vagaries? Because the market is never certain, right? No matter how much technology, how much surveillance you put, and you know it best, how does this whole new set of young, enterprising, ambitious Indians come into this market and start understanding that there are downs which will happen? What is your message to them as the NSE CEO?
Basically, we have just now around 8 crore plus investors, unique investors. Those days we had probably few lakh investors. Today, 8 crore. Investors is around 5 crore households, which is 17% of India's population, household population, directly investing into Indian stock market, which is a very large statement. And it has gone up literally 3 times between 2019 or 2020 early and 2023. Literally 3 times in 3 years. No such sort of a move happened except in Jan Dhan Aadhaar Mobile, where government forced a large number of accounts to happen. Here, it happened pretty much voluntarily. A lot of people came in, and as you said, there are people wanting to make quick buck, because that is the exciting part of markets. That is the, in some ways, hidden situation where people think they will be able to make money, although other people may lose money. So what we try to tell them all is that if you have to trade, then you have to be an expert. What is trading, right? What is investment? Investment is that if you buy a share after study, whether the company or the industry or the economy or the world economy, and buy a share for a company, then stay there for 3, 4, 5 years. Of course, you keep on watching, come out in case it's not working out. But if you have to buy in the morning and sell in the evening and you call yourself investor, then I think you understood the dictionary wrong, right? It's a trading, it's speculation. So we try to tell the people that buying in the morning or selling in the afternoon is for the experts who provide you this kind of liquidity. But you should not be doing that. Similarly, many young investors want to, or young traders want to go into derivatives, because that give you much more leverage and they move fast, right?
In fact, that's something I wanted to ask you about. A recent SEBI study has also found that 9 out of 10 people actually lose money in F&O. And here we are talking about extending trading hours also for F&O. So how does that sort of work out?
No, it's again, both are, in a way, you may think it is connected. But basically, retail investors should not be participating in derivatives. Now, having said that, the longer hours are for the sake that in case the news happens, because today we trade only 6 hours. The rest of the world started automating after us, but they all run 24 hours. Why? Is because news doesn't happen during the market time only. Some news, some war coming out or some earthquake happening doesn't have to happen between 9:15 and 3:30. It can happen at 8 in the evening, or it can happen in 7 in the evening. So when people want to work on a news, they have no choice. Foreigners have a choice because Indian products are traded abroad also. So that's where they are able to hedge their products. But we are trying to tell, or some of us are trying to tell that because I want to be in front of the screen every time the market opens or market stays open, market cannot go beyond 6 hours, otherwise I will get tired. So that's why you cannot go about 6 hours. So I say if people are losing money in some ways, idea is to take them out from that market. But strategically, which country will allow its most important asset today? $3.8 trillion is 1 out of every 3 rupees Indians consider as wealth. 1/3 of India's wealth is now represented, and if 18 out of 24 hours, the pricing of that asset is done under some other regulator, we are having a strategic problem, boss. Right? And that's where, as long as possible, if you have ability for the professional traders, the professional hedgers to actually use that information coming in, to take positions that allows the regulators to control the markets better. And people don't have to be there on the screen every moment because they are not supposed to trade so long for nothing, right?
Talking of news-driven developments and the markets, Ashish, you know, we've recently seen earlier this year and afterwards as well, these huge fluctuations in the Adani pack, for instance, based on some news-driven developments. Now, despite all the technology, despite all the warnings the exchanges introduces, margins and all of that, how do you think this will affect particularly the younger lot which is coming? What is the kind of way out of this to prevent them from these huge swings in the market?
So in a way, the volatility is going to increase across the world because the news flow is happening faster. The actions are happening faster because the technological changes are happening faster. So companies which were very small earlier are becoming large faster. Earlier, a company would take, say, 20 years to reach a large scale. But IT companies reach those scales in probably 10, 15 years. And some other companies are now becoming very large in 2 to 3 years, right? So that's where the news flow is going to be also faster. Volatility is going to be here to stay. And India is connected to the world in a much larger way today. If you take India's exports plus imports, which is what tells you the total trade, is now almost more than 1/3 of our total GDP, right? Almost, right? And that is like large connect to the world. So whatever happens in the rest of the world will continue to happen here. And so we may think that how much do we trade? We trade a lot now. Although we import, but we export a lot of services, right? So effectively, everything is connected and those things will continue. The volatility will be higher. And that's
does that mean a greater challenge for regulators and exchange authorities like yours, clearly, right?
No, it is. And that's where basically what we try to do is first to save the system by having settlement guarantee fund in the middle so that no such defaults, like I told about MS shoes, happens. And then for individuals, we try to create regulations and other things saying that who can invest in such products or who cannot invest in such products. And of course, we try to also do a lot of investor awareness seminars. Between the two exchanges, we do more than 20,000 investor awareness seminars, and probably it'll increase. But the kind of numbers we deal with is even larger, and so every time you fall short. But using this kind of platforms, we also try to tell all the investors that try to stay longer, try to diversify. If you don't have time to study all these things continuously, go through mutual funds, go through ETFs, so that you get to participate in India's growth. Because if India grows, the companies will make profits which are more, your share prices will overall increase. Sometimes they go down, but largely over next 40, 50 years, if you think India is going to grow well, then stock markets will give you better returns. And if you don't want to study or don't have time, please go through mutual funds, go through ETFs, go through even portfolio managers or some financial advisors so that you get the right advice. But please don't trade in derivatives if you are not expert.
We've run out of the time, Ashish. I wanted to ask you two quick questions before we wind up. One is, there's this constant talk about, when NSE itself will list, because you've done this in BSE. BSE is now a listed entity. When would you repeat this feat in NSE, and what's sort of holding you back?
In a way, first to list, you need to have an approval from the regulator. In this case, when any company goes for listing, they have to go through a large main board. They have to go through with their prospectus to the regulator, and that's how it happens. In this case, the NSE's regulator or day-to-day regulator is also the same regulator. And so they have to take a call when they think we have improved enough in our corporate governance so that they are comfortable allowing general public to invest into our shares. And so as and when they approve, after that it's all procedural.
Isn't that a dichotomy? I mean, you are in charge of surveillance of the entire market, and yet you have to convince the regulator that you are still not a stock worth investing from the investor side.
No, in a way, because we are highly regulated, the regulator also, in a way, it's their reputation online, right? So unlike a steel company or a port company or a cement company, here we are a highly licensed activity, right? you don't get a license to run an exchange easily, right? It's a extremely difficult license to get. And today, largely in functional exchanges, there are two stock exchanges, two commodities exchanges. There's one stock exchange which is not that functioning. So effectively, it's not easy to get, and it's a frontline regulator,
But
right?
is there
So
a possibility of one nation, one exchange, NSE, for instance?
in a way, if you look at the rest of the world, there are countries like Japan or Australia, which are reasonably large enough, have slowly merged their exchange into one. And there are countries like US, which allow 50 plus trading venues, right? So the argument is on both sides. And for me, it's the same question was on how many airlines a country should have, or how many soap manufacturers you should have. And answer could be that it is only one soap. Ultimately, they are all different colors, right? What is the point? And similarly, airlines is an airline, right? But still, more competition helps you, gives you some diversity. And that's how the US works on. Other side, people want to have conformity and only one kind of entity to regulate. So that's where most regulators prefer a single exchange. And so it depends on which way the country wants to go. We are just employees. We'll continue to do our job.
So that's the well, but as the former CEO of Mumbai Indians, do you have any, what are your thoughts on the World Cup which just began today? We can't help but ask you this question.
No, I think basically India has to worry about playing the left arm seamers in first few overs. If we can handle that, I think we would be okay.
Thank you very much, Ashish, for spending time with us this afternoon. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, a big warm round of applause for Ashish Chauhan.
Thank you.
And may I please call upon stage Rushali Malpekar, Motwani Jadeja Foundation to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Chauhan. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, do put your hands together, Mr. Ashish Chauhan. I'm going to also quickly go through and thank our sponsors for helping us put together 2 fabulous days of thought. The India Today Conclave Mumbai, presented by Darwin Platform Group of Companies, Knowledge Partner NL Dalmia, Tourism Partner Gujarat Tourism, Conclave Partner Motwani Jadeja Foundation, Celebration Partner Radical Khaitan, Jewelry Partner De Beers Forever Mark, Luxury Partner Mercedes. All right, with that, a quick switch over and we are ready to power into our evening session. All right, for our next session, Queer Lives Matter, Trinetra, Not Made in Heaven. To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage session's moderator, Ayush Ahlavadi, who will introduce to you our esteemed guest.
All right, as Preeti's already alluded to it, this is a very, very special session. Not only in terms of the format, but also in terms of the content. As Preeti very rightly said, my next guest is Karnataka's first transgender doctor, activist, actor, and content creator, who's fighting bigotry and prejudice against the trans community. And of late, she's stolen all of our hearts in her role as Meher in the popular web series Made in Heaven. May we please welcome on stage Trinetra Haldar Gumaraju with a huge round of applause, please.
Hi everybody, I hope everyone can hear me at the back. A very good evening. My name is Dr. Trinetra, but that is a bit of a mouthful for many people, so please feel free to call me Trin, and if you must annoy me, then call me Trin Trin, which is my Instagram username. Just the other day, my friend was saying to me, Trin Trin, you need to have an air of mystery to you. You put too much out there. There's too much honesty on your profile. You need to tone it down a bit, you know. You need to be enigmatic. And I laughed and I said, okay, fair enough. I may have accidentally turned chronic oversharing into a career, which is how the casting directors of Made in Heaven found me. But that said, for me as a transgender woman, chronic oversharing was not a choice. It just happened. When I was much younger, say 4 or 5 years old, I didn't have necessarily the language to understand who I was. So when I finally found it, I had to explain myself on stages like this, at home, in educational institutions. I had to explain over and over again who I was and what being transgender meant. And for those of you that don't know, a transgender person is someone who does not identify with the gender that they were assigned at birth. And I always felt like I just wasn't a boy. That wasn't me. It wasn't working. And I think I realized over time that for our community, our survival is contingent on being understood, to some degree at least. And that sort of takes me back to the time that I was an intern. Any doctors in the house this evening? A show of hands? No? So I'll tell you, for an intern in the hospital doing her MBBS, we are, for lack of a better word, cattle. We're slaves. We do a lot of unpaid labor in the sense that there's a lot of manual labor involved. We do a lot of scut work and a lot of doing discharge summaries and things like that. And so one fine day, I land up in the female ward, all right? And there is a patient. She's wearing slightly boyish clothes, right? Short hair, a bit of facial hair. And the friends have told me that their friend has consumed many sleeping pills and has tried to end their life. And when I looked at that patient, I knew that face all too well. I'd been there in high school, right? I knew what it was like to not know why you're feeling so uncomfortable in your skin, why people don't seem to understand. And the first thing I said to this patient was, your file says female. Do you want me to refer to you as something else? And their face completely changed, completely. And this person suddenly says, you're the only doctor who has asked me that question. Thank you. I don't think people realize that the risk of suicide for an Indian transgender person is nearly 50%. Did you know that 1 in 2 transgender people will attempt suicide before the age of 20? And it's been proven that it's not because of who you are as a human being, but it's because of what you're subjected to. There are social factors involved, right? Being understood, like I said, our survival depends on it. So being mysterious is not really something that we get to do. But a few months later, I wanted to be very mysterious for somebody I had a giant crush on, as we usually do in college, and I wanted to play hard to get. Up until that point, I had only been seen as somebody different. I wasn't given equal treatment as a human being. I'd been thrown out of classes and so on and so forth. But this person treated me like a human being first, and then a doctor, and allowed me to pick up the knife. And he taught me how to assist. He taught me how to be a doctor, to be a surgeon, you know. And I learned so much in that time. And by the time my internship ended, we'd become very, very close. He was spending near every day at my house. And like I said, I was smitten. I, for the first time in my life, had in front of me a man that didn't harass me or bully me or see me as any different, but taught me instead, mentored me instead, and also called me very beautiful. And the bar was very, very low at the time, I must say. And it was only when his phone buzzed one day and I saw the wallpaper and it was him and a woman and two beautiful children. That's when it hit me that only spending time in my apartment and not outdoors at a restaurant, never meeting friends, it had a reason. And it boils down to the same thing. It boils down to shame. It boils down to stigma. And I took many, many months to recover from the process of, I don't know, getting over heartbreak. It was my first, and I think all of that education, all of that privilege and acceptance at home, it didn't protect me from this. And it taught me something very important, that you need to have a certain sense of self-worth, and it needs to come from within. It cannot come from anywhere else. And many, many, thank you. And that came a little late in life, I must admit. And for me, I'll tell you when it happened. I was driving to Andheri for yet another audition, and I find this huge billboard, right? And I think it must have rolled at some point in the background. It was the poster for Made in Heaven Season 2. And amongst those very talented people was the face of a transgender woman, myself. I did not grow up seeing transgender people on billboards, and if I did, I may have settled not for so little in partners, in life, in general. And it took me that moment to open my phone, send a picture of that to everybody, and block him. I was done. Yeah, that's the one. I was done settling. I said, our survival is contingent on being understood. But I must say, I refuse to settle for that. I don't want to just be understood. That's the bare minimum. We don't deserve that. We don't deserve just to survive. We deserve to thrive. We deserve to live. And we will. Thank you.
So stay on stage.
Oh, right.
All right, I get to do this 2 times over, so you're going to come and join me yet again on stage. Guys, a huge round of applause. Come on, we are all caffeinated. That was an inspiring presentation. And we have a couple of minutes to pick your brains.
Sure thing.
I mean, the session was aptly titled Not Made in Heaven, Queer Lives Matter. But your role in Made in Heaven was inspiring for so many of us. Well done on that performance.
Thank
you so much. But what was it really like? Because you spoke about your journey and your trials and tribulations. How much of Trinetra's life and feedback was incorporated into the script for Meher's role?
So, by the time I auditioned for the part, the script was done. So there wasn't much for me to add per se, but there were scenes where I felt like there could be changes in the way that Meher spoke. So Zoya was very forthcoming with that. She was like, please tell me at any time, pick up the phone, say what you must. And she did. She incorporated a bunch of that feedback. But how much of Trinetra was I think to some extent for sure, because Meher, you see her go through some really bad experiences, which most of us do in life, but also you see her have amazing parents. I do. My parents took like 10 years to understand the whole process, but the one thing that they said was your education and your healthcare will not be compromised on, no matter what. So that is a huge privilege, but it shouldn't be at the same time, because it's what parents do. And of course, the fact that Meher has a brother who adores her, as do I. And
an elder brother or a younger one?
Younger. So he used to call me Dada for the longest time. He calls me Didi very proudly. It's sweet. Yeah.
Another thing I wanted to touch up on was the fact that you are also a very accomplished social media creator, really busting myths all over Instagram. I'm not going to say influencer because I know you don't like that word. But as a social media creator, there's one level of trolls that you have to deal with your story as well, because it's really something that's disruptive.
Yeah.
Being iconoclastic, and then after Made in Heaven, because all the eyeballs are on you.
Sure.
Did that really change? How did you really cope with it? I'm very curious.
So I don't know how, in touch wood, but after the show came out, it was like 99.999% love. It was just full of, my DMs were full of young queer and trans children and their parents saying that, you know, the visibility is so important because you can't be what you can't see, you know. You need to see some example somewhere of someone thriving and living in order to think that that can be your future. So that's what it was. Not too much hate, to be honest, no.
Some of these are unique experiences. Also the fact that, you know, your name, Trinetra, very unique.
Yeah.
Sounds beautiful. But what was the rationale with picking that? Because this can be inspiring in so many ways.
I think, so Trinetra was a name that I picked for myself. I had the very rare privilege of choosing my own name. It means, it's another name for Durga, right? And my mom's Bengali and my father's Telugu. And we lived our entire lives in South India. So I wanted some Bengali connect in the name. And Pujo and saris, it's all very close to my heart. So Trinetra, a rare, beautiful sounding name. It technically means 3 eyes. But I love it. I think it sounds great.
We all love it. We all love it.
If it's a mouthful, like I said, you can call me Trin Trin.
Trin Trin. That's a really cool Instagram handle, by the way.
Thank you.
But tell me something more in terms of your experience now on such a popular show. I'm guessing it took way too long for a second season of that show to come to us. And we were all waiting anxiously. But now that it's here and you're a part of it, and that storyline has to continue, no spoilers here. But I'm saying...
Are you going to ask me about a season 3? Please don't.
Okay, let's not ask you about a season 3. Let's recalibrate that question.
Okay.
Will we see you in a lot more shows, making a lot more content, over and above your social media?
Yes, sir.
Is the cat out of the bag? Are you going to tell us a little bit more about it?
I can't, but good things are happening. And projects have been lined up, touch wood. I'm very, very, very fortunate to be alive at a time that characters are being written. You know, you realize that there's more to representation than just trans people being available to play characters. They need to be written. There need to be people behind the scenes doing the work also. It's not just people in front of the camera, right? So I think that's happening, fortunately. And I can't wait. I can't wait.
That's interesting because it's a very inspiring, powerful story for a lot of people out there.
Yeah.
Now, you told us about how there was so much love, rightfully so, from the audience and everyone consuming your content, but also from the community itself, from the LGBT community as well, on your Instagram as well. What was the response like? Especially after your role in that particular show.
I think, you know, for a lot of people out there, being a doctor in itself is it's one of those things in India where if you've done that, you've already attained a certain level of respect in Indian society. And in addition to that, to also sort of dabble in the arts, you know, like science students hate the arts. I'm sure all of you have faced this, that the humanities in the 11th and 12th grades were really looked down upon. And I used to hate that as a science student. And to see parents saying, you know, I think it gives us hope that our kids can do anything regardless of their gender and sexuality. That's great. I love that.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for a creative powerhouse, an inspiration, and a disruptor, Trinetra.
Thank you. Thank
you for joining
me.
us, Trinetra.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much. Can I hand this over to you? You could. Absolutely. I think you'll have to just stay back for one little bit.
I just want to say thank you, and I want to give you a token of our appreciation for being here, Trinetra, and thank you for putting in all the prep and being here.
A huge round of applause, Johnny. Thank you so much.
May
I please call upon Vishali Malpekar, Motwani Jadeja Foundation? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please raise a warm applause for our guests. Thank you. Give us a minute to just turn around, and we are ready to power into our next session. Let's move on to our next session, Youth, Hopelessness, Helplessness, Understanding What Leads to Suicide. I want to call upon Charit Jaggi, Founder and Director, We the Young, Dr. Harish Shetty, Psychiatrist, R.K. Varma, CMD, Resonance, Kota. Before we begin, I want to just give you some figures, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of when we look at suicide rates in the youth in our country. More than 35 students end their life every day in India. By the time this session is over, a student would have taken his life in our country. In the last 1 year alone, there have been more students who've died by suicide than farmers by suicide, and if you look at the sheer numbers, it's a huge, huge difference. If you look into that, there is a larger range because the gender is skewed even in these numbers, where young women students are about 8% more to take their lives by suicide than male students. But the sheer number in terms of the students that we lose to suicide every year is now alarming. I want to cut across immediately to Dr. Harsh Shetty. We've reached a point, Mr. Shetty, where you have to take it by the jugular. Just sheer numbers, astounding. 35 students ending their life every day in our country.
India is in the midst of a rapid social change. You sometimes type happy birthday to a friend on the Facebook, you don't know that he's passed away. Anger, angst and alienation is a norm, apart from all the good things that are happening. Emotional contact time in the family has gone down. Family contact time has gone down. And an aspirational India is moving up. But the mental health is not looked at. Let us look at NEP, National Education Policy, the foundation for building a new India. There's nothing about mental health there. Let us look at the curriculum framework. There's nothing about mental health there. You know, we are in the midst of a mental health epidemic. And when there's an epidemic, you need a campaign. You can't have only psychiatrists and psychologists lifting the mental health of the country. We need a campaign. It's an epidemic we need to look at, and that is something that is very important. The young are ready to talk, but there are no listeners. The number of professionals are very few. The market is big, and there are many quacks. So as of now, as big as Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, as big as the COVID epidemic, we need to look at mental health in that scale, in that space. And that is important. Though we can say love affairs, exam, parents, poverty. 1 out of 4 people who die in India are daily wage laborers. NCRB. 1 out of 3 people who die in India is because of family problems. So there's a crisis. And we need to look at it holistically. We can't build a vertical building or an intervention for youth, for the young, for the old, or for the infants. Age of onset of suicide has gone down. Age of the first episode of depression has gone down. Age of the first sexual intercourse has gone down. Age of the first drug intake has gone down. Age of the first intake of alcohol has gone down. And age of juvenile offense has gone down. It's an epidemic which will also influence productivity, economics, and physical illnesses too. Lastly, it's important to understand that suicide is not the only indicator for mental health burden. The fights on the roads, the wars among people, the murders and deaths across have a mental health root. So it's important that we are in the middle of a visible mental health epidemic, and campaigns are the key.
You're very right, because we're looking at an epidemic proportion, especially where you look at the age group between 18 to 35. Like I pointed out, the numbers now are alarming. We need a policy which is anti-suicide policy, and the government has come up with one right now. But is it enough is the question. But I know you're shaking your head. But I just want to bring in, because I just want to...
Just a point, sorry.
Yeah.
We ignored mental health at the time of COVID, both the center and all the states. It was an opportunity to build the mental health system at that point of time, but we missed the bus.
You know, I want to bring in Mr. Ram Krishan Varma. I want to introduce him to our viewers. Ram Krishan Varma is the founder, managing director, and the academic head of a coaching institute in Kota. I don't know how many of you have seen what the coaching institutes in Kota look like. You know, you must have seen, if you saw Kota Factory, how thousands of coaching institutes, and Mr. Varma is not very happy of the way I'm describing it, but thousands of coaching institutes in Rajasthan, Kota, possibly manufacturing engineers. But the kind of pressure it puts on these young students and young minds is astounding. Varma ji, agar aap dekhen jo aakde hain, abhi tak saal bhi pura nahi hua hai, Varma ji, 27 bachchon ne apni jaan li hai Kota, Rajasthan mein, sir. Sir, aapse sawal.
हेलो, मैं सबसे पहले तो इंडिया टुडे को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि उन्होंने एक बहुत ही सेंसिटिव मैटर पे, जिसके बारे में जनरली बात करना, बच्चों के साथ भी इस तरह की बात करना को थोड़ा सा अजीब सा माना जाता है, और मैं इसलिए भी धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि मुझे इन्होंने बुलाया इसके बारे में बात करने के लिए। मैं थोड़ा सा कोटा के बारे में भी बोलना चाहूँगा। वैसे तो लोग कहीं ना कहीं से इसके बारे में सुनते ही हैं, जानते ही हैं। मैंने खुद 95 में कोटा में अपना कैरियर स्टार्ट किया था और अभी 28 साल पूरे हो चुके, ये 29th ईयर चल रहा है। और इस टीचिंग कैरियर में पहले मैं 6 साल तक टीचर रहा। टीचर तो अभी तक भी हूँ और पिछले 22 साल से रेजोनेंस संस्था को मैं हेड कर रहा हूँ। इन 28 ईयर्स में स्टूडेंट्स को अलग अलग बैकग्राउंड से आकर के पढ़ाई करते हुए देखा है और बच्चों का जो बदलाव है, उनके बिहेवियरल एस्पेक्ट्स हैं, उनके अंदर जो एस्पिरेशनल एस्पेक्ट्स हैं, कई तरह की चीज़ें बच्चों के अंदर मैंने देखी हैं शुरू से लेके अब तक। अगर बच्चों का थोड़ा सा कंपेयर किया जाए क्योंकि इस कंपैरिजन से अपने को आइडिया लग सकता है कि प्रॉब्लम्स क्या है और सॉल्यूशन कैसे निकल सकते हैं। तो मैं जस्ट ऐसे कुछ बच्चों का एग्जांपल लेता हूँ कि कई बच्चे गांव से भी आते हैं, उनके साथ कई सारी और दूसरी तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स भी होती है, लेकिन उनका एक ड्राइविंग फोर्स होता है, एक मोटिवेशन होता है कि मुझे ये चीज़ अचीव करनी है और उस गोल को अचीव करने के लिए वो पॉजिटिवली अपने आप को उस डायरेक्शन में ले जाते हैं। धीरे धीरे समय के साथ ये हुआ है और ख़ास तौर से कोविड और उसकी वजह से ये हुआ है कि बच्चों का जो एक तो डिस्ट्रैक्शंस है वो बहुत सारा हो गया है, डिफोकस्ड हो गए हैं। सोशल मीडिया और इन सब चीज़ों की वजह से बच्चे का जो एक पढ़ाई के प्रति फोकस होता था, पढ़ाई में जो उसका टाइम लगता था, अभी उसका टाइम कहीं और भी खर्च होता है, जिसकी वजह से उसको जो मेन काम होता है उसका टाइम भी उसका कहीं ना कहीं किल हो जाता है और उसकी वजह से उसको ऐसा लगता है कि मेरा ये चीज छूट गई, मेरा वो
पर
छूट गया।
वर्मा जी, एक बच्चे को जो एक ऐसे एटमॉस्फेयर में है कि आपने बात की जो बच्चे विलेजेस से आते हैं, ग्रामीण क्षेत्र से आते हैं, इतना प्रेशर होता है उन बच्चों पे, उनके जो पेरेंट्स हैं उन्होंने लोन लिया हुआ है, फाइनेंशियल बर्डन है। आप हमें पहले बता रहे थे कि अपना आटा खुद लेके आते हैं, अपना खाना खुद बनाते हैं। इन बच्चों को कुछ तो आउटलेट चाहिए। अगर आप इनको कहेंगे कि ये लोग फोकस नहीं है तो हमारी अप्रोच थोड़ी गलत नहीं है वर्मा जी?
नहीं, मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूं कि उनका फोकस नहीं है, मैं बोल रहा हूं कि बच्चों का जैसे जैसे ये टेक्नोलॉजिकल युग और ये सारी चीजें इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी के जमाने में इतना ओवरफ्लो है इंफॉर्मेशंस का कि बच्चे इजीली इधर उधर डिस्ट्रैक्ट भी होते हैं। और जैसा मैंने कहा कि कुछ बच्चों का एग्जाम्पल लिया कि बच्चे ऐसे ऐसे बच्चे भी पढ़ करके आगे गए हैं जो जिनके पेरेंट्स खुद उनके लिए सामान लेकर आते थे हर वीक, वो खुद अपने हाथ से खाना बना करके और अपना जैसे तैसे करके काम चलाते थे और पढ़ाई ही उनका मेन फोकस होती थी। अभी बच्चों के लिए जो प्रेशर पॉइंट्स हैं, एक प्रेशर पॉइंट जैसा आपने कहा कि एक फाइनेंशियल बर्डन एक बहुत बड़ा प्रेशर पॉइंट होता है, वो रहता है। बच्चों को एक गिल्ट फील होती है कि भाई मेरे पेरेंट्स ने ये लोन लिया है या मेरा खेत बेच करके उन्होंने मुझे पढ़ाया है। हम कोचिंग की तरफ से जो कंट्रीब्यूशन वो भी आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि कई बच्चों को कोचिंग अपने हिसाब से कई तरह की स्कॉलरशिप्स, डिस्काउंट्स वगैरह वगैरह भी उनको प्रोवाइड करते हैं जिससे कि बच्चे के ऊपर फाइनेंशियल बर्डन नहीं आए। लेकिन हाँ, जितना भी बर्डन होता है कुछ तो बर्डन बच्चे के ऊपर रहता है और उसका प्रेशर कहीं ना कहीं उसको पढ़ाई के लिए डिस्टर्ब तो करता ही है।
तो उस प्रेशर को कैसे रिलीज किया जाए कि हम उस बच्चे को खो ना दें? मैं उस बात पे वापस बात पे आऊंगी, पर मैं चरित जग्गी, आई वांट टू इंट्रोड्यूस चरित जग्गी to you ladies and gentlemen. He was a journalist, then he became a social entrepreneur. Now he runs a platform for content creation and for the young. And he was getting a lot of feedback, and what's really interesting is accidentally Jaggi realized that the youth in our country is facing the biggest mental health crisis. Why, Jaggi?
Thank you. Check. Yeah. Thank you for having me, and honored to be here. We actually started We the Young with a vision that we want to put out stories of young change makers, and we want to give a platform to young people to voice their stories. What we didn't realize was that almost all the stories that we'd get would be mental health stories, because that is how much young people were yearning to be heard. They were yearning that there should be someone who should listen to them. And when they got this outlet, I had emails, I had messages, I had DMs, I had people who would themselves record their own stories, talk about what they're going through, because there was just no one who was listening to them. Parents are finding it very hard to decode and demystify very complex issues that young people are going through today. Just out of curiosity, if I were to ask anybody over here that what is the National Mental Health Helpline number, I'm sure nobody would know that.
You know, that was going to be my question. Yeah, go ahead.
And I'm sure if I would say, like, what's the national emergency, like your ambulance and your police, everyone knows that number because we are taught that from a very young age. So why is it, and when will it be, that our education system starts, like, making this a part of our curriculum? So many of schools in tier 1 cities as well, including, like I went to a good school in Delhi, and we had counselors, and for the longest time, nobody knew who these counselors are. They would be in one room, in a setup somewhere, and nobody knew who a counselor is. Nobody knew what to speak to a counselor about. Why do they exist? They would mostly be substituted in classes when teachers would go absent. So I feel like there's such a dearth of awareness, and even when awareness has come in, it has left these wounds open. A lot of young people are scrolling online on social media platforms and discovering that they possibly are going through something. But what happens then? We don't follow up on those. There's so much awareness, there's so much content on mental health online.
So people are talking, we are not listening, or we are pretending not to listen.
Absolutely, and we're not making the genuine effort to sit with a young person and understand, boss, kya dikkat
And
hai?
troubleshoot for them and solve their problem.
Absolutely.
You know, I'll bring in Dr. Shetty back into this conversation because Dr. Shetty, we spoke about the country having a suicide watch policy. But if you read the policy, it's just not enough, A. Now, how do we ensure that the government fosters a culture of open dialogue where we can have children who will come out, not just express themselves, but know they'll be able to seek help?
I think let's not wait for the government. If I look at the quota centers of the IITs, let IITs have mental health camps as big as Mood Indigo, as big as a Tech Fest. Let us imagine a scene. How many of you have attempted suicides? Put your hands up.
He's asking how many of you ever contemplated suicide?
Whatever, or even attempted. Now, the point is, if I see a scenario, a mental health camp repeatedly happening in these centers where all the centers come together, and the people who go to the camps are the owners of the centers with their spouses and the kids, stigma breaks. IITs also need to have mental health camps as big as those festivals. And the IIT director goes with his family and does his mental health checkup. That's how the stigma breaks. Giving theory lectures and giving ad hoc answers after suicide will not help. Number 3, what is also very important, my dear friend, is corporates don't have a mental health policy. Does India Today have a mental health policy? No. So the third important thing is having a mental health policy. The fourth is counselors in these centers are not tick mark guys or even IITs. Counselors are not supposed to sit in the rooms which you just mentioned. They are supposed to reach out to students in the classroom. Talking about anger, talking about love. When they talk about emotions, the kids will come back with an unhealthy issues and seek help. High-risk children will be identified early. Counselors are supposed to go to the hostels, not sit in the rooms, because any illness that has stigma, you have to reach out. Any illness where there is no stigma, the person will come to you. I have malaria, I have fever, I have chest pain. Government has ignored mental health policy for a long time, state as well as center. We need to understand that if you ignore mental health policy and mental health work and mental interventions, you are going to bring down the economic productivity of the country. You're going to have lots of social upheavals. You're going to have a lot of family issues. And ultimately, this affects each and every segment of change. So, just a suicide policy will not work, but campaign as big as Swachh Bharat, campaign as big as COVID, and campaign as big as... Each one of us have to be part of it. Yoga has to be included, Vipassana has to be included.
And why a campaign as big as Swachh Bharat? Why a campaign as big as COVID? Because once again, look at the shares numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, by the time this session is over, a young student between the age of 18 to 28 would have taken his life. That's what the data suggests. In a day, we are talking about 35 young people who take their lives in this country on a daily basis. Do tell us if this is not an epidemic. But वर्मा जी मैं आपको फिर से इस कॉन्वर्सेशन में लाऊंगी. हम बोल सकते हैं कि फोकस नहीं है बच्चों का, थोड़े वीक हैं इमोशनली बच्चे, पर वो बात अलग है वर्मा जी. एज ओनर ऑफ कंपनी जो कोटा में एक कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट चलाते हैं, आप अपनी तरफ से कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं बच्चों को? अगर आपको लगता है आपके यहाँ पर सुसाइड वॉच है, मेंटल हेल्थ, अगर आपको लगता है कोई बच्चा स्ट्रगल कर रहा है, चाहे आर्थिक प्रेशर है, फैमिली प्रेशर है, पढ़ाई का प्रेशर है, इन्वायरमेंटल प्रेशर है, क्योंकि अगर आप देखें वहां पर एक सिटी सी कंस्ट्रक्ट हो गई है और उधर ही बच्चे आते हैं और उधर ही रहते हैं, तो आप कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, कैसे काउंसिल करते हैं उन्हें?
पिछले 4-5 सालों में इस डायरेक्शन में बहुत सारा काम हुआ है कोटा के अंदर. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ राजस्थान, सिटी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, इनकी तरफ से भी काफ़ी काम हुआ है और कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स की तरफ से भी काफ़ी काम हुआ है. काम इन द सेंस कि एक तो बच्चों के साथ में फैकल्टी और स्टूडेंट इनके बीच की जो रिलेशनशिप है, वो रिलेशनशिप सिर्फ टीचर और स्टूडेंट की नहीं कि टीचर अपना नॉलेज डिलीवर करते हैं, टीचर अपने आप में गार्जियन का रोल भी प्ले करता है. मैं खुद अपनी जब पूरी टीम को एड्रेस करता हूं तो उनको बोलता हूं कि एक टीचर के 4 रोल हैं. एक तो टीचर जो उनको नॉलेज ट्रांसफर करता है, एक फ्रेंड जो उनकी बात को सुनने के लिए रेडी रहता है, और एक फादर मदर का रोल भी उसको प्ले करना होता है क्योंकि वो घर से बाहर है, तो वही उसके लिए सब कुछ है. अलग अलग रोल्स में एक फैकल्टी अपने आप को बच्चे के साथ देखता है. बच्चों को जो जिस बैच में टीचर पढ़ाते हैं उनकी लिस्ट फैकल्टी मेंबर्स को दी जाती है, उसमें नंबर्स भी होते हैं, वो बच्चों के साथ में इंटरेक्ट भी करते हैं. पेरेंट टीचर मीटिंग भी होती है और इसके अलावा फन डे, एक फन डे का कंसेप्ट चालू हुआ है वहां पे कि भाई वीक में एक दिन फन डे के रूप में रहेगा जिसमें बच्चों को कुछ नहीं पढ़ाया जाएगा और उस पीरियड के अंदर जो उनकी इच्छा होगी
वर्मा जी,
वो
जब
करेंगे.
आप बात करते हैं, आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, जो बच्चे अच्छा करना चाहते हैं उनके लिए बहुत सारे हीरोज होते हैं, जो विनर्स होते हैं हमारी कंट्री में उनके लिए बहुत सारे हीरोज होते हैं, जो टेक्निकली हम देखते हैं फेलियर या लूजर्स, उनके लिए कोई नहीं होता है. तो आप उनको कैसे मोटिवेट करते हैं जो स्ट्रगल कर रहे होते हैं?
तो उन बच्चों को, जैसे मेरा इतना लंबा एक्सपीरियंस हो गया, मैंने देखा है कि इस पूरे एक्सपीरियंस के अंदर ऐसे बच्चे भी हैं जो आईआईटी में सेलेक्ट नहीं हुए लेकिन अदरवाइज वो कुछ ना कुछ उन्होंने अच्छा अचीव किया है. उन बच्चों को हम बुलाते हैं, उनकी मोटिवेशन क्लास रखते हैं, उन बच्चों को वो देखते हैं और देख करके अपने आप को उनकी जगह पाते हैं. ऐसे बच्चे भी हैं जिन्होंने आईआईटी से पढ़ाई
तो
की.
कोचिंग सेंटर में रहकर आप ये बोल सकते हैं कि देखिए इंजीनियर बनना जिंदगी में सब कुछ नहीं
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बोलते हैं बच्चों को, और इवन इंजीनियर बनने के बाद दूसरे सेक्टर में भी उसने काम किया ये भी बोलते हैं. आपने कोटा
किस सेक्टर में सक्सेसफुल हो सकते हैं?
यस बिल्कुल. और जो बच्चे आईआईटी से पढ़ के निकले उन्होंने भी अपना टेक्नोलॉजी का काम नहीं किया. ऐसे बच्चे भी हैं जो एक्टर भी बने, डायरेक्टर भी बने, पेंटर भी बने, हर तरह की फील्ड में बच्चों ने अपना हाथ आजमाया है. तो बच्चे को ये सिर्फ कि भाई एक पढ़ाई के लिए कुछ ना कुछ तो डिग्री का अपना काम करना होता है, लेकिन उसका पैशन समय के साथ आइडेंटिफाई होता है और हो सकता है कि वो जिसमें उसने डिग्री ली है उसके अलावा वो अपने पैशन को बाद में चेस करता है और उसमें सक्सेसफुल होता है.
Mental health and the young, when you look at that, especially the kind of feedback that you get on your outlet, the question I want to ask you is, what do you see? Because we are talking about students here. Yes, there's educational pressure, there's financial pressure, there's guilt associated with that, but there are other reasons as well where the youth of the country do take their life. It's not just associated solely with education.
That's absolutely correct. I think we've talked enough here about academic pressure, but if you look at the NCRB data, it cites love affairs as being a significant issue in young people taking their lives. If I'm not wrong, it's the second leading factor. So I feel, why is there no conversation about what a young person goes through when they have a heartbreak? It's a very significant mental health issue, and it's also a category that has exceedingly performed in terms of impact on our platform. It affects a large section of our audience, and we reach close to 2 to 3 million people in a month. And there
3 million people.
Yes, and the most they
between the age group of 18 to 35.
Exactly, and the most they engage with is on content on how to deal. I mean, the most popular topic that we have on our platform is what to do after a breakup. And that tells you that so many young people, and not everyone has access to therapy, right? And this affects people across the spectrum, be it in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities. These are very interpersonal issues that every young person goes through. So I feel like there are very limited conversations, even on social media, about how do young people deal with issues other than academic pressures. And in my observation, this is what I've realized, and I felt that from a very young age, be it, and especially for men, it's like we have minimized struggles of every young person by saying, "Ladki hai kya? Rota nahi hai? Rota kyun hai? Koi baat nahi, koi ek chhod ke chale gaya, ek jayega, dusra aayega." We constantly minimize struggles of young people and then expect that they should be okay with it.
You know, it's interesting because you said ladki hai kya, just, you know, there are figures within figures, there's data within data, and where it comes to the young, females are more prone to take their own lives by suicide than men, and the difference comes to over 8% per 10 lakh. But I want to, you know, bring Dr. Shetty for a last word in. Dr. Shetty, we can talk about, you know, getting into a cohesive policy where, you know, suicide watch, mental health is concerned. But there are many parents here, there are many those who have loved ones, who are young, who are struggling, and possibly, you know, they don't come up with their issues right up front. What advice would you give?
Every family should screen their children for mental health issues every month. Inside a family. You can do it yourself. Every classes and every IT should screen young boys and girls for mental health issues. Because children today are very brittle emotionally. Number 3, which is very important also, is have campaigns, never die for a guy. There are many exams worth living for or no exams worth dying for. There are many guys worth living for and no guys worth dying for. If the government can screen people for malaria, dengue, and we have a massive tuberculosis eradication program, why not mental health?
Dr. Shetty, just one last question where the time's up. If today, you know, because there is so much stigma attached to suicide, you asked a question, not one hand went up where you asked how many of you have possibly contemplated suicide. I want to ask you, if tomorrow somebody is standing on the cusp of making that move, that 2-minute conversation they can have with themselves, which will not make them take that step. What is that 2-minute conversation they can have with themselves?
Viktor Frankl said in his book, Man's Search for Meaning, a woman called him many times at night and her life was saved. And he asked her, what sentence of mine helped you? And he said, nothing. The fact that you listened to me helped me. I think that is extreme. Every father or the mother here, just sit down and remember, when the times are less, steal time and don't ask your marks. Don't ask when is the exam. Just say, kaise ho yaar? Kaise ho yaar? And let the children also ask.
And if someone finds themselves painted in a corner and all alone, what is it that they tell themselves then at their lowest?
If they're really lost in a corner, rock the boat. Don't wait for an astrologer. Don't wait for a Dadaji from the village. Take him to the friendly neighborhood psychologists or psychiatrists instantly. He might complain against you, but rock the boat. Today we have not built mental health systems yet. It's being built. So all of you here, and everybody listening to this show, remember, you are a mental health missionary in your own right. If you take action, you may not be popular, but you'll save somebody's life.
Thank you. I appreciate all 3 of you gentlemen for coming here and joining us, educating us. Appreciate it. Thank you. You want to say something? No? Okay, I thought you wanted to say. All right, okay. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for our panelists this evening. You have a question, sir? We're running out of time, but okay, maybe can we get one question in?
Just give us a moment. We'll get a mic also.
We'll get a mic to you. You know, because the topic is so sensitive, we're running out of time, but we will allow you a question, sir. Go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, question for Dr. Shetty. Sir, you said that every one of us or every youngster, we need to go through mental health checkup or mental health on monthly, quarterly basis. Just to give you my 1-minute introduction, I'm author of a book called Define Your Orbit. And you touch the element that if we have purpose-driven life, I think a lot of things can change. So do you have a framework of what kind of audit one has to do on monthly basis? Not medically, but physically or in conversation? That's
What's
the
the
question.
boxes you tick in? What's the
Yeah,
boxes
that's the
that you
question.
cross?
So as parents, like I have two kids,
Meaninglessness is the
22
cause
years
of
old.
depression. Meaninglessness is the cause of depression. We have PHQ9, a question which you can use with the young. We have SRQ, also a question we can use with the young. But don't wait for them to come to your clinic. Use it on your breakfast table, each one of you, and all those listening to me. Let them take. You ask everybody, no? Aapko bukar aati hai kya? Pet dukta hai kya? Let them take. Initially, they will see it as fun. They might be angry at you, but tell them, we told you this, and that might save somebody's life. Number two, there are many people who want to die, and they don't tell you. All those people who are crying may not always be depressed, but all those who are depressed may not choose to cry. And you need to really dig, even if you become unpopular, till you, and if you have to err on the side, is he stressed? Is he depressed? Is he suicidal? Not so. Err on the side of having a mental health checkup. All executive health checkups in every hospital should have a compulsory mental health checkup.
All right, and with that, let's take that home, because there are a couple of self-help tips that have also been given. But yes, we're going to just leave you with that figure. 35 suicides between the age group of 18 to 35 daily. Just chew on that figure. Is this not an epidemic? Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A big round of applause, please, for our panelists for educating us on this important issue. Thanks, Preeti. Can I request Vrushali Malpekar of the Motwani Jadeja Foundation to join us here on stage and hand over a token of our appreciation, please? A couple of moments to set up for our next session, a quick turnaround. Just allow us 3 to 5 minutes. Please just stay where you are and we'll be ready.
From a land older than time, amidst the magnificent palaces, enveloped in the mystic fog, where the elusive tigers exude a timeless valor, comes India's finest yet. For connoisseurs of fine taste, Royal Ranthambore.
Well, the sun's going to set shortly, and we thought we'll set the mood with something very, very special. Now, our next guest is a very well, talented individual. I'm not going to reveal too much, but you can already see that with the sitar on stage. I was going to build up to a crescendo to welcome a very talented sitarist in no time. But let me tell you a little bit more about Mehtab Ali Niazi. Well, a child prodigy, started playing the sitar at the age of 4. He's 24 now, and he already boasts of 2 decades of a treasure trove of experience. And very quickly, what I will do is, because we're going to be handing it over to Mehtab with his encore performance. Are you all set, Mehtab?
Hello. Yes, thank you so much for the lovely introduction, first of all. And to India Today for having me here today, for always believing in my vision of taking Indian classical music to the global level, and for giving me this platform today amongst all these great personalities.
Mehtab, I want to set the context over here. What Mehtab essentially does is make the sitar essentially cool again. Very relatable with the Gen Z audience, where he goes viral on Instagram for all his tracks, adding his own unique touch to popular hits, which you are going to, well, be exposed to very shortly. But tell me something, where did you get this idea, Mehtab, to really mix, well, traditional classical music with some of these popular hits from nowadays? What was that real, well, brainstorm like?
If I tell you honestly, I wasn't very good in studies. And whenever I used to tell my my friends that I'm playing sitar, they didn't used to, you know, consider it as cool as guitar or drums. So it kind of disheartened my heart, and you know, I wanted to do something to bridge this gap between the younger generation and myself and my music. So I figured out this fusion set where I do mixing and fusing some famous tracks with the Indian classical music, so that these people can also see the instrument and enjoy it and get entertained by it.
All right,
like
the
all
audience
other
is all
drums
set.
and bass.
Mehtab is raring to go. Mehtab, you can take your seat.
Thank you so
Ladies
much.
and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the most enthralling performance yet by Mehtab Ali Niazi.
Well, firstly, I'll start off with a traditional classical raga called Rag Bageshwari. I'll give you a brief presentation of how traditionally we play Rag Bageshwari. you are here have heard ghazal before. So I have also tried. That's quite a good number of people. So I would like to try a ghazal in sitar, and I would like you all to guess what the ghazal is.
हाय मर जाएंगे हम तो लुट जाएंगे ऐसी बातें किया ना करो आज जाने की जिद ना करो आज जाने की जिद ना करो हाय मर जाएंगे हम तो लुट जाएंगे ऐसी बातें किया ना करो आज जाने की जिद ना करो.
Now that you guys have an idea how good of a singer I am, I would like to sing another of Ustad Nusrat Saab's ghazal. I hope you will enjoy it.
हकीकत का अगर अफसाना बन जाए तो क्या कीजिए हकीकत का अगर अफसाना बन जाए तो क्या कीजिए हकीकत का अगर अफसाना बन जाए तो क्या कीजिए गले मिलके भी वो बेगाना बन जाए तो क्या कीजिए खुदा का घर समझ रखा है अब तक हमने जिस दिल को खुदा का घर समझ रखा है अब तक हमने जिस दिल को खुदा का घर समझ रखा है अब तक बुतखाना बन जाए तो क्या कीजिए, कतील उसमें भी एक बुतखाना बन जाए तो क्या कीजिए, हकीकत का अगर अफसाना बन जाए तो क्या कीजिए, गले मिलके भी वो बेगाना, गले मिलके भी वो बेगाना बन जाए तो क्या कीजिए।
So, I would like to end the performance with that bridge that I told you earlier, that I figured out to, bridge the gap between the younger generation and myself. So, presenting before you all As It Was, which is a favorite track, and I will play it and I will improvise with the track live for all of you. And just how all the good things take time, I will also need just 10 or 15 seconds of yours to tune my sitar. Thank you so much.
Wow. A huge round of applause, please. Mehta, before you pack that up, very quickly, we want to get inside the genius brain of yours, that creative masterpiece. Tell me, how do you plan to mix these songs? You pick the chords. I've done a little bit of classical myself. How do you really do the fusion piece?
You know, it's not a big deal. I just go around my friends and I figured out which song they are listening to these days, and I just record it.
And then it becomes a trend on Instagram?
Yeah, they do. Now they have started to, you know, show off on their social medias that they know me and they know the sitar. It's now little bit the cool instrument. It's not anymore the old school kind of thing.
Mehta, one last question. Ek baat batao, 7th generation sitarists. How much of that style have you managed to preserve? How much of it have you managed to improvise on? What have the learnings been from the gharana that you come from?
7th generation representative, as you said, thoda mushkil hota hai kyunki there is always a lot of pressure on your shoulders that you have to carry forward this legacy which has been left behind by your forefathers, and you have to also make sure that you don't do any mistake or anything wrong that would put that black dot on that huge white wall.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, prodigy, powerhouse, rock star in the making, Mehtab Ali Niazi. Thank you
so much. I would like to sign off with this one line that I always say,
of course,
which is, whatever little difference I have made today with my music in the Indian classical music field is just the beginning, and I won't stop until I put Indian classical music and sitar on the global level. Let's go global traditionally.
A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, Mehtab.
May I also now please call upon Manoj Sarma, CEO, India Today, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause. Mehtab Ali Niazi, sitar player and vocalist. Thank you. Thank you, Mehta. Appreciate it. Thank you. It was that much needed 15 minutes between politics. We're going into another one right after that. Thank you. Give us just about 2 minutes turnaround time. We're ready to go into our next session. Lots of sniping going off stage, but let's take it on. Let me quickly introduce you, ladies and gentlemen, to our next session. NDA versus India, who will win the general election in 2024. This session sponsored by NL Dalmia. I invite on stage my session's co-moderator Rahul Kabal, News Director India Today and Aaj Tak, and Executive Director Business Today. Also quickly introducing our panelists, Priyanka Chaturvedi, Member of Rajya Sabha, UBT Shiv Sena, Rahul Chewavle, Member of Lok Sabha Shiv Sena, Gaurav Bhatia, National Spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party and Senior Advocate Supreme Court, Supriya Shrinate, Chairperson, Social Media and Digital Platforms Congress.
The biggest question in Indian politics at this moment is, who will win the 2024 general elections? Will it be Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP for a record third term? Or will the India Alliance be able to provide stiff competition to the NDA in its bid to get re-elected? To talk about this, Preeti and I are joined at the India Today Mumbai Conclave. I want to start by introducing, representing the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party, its national spokesperson, Gaurav Bhatia. Gaurav, welcome.
Thank you so much, Rahul.
Rahul Chevle joins us, Member of Parliament of the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
His one-time colleague, now on the other side of the political fence, Priyanka Chaturvedi, Member of Parliament of the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Rahul.
And last but not least, representing the Congress Party, its national spokesperson, head of the social media department of the Congress, Supriya Shrinate. I want to start by asking Gaurav Bhatia about the raids on the Aam Aadmi Party leadership and the arrest of Sanjay Singh, which is the hot button political issue at this moment. Now, two things can potentially happen as a consequence of that. One, that AAP comes under pressure, and as we saw here, for example, Ajit Pawar and some others switched over and joined the NDA, or the Congress and the AAP were earlier struggling to allocate seats amongst themselves in Delhi, in Punjab. Because of the threat of ED, CBI, IT action, the India Alliance actually becomes more cohesive. How do you see it? Let's start from there. Gaurav Bhatia.
First of all, Rahul, this session is all about who would be governing the country in 2024. And I want to make it very clear, because of the good work that Shri Narendra Modi ji has done, there is no doubt in the minds of the citizenry of the country that Shri Narendra Modi ji has earned the third term, and I will give you an example. In the last 1 month, every Indian felt proud when there was successful organization of the G20 summit. We also Chandrayaan-3 successfully launched, and even today I was seeing the highest number of medals won by India in the Asiad. What does it show? India is leading from the front. Narendra Modi ji is the tallest leader in the world right now, and therefore I think he deserves one more term, which we will get. Now, coming to your question, political vendetta. What is this political vendetta is what the people of the country are asking. Sukhpal Khera, arrested Congress MLA in Punjab. Is it a political vendetta? Chandrababu Naidu, arrested by the police there in the state. Is it political vendetta? And let me talk about some facts, and I challenge the speakers from the opposition party. In the last 9.5 years, if they could cite one Supreme Court or High Court judgment where CBI or ED investigation has been quashed by the Honorable Supreme Court or the High Court on grounds of political vendetta. So therefore, I would say that 303 सीटें जो दी हैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, ये इसलिए नहीं दी है कि घोटाले हों, ये इसलिए दी है कि घोटालेबाजों को जेल की सलाखों में डालें. And Sanjay Singh or Manish Sisodiya, they were given certificates of Kattar Imandar. Is it not a relevant question to be asked? 7.5 months behind bars, Manish Sisodiya has not been granted bail by the Honorable Supreme Court or the Delhi High Court. Why?
Okay. Okay, you talk about political vendetta. Let's switch over now from political vendetta to politics of convenience. And Shubhra Srinath, I want to bring you in on that. Sanjay Singh, your own alliance partner, arrested yesterday by the ED. We haven't heard anything from the Congress. You have an arrest which is made of a Congress leader in Punjab, and the Aam Aadmi Party says that they are following Dharma. The arrest has happened under due procedure. However, where it comes down in Delhi, it's political vendetta where Sanjay Singh is arrested. Where does the Congress come in this?
So I'll come to that in just a bit.
No criticism at all on
Fair
the
enough.
arrest?
I'll answer your question. I got your question. It's great to be here. A good evening to all of you and my fellow panelists. I think there were three things that were attributed by the BJP spokesperson that constitutes the success of the Narendra Modi government and which is why they will be voted back. The successful organization of the G20, the launch of the Chandrayaan, and the highest level of medals that we are winning. Where is the contribution of the Prime Minister in any of this? Other than the fact that Neeraj Chopra has some serious competition in the Prime Minister, where is the contribution of the Prime Minister at all? G20 was a rotational presidency. The reality is when you organized the G20 in Delhi, you had to erect tall towers and walls to cover the poor. The reality is that Chandrayaan is the combined effort of our scientists, of our technicians, of our researchers. And the reality is that sportspersons are doing very well given their own contribution. So where is your contribution? Your contribution in the last 9.5 years is to high unemployment, is to jaw-dropping high prices, is to huge income inequality that has happened in the country, is to Manipur that is still burning in the last 5 months, but we don't hear from the Prime Minister. So I don't know what contribution can be made to Mr. Narendra Modi on the three things that were listed out. To your question, Mr. Sanjay Singh has been arrested, and the ground on which he's been arrested, the ground quoted is the liquor scam of Delhi that happened, the revenue excise liquor scam of Delhi. We are the original petitioners in that scam. Point number one. Point number two, we have 0 MLAs in the Delhi Assembly. They have 8 MLAs.
Okay.
They have 7 MPs. Let me finish. But they did not wake up to the liquor scam. They were busy gallivanting. It was the Congress party that woke up to the liquor scam. We took it to its logical conclusion. We do believe that a lot of what this government does is political vendetta.
It's not a witch hunt.
I'm coming to that. We do believe a lot of what this government does is political vendetta. ED being involved. ED which has seen 4-fold increase in cases and 95% of those cases against the opposition. You join the BJP and I'm saying this with all honesty. You make any of these people join the BJP like a Hemanto Biswa Sarma or a Yeddi or anybody else who has joined, Suvendu Adhikari or Narayan Rane from your state, all the cases will cease to exist against them.
Rahul
if this is not political vendetta, what is?
Respond to this, Rahul Shevre. The charge is that most of those who joined the NDA from the Uddhav faction of the Shiv Sena did so because of some cases against them. And the moment they joined, then all the cases are largely forgotten. The investigations are no longer pursued with any aggression. That this is part of a washing machine. You join, your sins get washed out, you come as pure as the Ganga river.
नहीं, ये बात गलत है क्योंकि हम सभी ने जो ज्वाइन किया है एनडीए और बीजेपी अलायंस के साथ, क्योंकि आप सभी को पता है कि एनडीए अलायंस में हम 25 इयर्स से ओल्ड पार्टनर है एनडीए बीजेपी के साथ, और हमारा जितने भी मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हो या एमएलए, किसी के ऊपर केसेस नहीं है, किसी के ऊपर ईडी के भी केसेस नहीं है. हमने ज्वाइन किया है ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ 2019 में एक क्लियर मैंडेट दिया था कि एज ए शिवसेना बीजेपी अलायंस मैं मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट चुन के आया था, हमारे एमएलए चुन के आए थे, तो लोगों का एक मैंडेट था, तो उसको रिस्पांस देते हुए हमने एनडीए ज्वाइन किया. और जो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के विचार है, हिंदुत्व के विचार, उनको हम लोग फॉलो करते हैं, उसी वजह से हमने एनडीए को ज्वाइन किया. 2.5 इयर्स में हमारे लीडरशिप ने ये सब भूल गए थे, लेकिन फिर एक बार महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने एक डिसीजन लिया कि एनडीए ज्वाइन होने का, तो ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ हिंदुत्व एंड ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के विचार जो हम आगे लेके जाने वाले हैं, और एक क्लियर मैंडेट 2019 को शिवसेना बीजेपी अलायंस के कैंडिडेट के हिसाब से हमें मिला, इसके लिए हमने एनडीए ज्वाइन किया.
प्रीति?
Priyanka Chaturvedi, you possibly have that option of responding, which Aaditya Thackeray didn't have this morning because he was waiting for the Chief Minister to come in.
No, all I'd like to say is the Chief Minister chose to run away. Sorry.
He had to go. He had a meeting in Delhi.
I'm sorry. This meeting business in Delhi, my former colleague was mentioning Bala Sahib Thackeray ji's vichar. I would want to know, you all have all followed political history.
of Maharashtra, how many times Bala Saheb Thackerayji's chief minister bowed down to the Delhi Darbar as much as our current unconstitutional chief minister is doing? So please do not use his name to justify your backstabbing. That's one thing. About Hindutva, they were mentioning about Hindutva. I want to understand from them, when the alliance was happening, why were these people, these 40 who have gone and the MPs who are sitting and talking rich right now, why did they not raise an objection then? Why did they enjoy the perks of power then? The third point, I think he suffers from some amnesia or something. I would want to know, what is Yamini Jadhav's story? What is Yashwant Jadhav's story? What is Pratap Sarnaik's story? And once he answers that to me, I'll probably take his answer in good faith. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And I can tell you one thing, you can form a government by backstabbing. You can backstab the ideals of Bala Saheb Thackerayji. But people of the state remember all the contribution that Bala Saheb Thackerayji has done, and his ideology remains supreme with Uddhav Bala Saheb Thackeray, and they might enjoy the perks of power till 2024. I can tell you they are going to see a resounding defeat in 24.
No, but to achieve a resounding victory, as Priyanka Chaturvedi predicts, Supriya Srinath, you need some cohesion in the alliance. Questions of seat sharing are so fractious that the India alliance is not able to inspire any confidence amongst those sitting here, watching anywhere across the India Today network, that you will be able to find ways of being able to share seats meaningfully and actually make this a 1 versus 1 on 400 seats.
So, Supriya, just before you start, she has very graciously allowed me to speak.
Okay.
This is called partnership, right? I'm sure they wouldn't be able to manage that. I'll just say one thing about Maharashtra, and I will say this. Can you ask them, before you ask me about seats, can you ask them, were they even aware that Ajit Pawar is going to be joining their alliance even 2 hours prior to his oath taking? Don't put these questions on Mahavikas Aghadi. We have a very good partnership going, and she'll obviously answer the India alliance bit, but you should ask, the question should actually be asked to the BJP and the so-called faction, that will they be able to manage with cohesion?
Supriya ji सोच रही है मेरे लिए बोलगी मेरे का बोलूंगी यही तो इंडिया अलायंस का सवाल है. Let Supriya Srinath respond. Yes, ma'am.
So our seat sharing is not happening, or those dialogues are not happening for Rahul Kanwal's consumption. Those dialogues are happening well within coordination committee. It's happening between chiefs of political parties. You will get to know when that happens. None of you thought that we'll come all this way. None of you thought that, political parties from across the country can come together. And Rahul, you may say here and sit on your high pulpit and say that it doesn't inspire confidence. It has rattled the living daylights out of the BJP. Because if it did not, the Prime Minister would not badmouth the name of our country, India itself. The Prime Minister would not be forced to compare India to Indian Mujahideen.
Gaurav, are you rattled by the India alliance?
Absolutely rattled. Living daylights rattled out of them.
Is that all because you're worried that 1 versus 1 is tougher than 1 versus many?
It's not India alliance. It's I.N.D.I.A. Dotted alliance.
May I respond?
Yes, Mr. Bhatia.
Few remarks have been made, and I will definitely come to that. But let me start by saying, we were talking about ideology, and we are in Maharashtra. Bala Saheb Thackerayji is revered by all. I want to ask, there are 2 panelists sitting from the Ghamandia group on my left and right. I want to ask them, please tell me, Veer Savarkar ji, we believe, is son of the soil, as Indira Gandhi ji said. But Rahul Gandhi says, मैं वीर सावरकर नहीं हूं कि माफी मांगूंगा, डरपोक है. And Uddhav Thackeray does not even care to break free from the alliance. So I will stop here, because this is a question on ideology. And do you know the difference between the NDA and the Ghamandia? The difference is this: on our side is clarity. You ask any ally of the NDA who the leader is, the alliance partner would proudly say...
Mr. Bhatia, can I please come in for 10 seconds?
Please do not do that. Please, let me
make your
point.
Make your point.
I waited for my turn.
Make your point, sir.
The clarity in the NDA is this: you ask any ally who your leader is, and they would proudly say Narendra Modi ji. I challenge them to tell me how many seats they are going to win, and I will make a declaration from this platform: 303 seats and more for the BJP alone, and more for the NDA. Third, I want to ask them. Their ideology. They should tell the citizenry of the country, would Article 370 be restored? What is their ideology on that? Is this not a relevant question? So now let me just complete in 30 seconds. As of today, they don't have a convener. They don't have any PM face. The seat sharing formula is not out. The logo is not there. The first rally was to be held in Bhopal as per the Mumbai meeting. That has not taken place. And there is no agenda for the people of the country. And here comes Ghamandiya. And नाम रखने से घमंडिया या इंडिया, आप भारत और इंडिया नहीं हो जाते. जब नारे लग रहे थे भारत तेरे टुकड़े होंगे इंशाअल्लाह इंशाअल्लाह, राहुल गांधी वहां खड़े थे. इसीलिए आपको कोई इंडिया नहीं मानता.
Can I come in now? You have a fact check unit. I challenge you, get your fact check unit to fact check the last line he said, because your fact check unit on record and you in an interview with somebody who was present there has said these lines were never said. It's time the media speaks. Please don't speak in between.
I want to know what happened with Bharat Ratna.
I also think,
what are they doing?
Let me please finish my turn. I think the fact is that we call this country our motherland. We say हमारा वतन है, हमारी सरजमी है, हमारी माँ है. अपनी माँ का नाम घमंडिया बोलते हैं और ये बात करते हैं देश की. The reality is that if they were not rattled, they would not go down this dark hole. And if you were doing your job, you would say that somebody actually fact-checked what he said. And you must do that because this has gone on.
Can I respond, Rahul?
No, okay, Gaurav. Gaurav Bhatia,
it was denied in your interview.
You talk about that the India Alliance is struggling with seat sharing, rallies, all of that. But it's a struggle you don't have at all. Because today you had Pavan Kalyan who left you. Last week you had AIDMK who left you. Before that you had the Akalis who don't want to be with you. So उसमें तो कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं है seat sharing की.
JDU, Sena, 38 लोगों का कुनबा इन्होंने भी जुटा हुआ है.
I want to ask you a question.
I want to get in here, please, after he's done.
Individually, all alone, how many seats does the BJP have?
So,
now I'm asking you a question, please tell
me. So you're saying you'll fight it
I'm
alone, you don't need allies?
Okay. 303 seats.
You don't need allies is a question.
I do, and we respect them.
No,
but tell me something.
The problem,
after the Ghamandiya group was formed.
No, Gaurav
after
the problem though, from the India Alliance perspective, and that's the point that Gaurav Bhatia made, Priyanka ji, is that you can't even do one rally. In Mumbai, you announce you'll do a rally in Bhopal. I interview Kamal Nath. He says, no, I'm too busy with the...
No, again, I'll have to fact check you.
I'm too busy with the assembly election. We can't do this now.
Let me fact check
Rally to hoti nahi.
Rahul, why?
Because of...
No, I know.
Let us speak. Let us speak.
Because of Sanatan Dharm का जो statement है, PM के लिए जो statement किया, उसी वजह से वो rally cancel
Let us speak.
But I'm asking about Veer Savarkar ji.
Even Sanatan Dharm का DMK का जो statement.
Let Priyanka speak.
First, in 2024, because this was a commitment in 2014 that Veer Savarkar will be given a Bharat Ratna, which has not been done by the BJP. Now, I don't know why the so-called breakaway faction is working along with them. That's another point. My point is, you were talking about ideology. Tell me, out of the majoritarian part of this country also, the Hindus also, when you look at unemployment, if there are 10 unemployed youths, 8 of them are from Hindu families. When we are talking about farmer distress, we are seeing the farmer distress. Isn't that an ideology? When we are speaking Jan Ki Baat rather than the Man Ki Baat, isn't that an ideology? And having said that, you're saying Mumbai we decided that we'll do a rally. No, it did not happen in Mumbai. In Mumbai, we created groups, and those groups are functioning beautifully. The research group, the social media group, the media group, and you all have faced the brunt of it also, some of your anchors, where we've taken a decision. As far as the rally is concerned, I think we are all doing individual rallies, and Mr. Kamal Nath is very busy with his own entire campaign. We are going to do these rallies. I don't know why are they getting so radical.
But Priyanka, is your ally Mamata Banerjee on board with the caste census? Because that's one of your moot points.
No, again, let's just talk about one thing. Yeah, why won't she come on board? If we are looking at it from a social welfare perspective, if the country needs to know what is the equation right now, are the people who are the intended beneficiaries getting the benefit of it? Today, India does not have proper data to reach out to the right people. I'm certain that she will come around to it, and we will
Is the BJP on board with the caste census? That's the question.
Okay, Gaurav Bhatia, respond to that. This idea, Gaurav, that there should be a caste census, the BJP coming up with ambiguous points of view on it. Do you want a caste census or not, nationally?
Yeah. So first of all, if they're so worried about the OBC, then they should start respecting the elected Prime Minister of the country, who happens to be from the OBC community, Modi teri kabar khudegi, chaukidar chor hai. This is how you respect a member of the OBC community.
Do you want a caste census?
I'm coming to that. We are
They will never be
discussing.
able to say yes or a no.
Did you answer Veer Savarkar?
Yes or a
You
no.
did not, ma'am.
Or caste
You
census.
did not, ma'am, so do not interrupt.
Caste
When you
census.
decide not to answer the tough questions,
So
allow
you
me,
agree this is a tough
allow
question?
me.
So you agree this is a
But
tough
I am a very
question?
good batsman. I
so
know
you
how
agree
to
this is a tough
hit a
question?
six on a tough ball.
No,
which you don't.
Let's not get into heckling. Come on.
No, Gaurav bhai.
That's unfair.
Now this is the whole issue. Now it would be noise.
One second.
There wouldn't be any discussion.
Priyanka ji, just 1 second. Gaurav bhai, will you answer the question or you intend to duck it?
Narendra Modi
He said
ji.
it's a tough question.
I never said it's a tough question. The Veer Savarkar ji question was a tough one
Yes
for you.
or no?
You got hit wicket.
Supriya, let's come back to the question.
Let me answer.
Supriya Shanaid, let him answer the question.
So I want to first state a few facts because the issue that we are discussing is about OBC welfare. So I cited the example of Narendra Modi ji, the second OBC Prime Minister that India got. He happens to be from the BJP. Second, Sitaram Kesari. President of the Congress party was an OBC member. कैसे उठा के कांग्रेस के हेडक्वार्टर से फेंका था कोई भूला नहीं है. Rahul Gandhi in the parliament. Please do not interrupt, ma'am. Please do not
Okay,
interrupt.
avoid heckling.
Yes.
Come on. Go ahead.
Now Rahul Gandhi, on the floor of the House, Rahul raised a very pertinent point, I would say. He said, only 3 members from the OBC are serving at the secretary level. I want to ask Supriya Shanaid ji, they have individual governments of the Congress in 4 states. Is any chief secretary from the OBC caste? No, it is not. And I would tell you very proudly, there are 29 ministers in the BJP who happen to be members of the OBC. 29% of the MPs in the Bharatiya Janata Party are from the OBC community. And on caste census, since you asked me, Shri Narendra Modi ji is a man who turns impossible into possible. He will take every step that is necessary to ensure that the OBC community is empowered, and I very proudly say that because the OBC Commission was given a constitutional status also by Narendra Modi ji by bringing in a constitutional amendment. Now I just want to raise another very important...
You've spoken enough.
With numbers, let's talk numbers.
Yeah.
We've got governments in 4 states. 3 out of our 4 chief ministers are OBCs. You've got government in 10. 1 OBC chief minister who's on his way out. Let me also quote some numbers. Why are we talking about this? This is not just secretaries in the government of India. In the last 5 years, IS, IPS and Indian Forest Services, OBCs constitute 15%. Central universities, 4% professors from OBCs, associate professors 6%. The reality is the Bihar survey is an eye-opener. 63% OBCs, and look at their representation. What are you talking about? You are rattling names of ministers who are not even empowered to actually appoint their personal secretaries. You have 10 governments, not 1 woman, only 1 OBC chief minister on his way out. That's the reality.
Rahul, let Rahul respond. Do you want the BJP to take a more open stance, like Apna Dal? So many allies of the BJP have said, even Chirag Paswan, that there should be a caste census. आपको भी लगता है बीजेपी को क्लियरली बोलना चाहिए, बचने की कोशिश नहीं करनी चाहिए?
बीजेपी क्लियरली बोल रहे हैं, बीजेपी का जो भी एजेंडा है, सो एनडीए का कॉमन एजेंडा है.
आपका क्या एजेंडा है?
सबसे पहले राहुल गांधी जी के बारे में बोलना चाहिए. राहुल गांधी जी के ऊपर गुजरात में डिफर्मेशन का केस, ओबीसी का अपमान किया, उसके लिए है. तो राहुल गांधी जी को ओबीसी के लिए बोलने का अधिकार ही नहीं है. उनके ऊपर वहां पे सजा हुई है और आपको सभी को पता है कि इसमें वो डिफर्मेशन केस में उनको सजा हुई है. तो राहुल गांधी जी को तो अधिकार है और एनडीए का तो क्लियर कट एजेंडा है और वो सब हम लोग सब फॉलो कर रहे हैं. और जितने भी शिवसेना का जो भी एजेंडा है वो कॉमन एजेंडा है.
You know, I want to come back to the caste census and the Congress's strong stand today. 2011 there was a census, the OBC number, the were never made public. 2015 Karnataka census under Siddaramaiah, where are the numbers? For the last 10 years, your stand where the Congress party was anti-reservation, anti-OBC reservation.
Absolutely not.
Of course,
absolutely.
You had
not.
Rahul Gandhi who said it on.
One second, Preeti, just let me jog your memory. In 1992, we were the ones who implemented the Mandal Commission.
You have had Rahul Gandhi pointedly say that he does not believe in reservation, especially when it came down to the OBC. It is a change of stance.
I think
things change. Things change because an election is in order.
No. That's because you have to listen to people. You have to see that if 63% of this country seemingly comes from the other backward classes, there needs to have representation. Nothing is cast in stone, and those who are cast in stone after 10 years of their governance deliver 370 कौन हटाएगा, कॉमनवेल्थ में कितने मेडल आए, अरे आप ये बताइए आपने कितनी नौकरी बनाई, महंगाई को कितना कंट्रोल किया,
समझने के लिए कांग्रेस को 70 साल लगा.
Okay, so now we have about 5 minutes left, so we are coming to the business end of this conversation. Are you concerned, Mr. Bhatia, that in the manner in which the India Alliance is trying to push the caste census, the 2024 elections is shaping up as the nationalism, patriotism, Hindutva pitch of the BJP NDA versus the opposition alliance pitching for the idea of a caste census in the hope that everybody puts their caste identity first while going out to vote, which could potentially fracture the Hindutva vote bank that you're trying to cultivate?
See, with utmost respect, I would say Ghamandia is like a jalebi without an engine.
We call this
they don't,
mother. Don't keep calling it Ghamandia.
This is unfair, Rahul. I think, we don't require these interruptions. I just wish you would have prepared yourself better not to interrupt
I gave
and
you
speak.
numbers, you have no responses to that.
Okay, that's fine. Rahul will judge,
Okay, let's avoid it. Come on. There are 5 more minutes.
I don't
We can pull this without getting into a studio debate.
I just want to tell everyone who's watching, we won't judge. It's the people of India who will judge. Every voter will decide for himself. Unlike a lot of anchors who are delusional and think they can play justice, jury, and puppeteer, we don't believe in that. It's the people of India who will judge.
नहीं पर name calling मत करिए ना, आपको दिक्कत है इंडिया बोलने से, आप बोल दीजिए, मुझे बहुत दिक्कत है
आप देश का नाम खराब कर रहे हो घमंडिया बोल के, ये बोल रहे हैं.
अच्छा.
आप नहीं बोल रहे.
राहुल.
आपको नहीं लगता इंडिया को अपना देश? आपको नहीं लगता? आप लोगों को घमंडिया कहता है. आपको बुरा लगता है कि अगर आपके देश का नाम कोई घमंडिया कहता है और
देश का नाम नहीं करे, आपके अलायंस का नाम
इंडिया
देश का नाम लेने की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी? क्योंकि यूपीए नाम से बदनाम थे.
देश के नाम में फर्क क्या है?
यूपीए नाम से बदनाम थे.
वो पीपल
यूपीए नाम चेंज क्यों करना? यूपीए नाम से कंटेस्ट.
I don't think we can have a meaningful discussion by shouting at each other. Let's listen and then respond.
नहीं, हम गौरव जी का नाम कुछ और बदल कर करने लग जाएं, ये अच्छा लगेगा.
Priyanka, avoid. We have 3 minutes.
No, even you all must come on. आप कुछ भी घमंडिया करे चले जा रहे हैं.
Let's all be graceful. Give each other 1 minute to speak and
आप
file out.
सम्मान से बात करिए ना. हम भी सम्मान देंगे. अगर आपको सम्मान देना नहीं है तो बहस नहीं होगी.
Why? Okay, here's what we wish to do in the end. We'll go one by one. Tell us why you think you're winning. Why should those who are sitting here vote for you? Those who are watching you vote for you. We can start since Priyanka spoke.
Rahul, I need to respond to Supriya ji, and then you may do this one.
Then I might want to respond to Gaurav ji.
Because
if this is how it will go, I also want to respond to him.
Let's start with Priyanka and Gaurav ji. Your turn will come.
Whatever your responses, you can make it in the time that they've given to you.
I should have my patience.
Attack on the name of my country.
You know the
let's begin with
reason for name calling. The reason for name calling.
So here's what we can do. Here's how we can do this. Let him speak for 20 seconds.
No, why? No, why? Why should national artists get all the time?
अच्छा यार सभी moderate करेंगे तो मैं क्या करूँगा? One second. If every I know that Supriya has been a model. Listen, the house has some rules. Do you want that this be an orderly discussion? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So
do you want them to be disorderly and speak when not spoken to? No. Gaurav, even your wife is saying no. Okay,
yes,
good.
So she says
so now here's how we'll do this. Each of you, one by one, you can use the time the way you want on why the people of India should believe in your idea. We'll start with Priyanka Chaturvedi.
Starting with one, the amount of anger that you see coming from the BJP and the name calling that is happening is making it pretty evident that they are rattled. That's point one. Point two, enough of Man Ki Baat. 9.5 साल मन की बात, मन की बात, मन की बात सुनकर जनता भी थक गई है। वो कह रही है जन की बात कब होगी। वी आर डूइंग द जन की बात। जन की बात क्या है? महंगाई है, महिला सम्मान है, महिलाओं के बारे में हो रहे अत्याचारों के बारे में है। जो एफआईआर दर्ज होते हैं उनको की कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। जो एमपीज ये गुनाह करते हैं उनको डिस्क्वालीफाई करना चाहिए। ये होता है किसानों का सम्मान, युवाओं को रोजगार। ये हमारी जन की बात है। इसलिए हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि ये इन्फ्लेशन देख लें, महंगाई देख लें, अर्थव्यवस्था देख लें, महिला सम्मान देख लें, किसानों को देख लें, हम ये इलेक्शन जीतने जा रहे हैं। 2024 में सरकार बदलने वाली है।
राहुल, देखिए, नाउ देयर इज प्रेशर ऑन यू बिकॉज प्रियंका के लिए खूब ताली बजी। नाउ देखते हैं आपके लिए जनता कितनी ताली बाजी। गो फॉर इट।
एनडीए अलायंस है 350 प्लस, हम लोग 2024 में जीतेंगे, हमें पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस है। उसका एक ही कारण है कि लास्ट 10 इयर्स आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो भारत में काम हुआ और विश्व में भारत की जो सराहना हो रही है। दूसरी बात है कि इनका कुछ फ्यूचर प्लान ही नहीं है। हमारा 2024 में, हमारा 2047 तक प्लान है। 2047 में इंडिया थर्ड बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने जाने वाली है, एक विकसित राष्ट्र बनने वाला है। तो इनका 2024 का ही प्लान है। हमारा तो प्लान तो 2047 तक है। और इनकी अलायंस की लीडरशिप में है। जिस होटल में हम बैठे हैं उस होटल में इनका लोगो फाइनल नहीं हुआ, इनका एजेंडा फाइनल नहीं हुआ, तो इनका फ्यूचर नहीं कुछ। ये केवल अपने परिवार को बचाने के लिए इन्होंने अलायंस बनाया है और भ्रष्टाचार से मुक्त, क्योंकि यूपीए अलायंस था। इनको पहला प्रश्न है यूपीए नाम क्यों चेंज किया? क्योंकि अब यूपीए का नाम भ्रष्टाचार से जुड़ा था।
थैंक यू राहुल भाई।
और अपने परिवार को सेटल करने के लिए, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को सेटल करने के लिए ये अलायंस बनाया।
Gaurav is in government. You want Supriya to go first and then Gaurav can have.
I'm okay with
No,
have the last word. We'll
he
go
will
in
not
the
have the
turn that
last
we are
word. वो
going
बोल रही आप पहले बोलो। Gaurav, go for it.
Why do you wear these kid gloves?
Let's empower the women here. So I have no problem with that.
I am a very empowered woman.
That's
You
what
go
Modi
ahead.
ji.
I am an extremely empowered
I think
woman.
she's very bitter. You know, no matter what you say, she will be bitter. So okay, I will go first. That's okay. Since wrong words have been used for the Prime Minister, even in today's discussion, the way we are being attacked, I just want to recite a couplet. ना मैं गिरा ना मेरी उम्मीदों के मीनार गिरे, लेकिन मुझे गिराने में कुछ लोग 100 बार गिरे, और यहां बैठे हैं वो लोग। दूसरा मैं आपको बताऊं क्यों जीतेंगे मोदी जी। कोविड के बाद दिस इज द फर्स्ट इलेक्शन। These very people said the vaccine is not safe. Modi ji is that man. 220 crore doses administered, and we are having this conclave here. Article 370. Impossible to abrogate. 75 years could not be done. Narendra Modi ji, Prime Minister of the country, ensured that it is done. Ram Mandir, तारीख नहीं बताओगे? मैडम, आपके बीच में तो मैं बोला भी नहीं था।
प्रियंका, डोंट हेकल एंड स्लेज।
ये आदत है इनकी। अब चलिए इनके लिए भी एक अर्ज कर देते हैं।
क्या बात है? सुप्रिया इज पुटिंग प्रेशर। देखो, शेर का जवाब शेर से ही हो सकता है। यू बेटर गेट
शेर का जवाब शेर से। और अब आप देखिए, इनको इंटरेस्ट नहीं है कि आंकड़े क्या देंगे, फैक्ट्स क्या देंगे। इनको इन्हीं की भाषा में जवाब देते हैं। बाला साहब ठाकरे जी
जन की बात।
No, come on, Priyanka, be fair.
Don't break the rules, Priyanka. Come on.
Isn't he breaking the rules?
You've had your say.
He's speaking. Let him speak.
Speak on the topic.
अरे उसको जो बोलना है बोलने दो ना। People will decide.
Speak on the topic.
No, Priyanka, let Gaurav share. Arz.
So I only request Rahul and Preeti to allow me 1 minute and I will be done.
1 more minute?
1 more minute.
हो गया?
Yes, I will tell you. Ajay,
मालूम है
45 seconds.
नहीं।
No,
आप सिर्फ शेर बोलो। शेर सिर्फ शेर का टाइम
पढ़ के एक फैक्ट दे के अंत करूंगा।
ओके।
बाला साहब ठाकरे जी श्रद्धेय हैं। जहां भी उनकी आत्मा होगी तो वो इतना ही कह रही होगी उद्धव ठाकरे जी। आप गैरों की बात करते हैं, हमने अपने भी आजमाए हैं। लोग कांटों से बच के चलते हैं, हमने फूलों से जख्म खाए हैं। ये उद्धव ठाकरे के लिए कह रहे होंगे। और विमेन पे मैं बता दूं, वन मैन हु हैज मेड विमेन रिजर्वेशन पॉसिबल 2010.
जिसकी डेट तय नहीं है.
Okay.
Don't fool the women of this country. No, because I have to fact check you here. Don't fool the women of this country. Don't fool the women of this country.
Members ने voting भी नहीं किया. You're not letting Supriya speak.
4 मेंबर ने वोटिंग भी नहीं किया, लोकसभा में वोटिंग भी नहीं किया।
नहीं अब हो गया गौरव भाई। गौरव भाई, okay, so now 1 second.
Not fair, Rahul, but it's okay.
Supriya, you come from Eastern Uttar Pradesh.
Can I complete myself?
Two shares have been thrown your way.
Can I complete myself though? 30 seconds, please, Rahul. I request you, if that's okay with you.
No. Sir, ab ho gaya.
30 seconds. It's a very important issue. I was talking about women reservation, and I was cut short. Please. So, women reservation, किसने possible किया? Narendra Modi ji ने. And these people talk about women reservation. Let me give you some numbers. They have governments in 4 states exclusively by the Congress. Himachal, out of 9 ministers, 0 are women.
Okay.
Karnataka, 34 ministers, only 1. Chhattisgarh, 13 ministers, only 1 is a woman. And Rajasthan, out of 19, 2.
Okay, hard
Is
cut.
this women empowerment?
Hard cut.
That's all I have to
With that, Gaurav is over. Does anybody want to clap for him? Because he spoke now. People are deciding whether they wish to clap for him.
Supriya, go ahead.
Now, Supriya, 2 verses came your way. Let's see what you can throw. शेरो शायरी में जवाब देंगी आप?
ये लोग जलेबी बनाते हैं, मुझे जलेबी बनाने की जरूरत नहीं, मैं सीधी बात करती हूँ, सीधी बात करनी चाहिए. You asked a direct question. I did not speak a word while you spoke.
Now let
extend the same grace, please. Go ahead. Supriya, please make your point.
I will only tell you one thing. 2024 is an election where Mr. Modi has to show his report card. What is on his report card? A sea of red. Unemployment, one of the highest the country has seen. High prices, income inequality, a scam that the government doesn't want to speak on. Manipur that is burning. When was the Prime Minister going to visit Manipur? All I want to know. 5 months Manipur has been burning. 10th August he spoke in Parliament. Even now, 5 valleys of Manipur under curfew. When is the Prime Minister going to take cognizance? And what women's reservation do they want to talk about? When is it going to be implemented? Can he, his Home Minister, his other colleagues agree on that? The reality is that people of this country are not as naive or as dumb as you think they are. They see through your tricks, and that's exactly why you're rattled. You are going to lose the big 4 states that are going to
It says Congress time's up.
And you will also lose 2024.
Congress time's up.
And the reality
It says so.
युवाओं की बात हो रही है, एक शेर सुनाई देती है.
Congress time's up.
शेर जवानी बढ़ती है. तलवारों की धारों पर इतिहास हमेशा बनता है, जिस ओर जवानी मुड़ती है उस ओर जमाना मुड़ता है. इनको जवान इस देश के, इनको युवा इस देश के खदेड़ने वाले ये पचा नहीं पा रहे.
Gaurav, unless you have a share, you can't reply. So अगर शेर में जवाब दे सकते हो तो 2 वरना
कैसे पढ़ पाएंगे? लिखे हुए खत्म हो गए.
मैं बता देता हूं.
लिखे हुए खत्म हो गए, अब कहां पढ़ पाएंगे?
कोई नहीं.
लिखे हुए खत्म हो गए.
आप जलेबी बनाना सीखिए. हाँ ठीक है, आपने सीखा नहीं.
शेर सुना रहे
तो उसके बाद हम भी सुनाएंगे.
अगर आप शेर सुना सकते हो, okay, fine. Let's see. I like this. Only in share, otherwise no jawab. Yes, Gaurav.
If it doesn't share, then we have
देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए ये जनता अर्ज करती है. हम वो दरिया है जिसे अपना हुनर मालूम है, हम जिस तरफ चल देंगे रास्ते बन जाएंगे. ये है नरेंद्र मोदी जी. थैंक यू.
बंद होने जा रहे हैं
2024 का रास्ता.
इसीलिए गरीब और गरीब हो रहा है, इसीलिए महिलाओं के प्रति बढ़ रही है.
मैं एक और सुना दूंगा अगर आप
शेर. देखिए, मेरा अपना मानना है, जो इंडिया अलायंस है,
ये शेर नहीं है.
गीदड़ शेर नहीं सुनाएंगे. ये गीदड़ है, 30 एक साथ आते हैं. जब शेर दहाड़ेगा गीदड़ भाग जाएंगे. देख लीजिएगा.
रामधारी सिंह दिनकर ने एक लाइन कही है, खम्भ ठोक ठेलता है जब नर पर्वत के जाते पांव उखड़, मानव जब जोर लगाता है पत्थर पानी बन जाता है. ये तो पत्थर दिल के लोग हैं, पानी बन बन के बहेंगे. अभी देखिएगा आप इनको.
Alright, on that
भाई अगर शेर है तो जवाब दो, वरना छोड़ दो.
मैं
आप सोच रहे हैं.
नहीं,
एक याद करके आया था, वो खत्म हो गया. अब क्या किया जाए?
4 तो सुना दिए सुप्रिया.
पढ़ के लाइन
4 तो सुनाए, गिना है.
You don't know Priyanka sings very well.
सुनिए.
We've heard her in press conferences. She sings very well.
You can respond now if you sing it.
Priyanka will sing after this. Yes.
ठीक है. ना आंधियों का खौफ है ना हवाओं का, हमने दिए जलाए हैं सूरज की रोशनी तोड़कर. ये है भारतीय जनता पार्टी और नरेंद्र मोदी जी.
140 करोड़ लोगों की रोशनी तोड़ के भाजपा के
मुस्कुराइए.
बोलिए आप.
तुम इतना जो मुस्कुरा रहे हो, क्या गम है जिसको छुपा रहे हो? यही तो मैं पूछ रहा हूँ.
क्या डर छुपा रहे, क्या गम छुपा रहे?
हमेशा गुस्सा में क्यों रहती है? क्या डांट पड़ती है क्या पार्टी में? खुश होइए ना. इंडिया टुडे के कॉन्क्लेव में है, खुश रहिए.
गोडसे मुर्दाबाद आपकी क्लास लगी थी, मुझे पता है. अच्छी बात है. ये बोला था इन्होंने एक बार, गोडसे मुर्दाबाद.
नहीं,
क्लास लगी थी.
एक बात मुझे बताइए.
बोलिए गोडसे मुर्दाबाद.
शांत हो जाइए.
अरे बोलिए यहाँ पर.
अच्छा.
Okay, let me just end it with a song. We are gold forever, but no, I'm going to sing this song. I don't sing well, by the way. You all will have to live through the torture. Hum honge kamyab, hum honge kamyab, hum honge kamyab. 2024 में हमें पूरा है विश्वास. इंडिया बनाएगा इतिहास. हम होंगे कामयाब 2024 में.
Not bad. Priyanka, she came to the party, right? She's like, yeah, if everybody's having a good time, as a Bombay girl, I can't stay out of this party. Kuch to karna padega yaar.
Yeah. I think that should be the spirit, you know. We should have a meaningful conversation, enjoy the debate, and let the people decide who the best man is, and we believe it is Narendra.
Woman bhi ho sakti hai. Why only man?
Or woman. Who the best women were.
It's a way to say. Yeah.
Okay, as long as men are not speaking for women, that's never a nice thing. But anyway, so we had an interesting conversation. I hope all of you sat, reflected on all the fireworks that were coming your way. And ultimately, as I said at the beginning, it's the voters of India who will pick who they want should win. Can we have a very warm round of applause? In the spirit of debate, in the spirit of democracy, they had their swords unsheathed and were as courteous and cordial as is possible. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Priya.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supriya. Thank you, Gauravji.
Thank you very much.
You only know when
a
that
big
last
round
vote
of
is
applause,
counted,
please, for
2024.
Preeti and Rahul as well for moderating that session. Can I invite on stage Shri Shailesh Dalmia, Honorary Secretary of the NL Dalmia Education Society, to hand over a token of appreciation to all of our speakers. Supriya ma'am, request you to stay on stage. We're going to have someone hand over a token of appreciation to all of you. All right, we're all set for our next session. So can I request everyone to please settle down? Our next session is on TB, India's #1 killer, new diagnosis, new cures. And can I invite on stage the session moderator, Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director of Publishing, to go ahead and introduce the speakers for the session. All right, so along with Raj, who will be moderating the session, can I go ahead and invite our panelists as well? Dr. Raman Shankar, Senior Director of Global Health Strategies. Please give him a warm round of applause. Dr. Pinto, Consultant Pulmonologist at the PD Hinduja Hospital and Medical Research Center, and Meera Yadav, TB champion and survivor. Request everyone to settle down, please. We'll get started with our next session.
Good evening, everyone. And this is a subject we should actually be shouting about, as we saw in the previous session. Unfortunately, TB is the silent killer in India. 2.7 million people get TB every year in the country. And that's almost a quarter of the total TB cases across the world. Every year, 4 lakh people, 400,000 people die of TB. And again, India tops the list in the number of deaths caused by TB across the world. That they actually account for a third of the people dying of TB. Even more worrying is that India has the highest number of drug-resistant TB. And there are 2 forms of that. One is called a multi-drug resistant, and we also top on what is called extreme drug-resistant TB. And more importantly, TB has become the great leveler. We always thought it was a disease of the poor, of the slums. It has affected every single community, whether rich, middle class, or the poor. And so we have a very eminent panel to discuss this subject, and not in any particular order, but Dr. Lancelot Pinto, consultant pulmonologist of the Hinduja Hospital, Dr. Sudhakar Shinde, who's additional municipal council for BMC, and by the way, Mumbai is probably, it's not a very good thing to say, but the TB capital of India. It has the highest number of cases. We have Raman Sankar, the Senior Director, Global Health Strategies, and we have a TB survivor, Meera Yadav, TB champion as well, and she's had a tremendous sort of experience with that, unfortunate experience where she will narrate later on. But let's start with you, Dr. Lancelot Pinto. What is the reason for this resurgence of TB that you see in India? What is, we had TB for ages, but why now?
Thank you, Raj. And I think it's a great initiative that India Today is acknowledging the magnitude of the problem. I think one of the biggest myths and lies that individuals tell themselves when it comes to tuberculosis is that it will never happen to us. There is this perception that it happens only to the marginalized and the impoverished. And while it is true that a majority of individuals will fall in that category, we know that there are a lot of conditions which predispose you to tuberculosis. So let's talk about diabetes, for example. So about 100 million individuals in this country have diabetes, and an equal number have pre-diabetes. And if you do have diabetes, there is a strong risk of getting tuberculosis. If you smoke, you have about a 2-fold to a 3-fold chance of getting tuberculosis, and somewhere about 10% of individuals in India smoke tobacco in some form. If you have other lifestyle diseases or non-communicable diseases, such as liver diseases or kidney diseases, that makes you more prone to getting TB as well. So these are diseases very often of affluence. It's not necessarily of people who are impoverished. And as Indians get more prosperous, more non-communicable diseases, it's only expected that TB will also rise. The second issue with TB is that it very often gets diagnosed late. So individuals who cough, 50% of individuals in this country will approach the private sector. The private sector very often will treat you with antibiotic after antibiotic, and the diagnosis often gets delayed a couple of months down the road. And these couple of months is when you go around spreading the disease, unfortunately, to others. So I think a combination of an increase in risk factors in the country and the fact that the diagnosis is very often made late is what's contributing to the resurgence. And
am I right, Dr. Pinto, that 40% of this country is actually infected with TB, latent TB, don't know about it, and the trigger factors are the ones that you mentioned. So 1 out of 2 of us could get TB at any time. That's the point you make.
Absolutely. So TB is a fascinating germ, so you can get infected
right,
and you cannot have the disease.
Yeah.
So 40% of this country is latently infected. If you did a skin test, if you did a test called the IGRA, it'll show you that at some point of time in your life, you've been exposed to the germ has entered your body and is sitting there quietly. And during the course of a lifetime, of all individuals who are infected, about 5% of them will develop the disease. Now, when that transition from latent TB to active TB happens, is usually when your immunity is compromised because of diabetes, because of smoking, because of some other reason. So I think this reservoir of 40% of individuals who have latently infected TB are important, especially when we talk about eradication of the disease. You cannot eradicate the disease unless we somehow manage to eradicate the reservoir as well.
Now, coming to you, Raman Sarkar, one of the issues that we face is in terms of diagnostics. As Dr. Pinto mentioned, many people don't know they have TB for at least 6-7 weeks, and by then it can be very serious for them. What can we do in terms of speedier tests, firstly? What is available? That's why we titled this the new treatments, new diagnostics. What can we get, instead of waiting 8 weeks for earlier sputum tests, what is the latest that we can do in terms of TB diagnostics?
Thank you, Mr. Chengappa. I think it's useful to reflect where we were around 10 years ago. We were a country which was called to have a missing million or 1.5 million patients. That means that out of the estimated number of cases that are emerging, we are not actually notifying, detecting, reporting 1.5 million. Today, last year, in 2022, we reported 24 lakh TB cases. That means our case detection is improved, and this number was in 2013 or 2014 was around 14 lakhs. So our case detection has improved as a result of newer diagnostics being used, greater awareness. This city actually gave us the TB Harega Desh Jeetega campaign, which was started by the Mumbai Municipal Corporation, and the city also gave us a model of engaging with the private sector, like Dr. Pinto was mentioning. And this is not only in Bombay, but it's across the country that a large number of people do go to the private sector for care. So it's important that we engage with the private providers, and your private providers are not only the Hindujas and the Apollos and the bigger ones, but these are also the small shops, the informal providers, the chemists. So creating a network of all those touch points has actually helped us improve the number of notifications we get to the government. And there is a way to go, and awareness seems to be the greater awareness generation is going to get patients to come themselves and actually get themselves tested.
Now, I think this is where Sudhakar Shinde could come in. Now, Sudhakar, you're also a doctor. You're also additional commissioner for the BMC. What have you all done to, say, contain TB, in terms of both quickly getting them diagnostics as well as treatment? What is, and this could be a lesson for the rest of the country.
So, Mumbai has one of the highest number of tuberculosis cases, as well as one of the highest number of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis cases. So BMC has done some additional to what Government of India and Government of Maharashtra is doing. So like Government of India is having strategy of detection, treatment, prevention and building. These are the 4 pillars of Government of India's anti-tuberculosis policy. So BMC has, in addition to it, incorporated another pillar of active search. We actively go to the door to door and do the surveillance. We do record the signs and symptoms and try to detect the tuberculosis early. Apart from this, I think Mumbai's higher number of detection of cases is also related to Mumbai pattern, which we call, and this is because Mumbai has its own pattern of collecting the data from private healthcare practitioners. Apart from Mumbai, no other unit has such kind of reporting mechanism. We have something called as patient provider agency, which provides us data and inputs from patients being treated at private hospitals. Apart from this, Mumbai has also depended more on NAT technology for detection of tuberculosis rather than going for routine microscopy, which itself has a higher sensitivity, 50% higher sensitivity.
And when Dr. Shinde is talking about NAT, this has been a revolution in terms of the molecular test. Yes. So earlier you give your sputum, but now just with a simple test of your sputum, within an hour you're able to detect whether you have TB or not. And also I'm told drug resistance, if you have, particularly for the main drug. But continue. That's why it's very critical that you spread that diagnosis. Am I right?
Regarding this drug-resistant tuberculosis, Mumbai is also taking initiative to whole genome sequencing of a bacteria so that we can treat them with a specific antibacterial drugs. Apart from that, we have also done partnership with private healthcare providers like X-ray, like collection of samples from sites other than the pulmonary sites, and these kind of interventions are helping BMC to detect more. Maybe today we are reporting more number of cases, but that also, the other side is that we are able to reach out to those people and we are able to treat them better because we detect them early.
Also, one of the things that TB remains very infectious for the first 15 days of that person detecting them, probably that is infectious even earlier. Is there something that you're doing in terms of educating the people that simple things like putting a mask or, when you spit, Is that on with BMC?
Definitely we are doing that, but because of the complexity of problems in Mumbai, like tuberculosis is more common among slum dwellers, where we have a large number of migrant population, which people are staying in a very dense population. The ventilation, the sunlight in those accommodations is not enough to kill the bacteria which are killed naturally in other inhabitants. So we have around 1,000 bed, one of the biggest tuberculosis hospital in Mumbai, and 150 beds are reserved for the multi-drug resistant tuberculosis patient. So if we detect the patient, we tell them to isolate within their places, use mask, and if it's not feasible for them, we get those patients and isolate in our hospitals.
Now, I actually want to bring Meera Yadav at this stage. When you got TB, did you realize that you had TB? कितने महीने बाद आपको टेस्ट किया और क्या complications हुए इसके बाद? आप माइक थोड़ा नीचे. हाँ, thank you. Mike.
First of all, I would like to invite me in this session. About TB, I would like to share my story very shortly. I was diagnosed with TB in 2013 and had to undergo treatment with older drugs, including injectables. And not only I faced impaired hearing, but also limited treatment. टीबी की जर्नी जो मेरी रही है वो इट्स नॉट लाइक कि एक पेशेंट्स को टीबी होता है. ये एक पेशेंट्स को टीबी होना उसकी पूरी लाइफ को ही चेंज कर देता है. इट्स इम्पैक्ट सो बैडली. मुझे टीबी हुआ 2013 में एंड फाइनली आई वाज क्योर्ड इन 2017. सो आफ्टर सेवरल इयर्स ऑफ struggle and after being prescribed a new regimen containing that is bedaquiline and dramamine, which is 2 new drugs. तो अगर ये 2 दवाइयाँ मुझे नहीं मिली होती तो शायद आज मैं यहाँ नहीं होती. तो ये 2 दवाइयाँ मिलना कितना इम्पॉर्टेंट है एंड करेक्ट जो डायग्नोसिस है वो मिलना बहुत ज़रूरी है. 5 ईयर के स्ट्रगल में मैंने काफ़ी कुछ खोया है टीबी से एंड नाउ माई लाइफ इज़ टोटली चेंज्ड. बट येस मैं ये मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि टीबी अगर होता है तो उसका जो एक्सेस है ट्रीटमेंट एडहेरेंस वो टाइम पे होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. प्रॉपर डायग्नोसिस में बहुत डिले होता है जिसकी वजह से एक पेशेंट्स की टीबी जो है काफ़ी बिगड़ जाती है हद तक, जिसे ट्रीट कर पाना बहुत मुश्किल होता है. जैसे कि अगर मैं बात करूँ तो एमडीआर टीबी क्या, एमडीआर टीबी में जिसमें बहुत सारी दवाइयाँ पेशेंट्स के इलाज में काम नहीं करती है तो मल्टी ड्रग रेजिस्टेंट हो जाता है. एंड मल्टी ड्रग रेजिस्टेंस को भी अगर ठीक से ट्रीट नहीं किया जाए तो इट कैन बी कन्वर्टेड इनटू एक्सडीआर. तब और भी ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होता है इस टीबी को ठीक कर पाना. सो बहुत साल सफ़र करने के बाद में इवन आई हैड टू सर्जिकली रिमूव वन ऑफ लंग्स ड्यू टू टीबी. तो मुझे एक लंग्स नहीं खोना पड़ता अगर मेरा डायग्नोसिस सेम करेक्ट टाइम पे होता तो ये है.
Let's give a very warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
I think Meera made several significant points. One is, every TB patient has to end up taking an average of 20 pills over a period of 9 months. That's a lot of time, and that's why if you don't take them regularly, drug-resistant TB grows. Now, can you tell us, Dr. Pinto, what are the newer drugs that are coming? Some of the older drugs, they devastate your system as she was describing, because while it's helping you, but it's also side effects are tremendous. What's new in TB treatment that we can offer and subsidize? The main thing is those drugs are expensive. How can we bring it across the country and help out?
I think the big leap forward in the treatment of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis was having an all-oral regimen. Individuals earlier would have to have daily injections for 6 months. Those injections were a significant volume, would hurt you a lot. One of the side effects was losing your hearing, which was reasonably common, and there was this loose thing that was just thrown about that you better be deaf than dead. We would trivialize that. There were drugs which were extremely toxic in terms of tolerance. I think what's really changed is the newer and shorter regimen. So it's no longer 2 years. There are regimens which are as short as 6 months now, which are all oral, so there are no more injectables. So there's something called the BPAL regimen, which has been tested with 3 new drugs. There's bedaquiline, there's pretomanid, and linezolid. So bedaquiline is easily available, reasonably easily available in India now. I think pretomanid hopefully will come to us soon through the program, and linezolid is something that's already available. So this will definitely shorten the duration of treatment. There is also a move called the 146 that is being looked at. So 1 month of treatment for latent TB. So if you're infected but don't have the disease, we eradicate that reservoir. 4 months of treatment if you have sensitive TB, that's the routine TB, as opposed to 6, which it currently is. And 6 months versus the 2 years of treatment if you have multi-drug resistant TB. I think these are very exciting days for tuberculosis in terms of the research and development. We didn't have a new drug for almost 30 or 40 years, I think. The first new drug just came out in around 2010, which was bedaquiline. But now there is a pipeline, and hopefully there will be more regimens which are tested and more drugs which will come onto the horizon, which will make lives of our patients a lot easier.
Just one ABC question, which I think will help all of us. How do you know that you have TB? What do you need to do if you are, infected, and how quickly do you need to get to a doctor? What are the symptoms? I think that'll help a lot.
So I think the 3 cardinal symptoms that we generally look for is cough, that's more than 2 weeks, if you have a fever that isn't going away for some time, and if you're losing weight without any other reason. So these are the 3 basic things that one needs to look for. The second thing that commonly gets ignored is if you have a cough and you go to a physician, the physician gives you treatment. If you're not better, don't just keep jumping physicians. Maybe sensitize your physician to the possibility of TB. Maybe be a little more proactive and ask the physician, could this be TB? If you do have a cough that's productive, you just need to produce a simple sample of sputum. So there's no injections, there's no blood draw, there's nothing fancy. A sputum sample can diagnose TB in as less as 2 hours these days. Once upon a time, we looked at it under the microscope and we missed about 40% of individuals. So it had a sensitivity of 60%. We missed 40%. With the gene expert, with the newer molecular tests, we pick up about 90 to 95% of individuals if they have pulmonary TB. Now, if TB is outside the lungs, then it gets a little more challenging because your symptoms may be slightly different. If you have a swelling in your neck, which is very common, what we call lymph node TB is reasonably common in India. You can have bone TB. You can pretty much have TB from head to toe in any organ. So anything that's prolonged, that's not getting better, don't subject yourself to antibiotic after antibiotic after antibiotic, or cough syrup after cough syrup, or different experiments. Always test for TB. I mean, it's as simple as giving a sputum smear. Why would you not test?
Excellent advice. Let's give Dr. Saab a warm round of applause for that. And Raman Sankar, I want you to look at the fact that what he said. How do you deal at a national level. What does India need to do? Very quickly, we're just 2 minutes. If you could say 2 or 3 things that India needs to do to ensure that whatever the new developments, new diagnostics and treatments that have happened can be spread at a cost-effective manner and accessible.
So I think just taking it from the awareness question, the ICMR did a survey and they found out that 64% of people who had symptoms of TB did not actually go and seek care.
64%?
So 64%. So there were a various number of reasons for it, but the lack of awareness about symptoms and where they can go and seek care was actually not available. So if we can make information more readily available, make it more easier to consume, even probably direct people to where they can go and get themselves tested, for example, can make a whole world of difference. With CoWIN, we could actually just tap into, we could just tell our district, our block, and find 10 centers where we can go and get ourselves vaccinated. Why can't we do it for a respiratory illness which is so
you would want a
widespread?
TB net kind of a network, so you can actually track people. Make sure
it should be as simple as where's the nearest TB center, and you drop down and you're actually able to go and find that. The other piece on detection actually that you were asked earlier, today there are options of computer aided diagnosis. You have handheld AI using X-rays that frontline health workers can actually go into the community, do a quick scan, and they get the accuracy of that is so much higher, and you don't need a radiologist to actually read the piece, etc. So these quick measures can also really make a world of difference. And like Sir was saying from the BMC, they're actually going into homes and doing it. So can you use those mobile X-rays aided by AI to really fast track this whole process?
In fact, the fact that you mentioned it, I know Dr. Naresh Rayan of Medanta, who actually provides these. He's got a mobile clinic with these, super fast diagnosis, and I wish more people did that. But Dr. Shinde, we have very little, 30 seconds. Yeah. The lessons that BMC learned, 2 points that you would say that the rest of the country could pick up.
I would like to urge all people present here and through this platform of India Today, that first thing is that we should not have taboo about the tuberculosis. We should treat the people with tuberculosis very properly so that they come forward for the treatment. Second thing is that we should be more vigilant and try to report the cases which may have around us, like our maids, our drivers, and try to get them into the formal channel of detection and treatment. And third and most important thing is that Honorable Prime Minister has launched very ambitious program of Nikshay Mitra. Tuberculosis is a disease of poor nutrition. So if you are able to afford to provide nutrition to one person per month, around 1,000 rupees per month, that person will be named as Nikshay Mitra. And this support of this person for his nutrition is going to definitely take his nutritional level above, and it will automatically help him to fight the tuberculosis.
Wonderful suggestions. Last word, Meera, your experience, ek shabd bata diye.
As we heard about Dr. Pinto said BPAL regimen, about BPAL regimen. I don't know how many people are aware about TB. Like if I'm talking about BPAL regimen is very shorter regimen, less duration and free injectables. And the most important thing is zero stigma. अगर हम सब के बीच में BPAL regimen available है, guidelines में है, then why we are giving longer treatment to the patient? 18 to 24 months का treatment दें या 6 months का treatment दें? What patient choose? Patients के लिए क्या सही है? तो why we are not focusing on the BPAL regimen? मुझे लगता है हमें BPAL के ऊपर फोकस करना चाहिए. And हम TB को कैसे eliminate कर सकते हैं? Is that possible to eradicate TB by 2025? या इंडिया को हम फ्री कर पाएंगे? ऐसा हम सब जानते हैं कि अभी नेशन वाइड दवाओं का स्टॉक आउट चल रहा है, दवाइयाँ अवेलेबल ही नहीं है. एंड वी ऑल नोज अबाउट द सेकेंड रेजिमेंट जो है, सेकेंड लाइन ड्रग्स विच इज नॉन अफोर्डेबल फॉर मिडिल क्लास फैमिली. तो अगर दवाइयाँ जब अवेलेबल ही नहीं होंगी तो हम पेशेंट्स को कैसे ठीक कर पाएंगे एंड टीबी इरेडिकेट कैसे कर पाएंगे? तो माय दिस पॉइंट इज दैट मैं मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ हमारे इंडियन गवर्नमेंट को, प्लीज ब्रेक द मोनोपोली, प्लीज ब्रेक द डिलेड सिस्टम, delayed diagnosis and break the mechanisms.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a very warm round of applause. And unfortunately, to end this, the buzzer has gone twice. But once more, really, we learned so much about a disease that we need to take care of in this country. Thank you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon stage Colonel Arun Sharma, Darwin Platform Group of Companies, to come up and give a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Thank you all. Just about a minute of turnaround time and be ready to go with our next session. With all that you're listening into, with all that you're imbibing, we do hope you're active on social media. Do tweet out under the hashtag Conclave Mumbai 23. With that, let me quickly take you to our next session this evening, The Power of a Story, Craft Your Narrative to Succeed. To take it from here, session's moderator Akshita Nandgopal, Deputy Editor, India Today.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Preeti. As Preeti mentioned, our next session is called The Power of a Story, Craft Your Narrative to Succeed. I'd like to invite on stage Arvind Vijay Mohan, and I know all of you will be wondering who exactly he is. I've decided that the best introduction perhaps can come from Arvind himself. He's a master storyteller, so let's hear it for him, please. Arvind Vijay Mohan. Arvind, go ahead and do what you do best.
Thank you, Akshita. From the second she entered the room, he couldn't take his eyes off her. It was a cold evening in 1950. For the first time in days that had felt like months, he felt the minutes melt away. Over the following months, as he got to know her, he felt a sense of calm that he had come to crave. He felt like he was home. Home was thousands of miles away, along the river Narmada, on the periphery of the mighty Satpura reserves, where his father had been a forest ranger. He sat now facing her in a painter studio in faraway Paris, experiencing what one expects in the city of love, to fall hopelessly, helplessly in love. They endured separation fairly quickly after and labored through the ravages of a long-distance relationship for the following few years. He wrote over 80 letters to her during this time, each poetically professing his unbridled, burning passion of his primal need to be near her. It was but a matter of time before the two decided to marry, which, despite several challenges, they did in 1959. For reasons both personal and painful, he decided to stay on in France following their marriage and remain with her in Paris. They were married for 43 years, till 2002 when she passed on. Her name was Renine Mongila. Over their decades together, with her as the wind beneath his wings, he became a celebrated artist, feted in France and around the world. Living away from his motherland, however, wasn't an easy decision, but the things one does for love. Despite living in France for 51 years, he never gave up his Indian nationality. Despite living away from India for 51 years, nearly all that he created spoke about India, showcasing the vitality, the colors, the energy, the magnificence, and the spirituality of our splendid country. Each an intense ode to India. How to paint, I learned from France. But what to paint, I learned from India. These words are those of the Indian modern master, Syed Haider Raza.
This is what Arvind Vijay Mohan does best. I'm sure you've seen his videos on Instagram where he brings these stories alive, real stories of men and women. And so far, you'd have never really come across their stories, but he makes it interesting and makes it extremely inspirational. What's interesting about Arvind is also that he's a founder of India Art Investor, very well known across the country and worldwide also. But Arvind, let's focus on your storytelling now. On Instagram, right? People's attention span is just a few seconds before we scroll up.
Sure.
How is it that you managed to ensure that the Gen Z and everyone else is on Instagram gets hooked onto your stories? Where did this start, this art of storytelling? How does it help you also?
You know, if I enter a room, Akshita, I'm not going to be the richest. I'm not going to be the best looking. I'm not going to be the most charming necessarily, but I'm definitely going to be the hungriest. Not for the hors d'oeuvres, but for the histories that are collectively residing in that room. There are so many fascinating stories that exist in every room we enter. You know, I promise you, if 6 of us sit together at a table together, we'll have a Bollywood pot boiler ready to go. But we need to be curious. So I think most of what I'm able to share comes by virtue of my curiosity. That is the driving force behind everything that I share. Everyone's got a fascinating story to tell. And when I think about how it's helped me in my profession, it's not rocket science really. You know, it starts with asking a question which revolves around maybe 5 or 6 facets: the who, the what, the where, the why, the when, and the how. If you're able to understand that, like for instance, when you think about Raza Saab, what he managed to do over those 50 years that he was away from India was sing pains for the country that he loved, which he had to forsake for the sake of his love. It's such an incredibly touching yet powerful thought. So it would help anyone in their line of work, irrespective of what they do, whether they're trying to sell art or cheese or any commodity, as long as they're able to understand these very basic facets of why people should find them relevant and how to tell that story in an arresting manner.
How did this start? And how do you find your stories? Because I've seen the ones that you've done on the Hermes Birkin bag, the Gucci story, on JRD Tata. So many of them so relatable, and yet none of us knew about it. How did you come across these stories? Where did this germ of an idea really start from?
I've always been a bit of a nerd. It comes from, I think, extreme shyness. I was always with a book. And these books made me ask questions of inanimate as well as animate objects around me. People who one would just dismiss as passerbys, I wanted to know more about. I was always trying to unravel the reasons for why things were made and why people were doing what they did. It comes from a very, very simple word, which is curiosity. The need to know why, something that we celebrate so widely, a particular brand that is celebrated, Louis Vuitton, for instance. Why is Louis Vuitton worth the price that one pays? That's a question that perhaps pushed me in directions of trying to unravel what is so fascinating. It's just, a piece of leather that's been stitched together.
Did you find the answer?
I do.
I'm sure everyone here also wants to know what makes these brands so expensive.
Every brand has a story, but it comes down to preserving the legacy of being able to protect what the founder had encapsulated as his or her vision, and making sure that it is protected through the centuries following.
Tell us about your fascination with brands. Where did that start? And particularly luxury brands, stories of which you tell on your social media as well.
Akshata, it's impossible not to be fascinated by brands. Every waking moment of our lives, we are surrounded by brands. Some of us dream of brands even when we are sleeping, so it's inescapable.
Are you one of those?
Yeah, there are a few that sort of keep me up at night sometimes. But when I sleep, then I'm deep in slumber. So, when you think about the concept of a brand, to me, it's interchangeable with that of a human being. Every human being to me is a brand, and every brand to me is a human being. Let me try and explain that, for your clarity. If I enter a dinner party and there are, 60 people there, I'm going to speak to maybe the 7 or 8 that attract me, that for some reason draw my attention. That's the way it is with brands, right? When it comes to, let's say, a pair of shoes, there are maybe 300 shoemakers that might sort of cover my spectrum. The ones that draw me in are the ones that maybe visually appeal to me, but I also want to know the story as to why they're so richly made. Why is the color so different from the other one? So those aspects then also play out onto how human beings are. Each of us, we speak of human beings needing to find their purpose. I think human beings need to start off by understanding their brand attributes. Picture, if you will, a shopping cart, with a wobbly wheel being sort of wheeled down an aisle with an aisle that is filled with, let's say, 78 brands of potato chips, right? All shapes, all colors, all flavors, all sizes. Amongst those 78, you're one of those bags. And you want the person who's wheeling this cart to pick you. Now, this person wheeling the cart is perhaps the lady who you're trying to win the heart of. It might be the recruiter who's got that dream job. It might be, someone who's going to decide whether your child will go to that school or not. It's extremely important for you to understand what your brand attributes are. If I were to turn the spotlight on you and ask you, what are your brand attributes, Akshita? You should be able to tell me in a snap. Most of us don't quite...
I wouldn't be able to, yeah.
Yeah, so we aren't able to articulate that well enough.
But can I also turn this around? If I was in that aisle, let's say, and I'm wearing, a bright yellow suit, so then I get some attention.
Sure.
There's also the issue of legacy. You turn that around on brands. I may like something. I may say, this looks great. But that's a brand everyone has. It's a brand that's, got this value. It's a legacy brand.
Sure.
Which would you choose?
I choose both. Legacy brands, so, when you speak of legacy brands, we're at a time where a lot of legacy brands are trying to grapple with the idea of appealing to a younger audience, many of whom who are not familiar with the history or the wanted appeal of this particular brand. They're trying to speak to them, and that's sort of playing out in many, many ways, right? They're speaking to them in a manner that can be relatable, but it also might be diluting their original essence. So it's very important for one to be able to get a good, even balance of the two while maintaining the historic reference or the sort of, the cultural significance of the brand, but also some bright young spark, let's say a 26-year-old who's had some incredible life experiences and has created this brand that is fascinating. I think as a consumer, we need to be open and have the capacity to embrace both sides equally.
Let's talk about Indian brands. Which is the one that really stands out for you as a success story, looking at it from a marketing perspective especially?
I think Sabyasachi has done an incredible job. He's packaged the exotic appeal of India incredibly. It's high time that we have several brands which have, a strong Indian DNA, plant their flag all over the world. It's very important for us to have a global perspective. From that point of view, I think Royal Enfield also has done an incredible job. It's I know, a relatively niche circle of, motorcycling, but I think the Lal family has done an incredible job with making sure that you see Royal Enfields no matter where you travel. You could be in Osaka, you could be in Ontario, you could be in, Geneva, but you'll have a Royal Enfield, dug past you, which is fantastic.
I'm sure it's amazing to see as well because it makes you feel so proud.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'll give you a personal example. I walked into Hamleys on Regent Street about a fortnight back, and I had almost an akkad walking in, that I'm from the land of the people who own the store now. Very similarly, we guys were racing SUVs in summer race in Switzerland. And I was driving a Lamborghini, my friend was driving a Range Rover, and there were some Porsche mixes. And all of us lost to the Range Rover. Again, I felt a high degree of pride that it's an Indian owned company that's doing it. So India is making its mark felt in very many ways, but we still have a very long way to go in that respect.
What is it that Indian brands aren't doing right in that front? What do you think we need to do? As you said, we have a long way to go. So what do we really need to do to create our imprint globally?
To answer this question, Ikshita, let me break this down. Let's look at the market in two parts. The luxury market being the first, since I have a certain opinion of it. Globally, the luxury market has become this multi-billion-dollar play. And this is largely because of the effort of two individuals, François Pinault and Bernard Arnault. Their two companies, LVMH and PPR, which is now called Kering. And of course, there was Johann Rupert, who owns the Richemont Group. Back in the 1970s, 80s, these are the companies that really started surging forth in terms of importance and gaining traction. They started buying out a lot of these legacy brands that were dying at the time, pumped in a lot of money, made sure that the quality was back up in play. And it was from this perspective that the luxury market is now a thriving industry. If you look at what's happening in India right now, there's a very fascinating parallel that's playing out. You've got Mr. Ambani and Mr. Birla, who are building very, very similar models, where they're in one manner bringing all these brands to India, but they're also seeding a number of very prominent designers, as well as fledgling young brands, to become power players. So I think the luxury market is going to be explosive over the following decade in the Indian context. We are on the cusp, I think, of something very, very big. So the luxury side, I think, is already moving in the right direction. When it comes to the second part, when it comes to the mid markets and the low markets, and this is where, as Indians, because we're such a mass market, I think we really need to create far greater impetus. I mean, I rue the fact that we don't have more mainstream brands. If you consider the fact that outside of these 3 or 4 brands that we speak of, the Sabyasachis and the Royal Enfields, there aren't very many other players. It's unfortunate, in this day and age for us not to have that. Think about yoga. Yoga is something that India has owned forever. Why is it that Lululemon was started by a Canadian entrepreneur, and became a billionaire on the back of that? Lululemon, for those who are perhaps not familiar, is an athleisure wear that sort of focuses on, yoga. Why is it that some, hosiery giant from Hoshiarpur did not start that enterprise, right? So these are questions I think brand custodians, people who have the wherewithal to create energetic enterprises need to think very seriously about.
We've spoken about India going global, global brands coming to India. It's seen a boom, hasn't it? I mean, I'm not an expert, but if you were to just look at it from my perspective, from a layman's perspective, you look at the roads, you see a lot more luxury cars, you see people around you with a lot more luxury belongings. Is it a sense of brand value that people have kind of inculcated now? Or is it that there's more exposure, more options that's available now in the market here?
Akshita, it's a blend of various factors. I think first and foremost, it's comfort with currency. It comes down to understanding that we are a very young nation. 1947 wasn't that far back. The generations that come after any cataclysm of this sort will be predominantly occupied with securing their coffers. And Indians by nature are very conservative. They tend to think about the roti kapda makan model. Let's get all of those acts in order, and everything else follows. We have now reached a point where we have minted several billionaires, several millionaires, and that reflects in this consumerism, in these behaviors that play out by way of luxury cars, that play out by way of luxury condominiums. When you consider the real estate market in India, it's perhaps the richest in the world. For the amount that I'd pay for a penthouse in DLF, I could have a sprawling villa in Malibu or in any exotic part of the world. So we are spending, and that's now percolating down through social strata. You're seeing a number of families that otherwise would not think twice about spending on maybe a wedding, also saying, let's go out and buy that Bentley. Let's go out and buy that Goyard handbag. So it's just following a natural turn. There's nothing.
Priorities have changed essentially, and how you spend your money?
I've not changed at all. I still do exactly what I've always done. I'm not the most logical person, in this battle of heart versus mind. In my case, the heart has always led the way. From the minute that I had any money in my account, I started traveling. And that exposure, I think, really fed to my understanding of how the world operates. So no, I'm the wrong person to ask that question.
If you look at what's really happening with these legacy brands, with these luxury brands, there's, of course, a very clear consumer base that they have, a very loyal one at that. There are some who are always shifting away, citing that they feel taken for granted in a sense. Do you think that's a real feeling?
Well, to understand the essence of a brand, Akshita, let me sort of answer this in a slightly different way. I sit before you not merely as myself. I am the bearer of the legacies of my foremothers and forefathers. I perhaps have a trace of the elegance of my maternal great-great-grandmother. I perhaps have the wit of my paternal grandfather. Human beings who I've never met, but who live on through me. I certainly hope that my great-grandchildren carry forward my dashing good looks and my immense modesty. But the point I'm making here is every brand has a DNA, which comes by virtue of the founder having a very clear vision, which over the decades and perhaps centuries can get diluted completely. We spoke earlier of how trying to appeal to a new audience is challenging. It's not the easiest thing to do. When you think about a brand that's been around for 160 years, how does it speak to that 18-year-old who's going to make a buying decision because of some reel that he's seen some influencer post? I think the most powerful brands don't really bend. A Brunello Cucinelli, a Goyard, a Patek Philippe, they won't pander necessarily to the shifting tides of the water or the winds. They will stay firm and forthright with what their true essence is, and they'll allow people to mature to the level of understanding and appreciating what they stand for. So it's very important to understand that when a brand starts doing this too often, too easily, it would perhaps be the equivalent of a midlife crisis. It's the yellow Ferrari. You know, a red Ferrari and an uncle trying to squeeze into it is okay, but a yellow Ferrari is disgraceful. So yeah.
We've spoken of luxury brands. As I said, he's also the founder of India Art Investor. So I want at the end of this just to ask you a few questions on that. What would you recommend people invest in, modern art or contemporary art?
Well, it depends on what your inclinations are. You know, more often than not, contemporary art is the way to go. But when it comes to a younger audience, the millennials, they will only gravitate to art of their time. So it's always important to buy what your heart leaps at. You know, don't buy things because I'm telling you because I'm supposed to be an expert. Experts know nothing. You know, it's an essential facet to always remember that you're going to be living with that art. You're going to be waking up to it. You're going to go to bed to it. It's going to become an integral part of your existence. So buy what appeals to you. For the predominant wave right now, contemporary art is where it's at. But I make my bread and butter from modern art, so please go out and buy a lot of modern art. That's what I'd like to say.
Okay, help us out a little. Give us a bit of inside dope on what we should go for next. 5 budding artists who are going to be the next big thing.
Actually, that's a very controversial question, and it's something that I can't really sort of indulge in, and I'll tell you why. If you look back 10 years ago as to who the hot young things were, most of them have disappeared. It's very seasonal. But if you bought that hot young thing because you loved it, you still are in love with it. It's like this enduring romance that will see you through the ends of time. But if you buy it because someone's telling you to, me or anybody else, it's not going to withstand the rigors of time. So make your own decision. I think that's the most important thing.
Okay, interesting. Thanks very much, Arvind Vijay Mohan, ladies and gentlemen, for you here.
Thank you very much.
Please continuing telling the stories you do. Spreads a lot of positivity, messages of perseverance for everyone out there on social media. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akshita. Thank you.
May I please call upon Dev Bhattacharya, Group Executive President, Aditya Birla Group, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Arvind Vijay Mohan. Thank you. Appreciate it. To appreciate the tips, we'll be offline. Arvind will talk about Mr. Mohan, on the tips, we'll take it offline because we're not going to let you go before you share some tips on what to invest. All right then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next session. The last time we interviewed her, we're not in happy times. Not that they're happy times now, but better times for sure. I want to call upon stage sessions moderator Rajdeep Sardesai for our next session, Rising from the Ashes and Finding Herself.
May I please invite actor Riya Chakraborty to join us on stage. There's a mic there.
Thank you, very kind audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the India Today Mumbai Conclave. 3 years ago, this city and indeed large parts of the country on television were almost riveted to one story. And one woman was at the center of it all. Some saw her as a vamp, many saw her as a vamp, some saw her as a victim. She was caught in a story which seemed to take unimaginable leaps. She was accused of abetting suicide, at times of murder, and eventually charged with financing and harboring drug trafficking. She has finally not only got bail, but the Narcotics Control Bureau did not challenge her bail in the Supreme Court. She's now doing MTV roadies, hopefully a few films, but she was 3 years ago at the center of the Sushant Singh Rajput case. She's gone to hell and back. Please welcome Rhea Chakraborty.
Well, Rajdeep, meeting you again under different circumstances, huh?
Meeting me in very different circumstances. I want to tell this audience, I met Rhea Chakraborty for the first time and was subject to heavy trolling as a result when I did that interview. People even thought that India Today had chartered a flight to take me to Mumbai. The truth was, it was COVID times. I was wearing a PPE suit in the middle seat, SpiceJet late night flight, because I thought that we needed to hear Rhea Chakraborty's story. And I'm going to play a little bit at the start from that interview. Before I ask my first question, just look at Rhea Chakraborty, August 27th, 2020.
मुझे बताया गया कि उनके फ्यूनरल में उनकी लिस्ट में मेरा नाम नहीं है। इंडस्ट्री के काफ़ी लोगों का नाम था और मुझे उनसे पता चला कि मैं बिल्कुल नहीं जा सकती हूँ क्योंकि मेरा नाम नहीं है और वो लोग मुझे वहाँ नहीं चाहते।
कौन नहीं चाहते?
उनकी फैमिली। मुझे
That's a long time ago. Right. What's changed between the Rhea Chakraborty then and the Rhea Chakraborty I see in front of me today?
Well, you invited me to the conclave today, didn't you? I wasn't being invited to things then. I'm being invited to things now. That's a very big change. But beyond that, Rajdeep, firstly, thank you for interviewing me then and giving me a platform to, have my story out there when everything was one-sided. I always believe that there's two sides to a story. And not everyone believed in that day. And today, again, life has come a full circle where I'm speaking to the media after 2020 for the first time. Because I didn't think that I wanted to and I didn't think that I was ready. But now that life is moving on and I want to move on, I don't think there's any other place better than this for me, than India Today and you, of course. The new me is very different. I've been through a lot. I feel like an 80-year-old woman inside a 31-year-old woman's body, mentally at least. There's a lot of positive learning and there has been a lot of pain. Through that pain, I've had to go through a journey, and that journey could only happen if and when I decided to go through it. There's two ways when you go through something, Rajdeep. Either you go through it or you escape it and you avoid it, you don't think about it. You can become Devdas, you can choose those kind of things. But I chose to actually go through it. I doused myself in therapy because I believe that the only way out of a trauma is actually addressing what happened to you, what was said about you, what is that thing that affected you the most, why did it affect you, why does anyone else's opinion about you matter? And in the process, I think that the real difference in the person who I am today versus the person who I was in 2020 or before that is that my inner voice is louder. It's much louder and I can hear it over and above any other voice, thousands of voices, a billion of voices, and it's the only voice to me that matters.
You're saying that's the only voice that matters to you, what you think in a way of yourself or what your family thinks of you, who've stood by you through all the bad times, but you still polarize opinion. There are people who, when I put this out on Twitter a little while ago that I'm interviewing Rhea Chakraborty, they said, there it is, it's going to be fixed. And Rajdeep is going to give Rhea Chakraborty a platform. There will be, it'll be trending, boycott Rhea Chakraborty or boycott Rajdeep Sardesai for doing this interview. Many still see you as in some way involved in the Sushant Singh Rajput suicide case. Are you telling me none of that affects you even in this room? There could be those who will say, but did she really have any role to play in Sushant's suicide? How do you respond? Can you really shut it all out?
Honestly, when I enter a room, I can see it in people's faces. I can see some people thinking, maybe she's done something. I can see some people looking at me with pity, hi bichari, kaise zinda hai. And I can see some people feeling like, oh, you know, we're rooting for her. She should go forward in her life. And I can kind of hear their thoughts. Even when I have these conversations with people, I can hear what they're saying in their mind. Sometimes they're looking at me and thinking that, she doesn't seem like a criminal. And I can feel that thought. But at the same time, does it matter to me? Absolutely not. And I, Rajdeep, actually didn't have a choice in that matter. Because if it mattered to me, then I wouldn't have been able to sit here even today. I wouldn't have been able to walk from my house to my car and come here, dress up and sit in front of an audience and talk to a journalist. A good journalist, but a journalist. Right? I wouldn't have been able to do that. I would have been taken under by anxiety, PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder for people who don't know. And I would have constantly overthink what people are thinking about me.
Are you telling me that all those words that were used against you at the time, chudail hai, black magic kiya hoga Sushant par, are you telling me none of that has had any impact on you, hasn't scarred you in some way?
I kind of like the name Chudail. I think it's interesting. I think back in the day, who was a witch? A witch was a woman who did not subscribe to the patriarchal society or had her own way or had her own opinion that was against the popular opinion of men and patriarchal societies back then. Maybe I am that person. Maybe I am a Chudail. Maybe I know how to do black magic. Who knows?
Because you're wearing this jacket, smash the patriarchy. And I want to play a visual of when you were first called by the NCB, the Narcotics Control Bureau, and you wore a shirt saying, violets are blue, roses are red, let's smash patriarchy, me and you. You saw this as a patriarchal mindset that she must be the evil woman who in some way must have poisoned this wonderful young man. Is that how you saw it?
It is how it was. It is how it is. In our society, unfortunately, even today, if some man is successful and he gets married and then his success ratio drops, they're like, देखो जब से ये इसकी जिंदगी में आई है, इसका career खराब हो गया है. If he starts drinking too much, they're like, oh, जब से इसकी शादी हुई है, बहुत दारू पी रहा है. As if the man had no identity of his own before a woman. Men in India most definitely don't listen to their wives or girlfriends. Please, they don't. And if they were, then it would have been a much better society, let me promise you that. So they don't. So
I listen to my wife. I'm terrified of her.
So you're a good man, you're a smart man. So I feel like it is a patriarchal society, and which is why a lot of the things that were being said about me were in the sphere of patriarchy. That isne aisa kiya, jab se ye aayi wo badal gaya. He had his own identity before me. He was a guy who came from a small town. He made it so big in Bollywood. That is not a mind that can be controlled by, and there is no black magic in this world, actually. I just wanted to clear that.
No, because in that interview, there's something you told me which was revealing. You said you want to know the truth about what happened with Sushant. Because there were rumors flying around at the time that it wasn't suicide, it could be murder, and you wanted to know what happened to him. 3 years on, CBI hasn't moved a step forward in the inquiry, or at least not in the public domain. Do you still want to know the truth? And do you know the truth? What really happened to Sushant Singh Rajput? Why did a young man, seemingly destined for big things in Hindi cinema, commit suicide?
You know what the truth is? The truth is that mental health is not understood in this country at all. We are taking strides. And I'm happy that the youth is now talking about it, and India is moving forward in understanding mental health. But when someone who's famous has a mental health condition, people don't understand. They are like, he has fame, he has success, why is he depressed? I don't understand. Because the fact of the matter is, people are working their entire lives struggling for what? Two things, fame and money. So when they have somebody who has fame and money, but one second, he's depressed, so मैं ये क्यों कर रहा हूँ या मैं ये क्यों कर रही हूँ? That's what doesn't sit well with people. So mental health is completely misunderstood, or is slowly getting understood, I would like to say, and because of which it's very difficult for people to consume or digest the fact that someone who's rich and successful and famous could be mentally affected, could be depressed.
Did you know that? Do you still know the truth about Sushant? Did you know that he was mentally depressed at the time? And do you still know the truth of what took him to take his life, as many believe he did?
See, I could never know the truth of what took him to do what he did, because I don't live in his mind, contrary to popular belief. But I do know the truth about him being mentally ill. I do know the truth about what he was going through. And I'm hoping to hear the truth, and I think the agencies are doing their job, and in the right time, in the right place, they will give their verdict.
Because the fact is, you were accused of procuring and supplying drugs to him. That was the charge under which you went to jail. You spent 6 weeks in jail for that charge. Would you accept that you were, according to those who see you as a villain, exploiting his vulnerabilities in some way? Do you believe that you made certain mistakes at the time? Do you concede that you did supply drugs to him?
No. And secondly, I'm done with this topic. I don't want to talk about drugs. I don't want to talk about NCB. The matter is sub judice. I don't want to talk about CBI. Let the agencies do their job and let us do our job, which is you talk to me about my emotional state and how the hell did I get out of that and sit on this chair today to have this conversation with you. How about that?
But the charge sheet is still there. Let's be clear, the charges are still there, your passport is still impounded, there are lookout circulars that still exist. Your brother still is also battling it, he was also dragged into this. So it can't be that easy to say, let's not talk about it. It is still there somewhere in your life. The fact that you spent 6 weeks in jail, Baikala jail, accused of harboring and financing drug trafficking.
See, about harboring, I'll have to ask Pablo Escobar, but I believe he's no longer like amongst us. But the other stuff, I don't think that it affects anyone else's life but mine. I do have lawyers and we are fighting it in the court of law, and we will get our verdict in the right time, and I will accept whatever verdict the court gives me in my case or in anybody else's case, because I'm an Indian citizen, and why the hell should I not?
What was it like, and I'll play those pictures of a young woman suddenly finding herself being hounded by cameras wherever she went, then eventually being taken to Baikala jail, where you spent what, 6 weeks, almost 6 weeks. What was it like for someone who came from a middle class family, father in the army, an army doctor, suddenly finds herself in Baikala jail? So from aspiring to be a Bollywood actor, you're there in jail. Give us a sense of what that period was like.
Well, jail can't be easy. Interesting it is. It is very interesting because you are removed from society. You're no longer part of society. You're put into this place because you are no longer fit to be in society for whatever reason society deems you unfit. You are no longer a person. You're given a UT number. So there's a lot of disassociation with the ego, the I, the Atman as we call it in Hinduism, that you feel and you experience. You disassociate with the personality that you are born with, or you create from 0 to 9 if we know in psychology, and you start viewing yourself as nothing. You are a number. You have to do as told. You have to eat when told. You have to stand when told. And that in itself is a very humbling experience for anyone who goes through it. And I hope to God that no one in this room ever has to go through it, or no one in this world actually ever has to go through it. But in my case, there were goods and bads. There is a initial period in jail wherein you fall. It's like you're falling from the sky into an abyss of nothingness, and there's just black around you, and you don't know where you're falling. You don't know if you're going to come out. You start losing hope. You start losing touch with people outside. You stop believing that people are fighting for you outside. You question all kinds of bizarre things. You think about, not wanting to live the life that you're living. But then there is a time came for me in jail wherein I learnt a lot from seeing the women that I saw in prison. So I was in an under trial prison, Rajdeep, which is not convicted. people in our trial prison are not convicted. So they are still innocent, innocent until proven guilty. That should be the motto of the legal system in India. Innocent until proven guilty, not guilty until proven innocent. And I believe that anyone is innocent until then, unless the court passes a verdict that you are guilty. And you have exhausted all your 3 courts and you've reached Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has said that as well about you. So that's not happened in this jail for all the women in there and for me. So I believe they're all innocent. And I learned from them that some of them have been there for many years, 5 years, 6 years. Most of them don't even have access to lawyers, or they don't have a family support like I do, who's fighting for them and trying to get them out. And they don't have media glare, which has its cons, but the pros is that your case will be seen, will be heard. There will be a time for your story to be told as well. In that situation, I saw women suffering far worse than me, being the happiest people I've ever seen. In the 1 or 2 moments of happiness that they got, it could be a festival where the jail was providing them samosas. The way they would eat that samosa, they would gobble that samosa with happiness and passion and desperation, and I've not seen a more stronger life force in any human being around me, not even enlightened gurus. And having seen that, I realized that, you know, we chase, मैं ये film करूँगी, ये film hit होगी, तो मैं ऐसी गाड़ी खरीदूँगी, तब मैं खुश होंगी. It's rubbish. You are given a few moments of happiness in your life, snatch them. And that's what I learned from jail. I'm here to snatch it.
I am told that on the last day, as you were leaving jail, some of your inmates, fellow inmates, asked you to dance for them. And you did a dance for them? Is that true?
Yeah, so the day I got bail, my brother didn't get bail. And I was devastated. It was the only day that I broke down entirely in jail. And I had promised all the girls ki, you know, I'll nachungi. They were like, ab hamare liye nacho, nacho, nacho. I said, jis din bail hogi, us din nachungi. Ab bail ho gayi, but I was not happy. My heart was hurting. So I kind of refused them at first when the jailer came up to me and said, rehne do, tum mat karo. And I said, ha. But as she walked away, I said, you know what, I'm leaving. And I'm probably never going to see these women again. And if I can give them that 5 minutes of happiness by putting on a dance performance for them, then why the hell not? And so I did. And it was the most ecstatic moment of my life, because we were practically doing the Nagin dance on the floor. And
you did a Nagin dance in Baikala jail. I would have liked to be there as a fly on the wall.
On the floor. And the excitement and joy and happiness that I saw in these women's eyes while I was dancing for them, with them, is probably the highest point of my life till date.
You know, since then, you've done MTV Roadies recently, but you haven't done a film, or you haven't signed on a film, or no one's come to you and said, Riya, we want you for a film. How has the Hindi film industry looked at you? You walk into a room with all these big producers, directors, actors. Do they also see you in some way, possibly, as the vamp out there? Do you believe that even Bollywood also judges people, much like the rest of society, very easily, and you've been judged all too easily?
I think Bollywood is also people. Like, they are also people. Some people are nice, some people are not nice, some people are judgmental, some people are empathetic. I have, however, experienced a kind side of them. As far as work is concerned, कई बार तो मैंने ही उनको मना किया कि मत लो मुझे फिल्म में, आप भी ट्रोल हो जाओगे. अच्छा, अभी वक्त नहीं है इतना, अभी आप मुझे फिल्म में लोगे, फिल्म ट्रोल होगी, आप ट्रोल होगे, and it won't work for the film. So that fire had to die down for someone to now probably come around and say, let's do a film together. And maybe my ambitions and my understanding of the world has changed a bit now. But having said that, to satisfy the unrequited dream of the 17-year-old me who came to Bombay City to make it in Bollywood, I don't want to make it in Bollywood.
You don't want
I would want to make it.
You still want to?
Just for her.
That dream still lives on. That you want to one day still make it in Bollywood. You think that's possible?
Dreams are not meant to be broken or crushed. I had a dream, I'll still have that dream, and I'll pursue it maybe for the rest of my life.
You know, while you chase these dreams, the question will come that how does one get closure? When you've gone through what you have, as I said, you've gone to hell and back, what will it take for Riya Chakrabarti to believe this is a closed chapter in my life? I simply look at a new world. What will that take? How do you get closure? Or have you already got it?
I don't think closure is the right word. I don't think you can get closure from something like this. The thing is that I faced a personal loss. There can never be closure on that front. It's grief. It engulfs your life at start, and then your life starts growing around it. But it always exists. It's always there in your back pocket. It's always going to rear its head from the back and be like, I'm here. I'm still there. Don't think I've gone. So I don't think I'll get closure in that sense. But has my world perspective changed? Yes. Am I willing to be inspired by life and people? And am I feeling motivated again to put on a nice dress and come and give an interview? Yes. So I think that's as good as closure as it gets for me for now.
How much of this, and I'm just going to get the cameras slowly to move to your family, how much of this strength that I see from you today, and even what I saw in August 2020, despite the fact that you broke down in between, is because you were convinced that your family was convinced that you were innocent?
All of it. I think my entire strength, resilience came from my family. My father being in the army, I think, we had that army upbringing. And I remember when, everything was at its peak. He told me, he said, in the army, when we are getting shot at, we don't lie down and go. We stand up and take the bullet on our shoulder. We take it. So take it. And even then, if you have to go, you'll go. But at least you stood up and you gave yourself a last fighting chance. So I would give it entirely to my family. If it wasn't for my mom, dad, and my brother, and even Nidhi, my friend, is here. Some of my other friends, Shibani Dandekar, Anisha, a few of my girlfriends who stood by me. We were a handful of people. And we were facing mobs the size of billions. But I think that's all you need. 3-4 people who trust you and love you. They are pillars of sanity, and you're good, you're golden.
You felt those television cameras that were entering your life were like a mob?
Yeah, they were a mob, weren't they? I felt like those cameras were guns, were they not?
Yeah, those are the pictures. You felt the camera was intruding right into your life.
It doesn't get any closer than that, even in terms of physical space.
I want to, for a moment, turn to Mr. and Mrs. Chakrabarti. Mrs. Chakrabarti, there's a mic that I'm going to give you there. You don't want to say a word. Your mum doesn't want to speak, but possibly your dad, who I remember was there that evening when I met you for the first time. Have you all come to terms with what what happened to your daughter and your son?
Good evening, sir. We'll never come to terms with whatever happened, because no parent can come to terms with their kids being thrown in jail. But yes, acceptance, slow and steady, does come over.
Acceptance. Shobik, you're a young man who was hoping to go and do an MBA abroad. You still also have charges against you. Have you come to terms with the fact that you were thrown into jail?
I just feel like it's like a part and parcel now. It's just a part of my life which I have to get through and, go ahead with. And charges has actually charged me up even more. So I think life has, I have a long time to go ahead.
When you see your mom and dad there, and your brother, who also was charged with you, have you tried to, what kind of family conversations have you had in the last couple of years? It can't be easy. They're putting up a brave front. Your mom doesn't want to speak.
Yeah. It's only natural that they don't want to speak. I think I'm very proud of them for even being here and supporting me and being in front of cameras and media, given that media was the enemy. And media was intruding into our lives and ripping us apart piece by piece and trying to destroy us for no understanding of ours. Like, we don't understand it till late. But I'm very proud of them, and I think the only reason we've gotten through this is because we've each stood by each other. Everyone had a bad day and everyone had a weak day, but as a family we had this family glue that kind of told each other, today this one is going down, so you have to let us all put on a brave front, let us all be better for this person. So we stuck together. The unity we had, we truly served under my father in that time. I believe we were like a small regiment and he was the colonel. So I would like to say, Colonel Chakravarti, it's been a pleasure serving under you.
You know, you've targeted the media. I mean, targeted in the sense...
Targeted!
Okay,
Targeted!
In this interview...
You have guts, Rajdeep.
No. Okay, let me rephrase
you
that.
You have guts.
Okay. You were the target of a You blamed the media for the role they played. The media vilified you. Now that you're back from hell in a way, do you still track the media as obsessively? I still see Sushant Singh Rajput trending. Justice for Sushant Singh Rajput still trends. Do you sort of observe Twitter every morning? Manically, what have they said possibly about Sushant or about me? Or have you given up on the media?
I'm not on Twitter.
You're not on Twitter?
I quit Twitter. I go on Instagram sometimes to post because it's a little bit like my bread and butter. But other than that, I don't.
No, I've seen something tweet to Ria. Is that not your site?
It is my account. It's dead and gone like years ago.
You're off social media. And you've got a hashtag or you've got a called Renew. Is that a message you're sending that this is the new Ria that you're going to see in front of you now? That's the old Ria. What does Renew mean?
I think it's not a message. I'm not sending a message to anybody. It was what I felt about myself. I felt that I've completely changed. My understanding about life, my understanding about, society has changed so much because of what I went through. I had friends leave me. Then there was a time I had friends who showed up who I didn't expect it from. There was a time when people didn't want to come near me. And then it was suddenly a time where it was kind of cool to know me. But come from the back door entry. Piche se aana. Then there was a time when people were very curious to talk to me. Lekin the only sawal they wanted to ask me was, jail ka khana kaise hota hai? I was like, sushi or caviar to nahi milta hai na jail mein. Itna to pata hi hoga. But people, I've seen it all, and I've seen it all really fast. And that for me has maybe left me unfazed or indifferent is the word I'm looking for. Because I no longer get ecstatic with the small raptures, and I no longer get broken with the big failures.
During that period, even WhatsApp conversations of yours were put out in the media. Did you feel that that was a complete violation? Because even today, every now and then we see WhatsApp conversations of people in different situations coming out. Do you believe that that is a complete violation of an individual's privacy? And is it possible to be private anymore in this world?
I think privacy should not be an option. Privacy should be the norm. Everyone should have a right to a private life, unless they are actually terrorists, unless it's a matter of national security. I think every one of us here has the right to be private. We are, as individuals, are private people and public people. We choose to have certain aspects of our life thrusted in the public opinion and public forum, but not certain private aspects. How would you like it if there was a camera in your bedroom with your wife? You wouldn't. In the same way, I wouldn't like it too. In the same way, if I'm texting my partner or my parent or my close friend, I wouldn't like anyone to read it.
What is, though, the biggest lesson, Ria, that you've learned over these 3 years? Is there something you would have done differently in your life when you look back now?
I would have smashed the patriarchy way before 2020.
You want to turn around and show people that dress that you've got? It says smash the patriarchy on the side. Is that what you would have done? That you invested so much of your life in Sushant's, it was almost as if you had completely given up your life to be with Sushant. And then when something happens to him, you're seen as the villain or the vamp. Is that something you would change? For young women out there who may be deeply in love?
I think, no, it's not vis-a-vis him. I think it's more vis-a-vis the conditioning that we have as women. You know, growing up, you're taught to be a good girl. A girl should dress like this, talk like this, don't drink, don't hold a glass at a party, don't do this, don't do that. Achhi ladki, gandi ladki. Arey, tumko jo ladki banna hai, bano. Because boys are not given this. Boys are not told कि आप ऐसे बैठो, ऐसे चलो, ये खाओ, ये मत पियो, ये मत करो. So I feel that conditioning, I would have smashed that way before. And it's not entirely, it's not one person's fault. It's in society by and large. Like, I would like to tell the young girls and young women out there, please live your life the way you want to live your life. And you dressing a certain way, talking a certain way, or having a certain life habit does not make you a good girl or a bad girl.
Are you a good girl?
Most definitely not.
My final question to you, what next? What's your ambition? You've gone on the sets of MTV Roadies as a gang leader. But what next for Rhea Chakraborty? Are you still waiting for someone like a Mahesh Bhatt to come and say, Rhea, let's do a film together? Is that, as I said, where next for Rhea Chakraborty?
See, honestly, if there's one thing I've learned in 2020 is that your life doesn't go as planned. Because I certainly didn't plan to land up in jail. According to my plan, I was an actor. Hopefully, I would have been a successful actor, a more successful actor. One day I would get married, and then I would have children, and then I would do some more films. Maybe I would do mother roles, maybe I would do sister roles, but I would continue being an actor. Now, that didn't happen. So, sitting where I am sitting today, it would be stupid of me to try and tell you that, Rajdeep, मुझे लगता है ना मेरी जिंदगी में ऐसा होगा. मुझे नहीं पता. I don't know where my life is going to go. I'm just hoping that it goes to a good place. I'm hoping that the highs and the lows kind of, you know, the summation is zero. That's the best that I can expect from it. And I'm hoping that I'm able to drown out the noise and keep the inner voice the loudest at all points.
So, when your people who are watching this interview today on TV and are already trending, Rhea Chakraborty is a killer, or Rhea Chakraborty is the Chudail, as we called it. What do you want to tell all those trolls out there?
I love you too.
Really? Yeah. Are you sure that you're going to be able to handle all those trolls out there?
You're going to be handling them. It's your channel. I'm going to go home and eat matar paneer and roti.
You know, Rhea Chakraborty, it can't be as easy as you make it out to be. A girl from a middle-class family with all her dreams comes to Mumbai and suddenly finds herself in the midst of this story that catapults in various directions. But I'm glad to see you smiling. That's the big difference from the Rhea Chakraborty I saw then, who was tearful. I presume, though, occasionally, there might be a tear in the eye every now and then, or is that completely gone? Do you cry?
I cry a lot. I cry a lot. I cry in movies. I cry in sorrow. I cry in pain. I cry if anybody else, any of my girlfriends go through a breakup. I cry for everyone. I've not lost my emotions, Rajdeep. I've just become stronger. Doesn't mean I don't cry anymore. I still cry. And I think that I would like to say that people often keep saying this to me, you're a strong person, strong girl. To me, the biggest strength, and I think this is what I want Indian men and women both to understand, vulnerability is the biggest superpower one can have. It's the only power you have as a human being. And I accept my vulnerability. As I did with you last time, I'm doing with you again now.
A strong, vulnerable woman who's been to hell and back. And in a way, the fact that she's come back to speak to us so openly, I think is proof that you really, at least in your own mind, are convinced that you have no one to answer for but your own conscience. Rhea Chakraborty, I wish you well, and thank you very much for joining us. I will take the trolling, and you can, in a way, smile your way and hope that better things are around the corner. Thank you very much for doing this. Rhea Chakraborty, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rajdeep. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you. Pleasure.
So I'm not crying, but how many of you are crying? Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for Riya Chakravarti as I call upon Dr. Gaurav Singh from Darwin Platforms Group of Companies to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Riya Chakravarti. Thank you, Riya. You go, girls, smash the patriarchy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on that very empowering session at that, let's move on to our next. Maharashtra's Power War, where will the turmoil lead? I'd like to invite our session's moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today, on stage along with our Mumbai Bureau Chief, Sahil Joshi, Aaj Tak and Mumbai Tak.
Our next guest here is someone very different from Riya Chakraborty in more ways than one. But Sahil Joshi and I are delighted to invite the NCP leader, former Union Minister Praful Patel. Please come.
Also NCP working president.
And NCP working president. We must not forget. Come. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the India Today Mumbai Conclave. Yesterday, at this very stage, we had Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule of the Nationalist Congress Party, SP group, if I may call them. And in the interest of fairness and credibility for which India Today sees as an article of faith, we thought it was only appropriate to bring the other side. Praful Patel, Union Minister, former Union Minister and NCP Working President is with us. And of course my colleague and our outstanding Mumbai Bureau Chief, Sahil Joshi with us. Please give a very big welcome to Mr. Patel. Yesterday, sir, we had Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule on this stage. And they seem to believe they are the real NCP. Who is the real NCP? The one with Praful Patel and Ajit Pawar, who for years were living in the shadows of Sharad Pawar? Or is it Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule? Asli NCP kaun hai?
Dekho, let me preface it. You said living in the shadows of Sharad Pawar. Of course, he has been our leader for decades. And having worked with him so closely, it is absolutely necessary to acknowledge that one has had a great relationship with him. That does not mean that politically we could not have different paths. And that is exactly what has happened of late. अभी हमने अजीत दादा पवार के नेतृत्व में एनसीपी आगे बढ़ाने का दायित्व हमने लिया है और इसीलिए हम वो काम में जुटे हुए हैं.
Who is the real NCP? You're not answering my question. Is it your faction or is it the Sharad Pawar group?
देखिए Rajdeep, I will speak in Hindi and English because we also have an audience. It's not only your TRPs which matter. हमारे TRP भी होते हैं. हमको भी देखने वाले लोग बहुत हैं. तो मैं इतना जरूर कहूंगा कि ये सब जो फैसला है, आखिर अंतिम ये फैसला इलेक्शन कमीशन के माध्यम से होने वाला है. और योगायोग की बात यह है कि इसकी सुनवाई कल 6 तारीख को होने वाली है.
नहीं, लेकिन
और 6 तारीख को सुनवाई होने के पश्चात जो भी फैसला चुनाव आयोग का होगा वो सही फैसला माना जाएगा. अब मैं उसमें भविष्यवाणी करने के बजाय थोड़े दिन इंतजार ही कर लो, क्योंकि आपको और एक आइटम मिलेगी न्यूज वर्दी, उसके बाद एक और इंटरव्यू आप मेरा कर सकेंगे.
लेकिन इससे पहले ही आपने कॉन्फिडेंटली बता दिया था कि आप ही रियल एनसीपी है और आपको ही पार्टी का नाम और पार्टी का सिंबल आपको मिलेगा. लोग कह रहे हैं कि ये फिक्स्ड मैच है. इलेक्शन कमीशन आजकल जो भी बीजेपी के साथ जाने के लिए तैयार है उन्हें पार्टी का नाम और सिंबल दे देता है. इतना ही नहीं, तो व्हाट आई हैव हर्ड इज दैट इवन आपके लॉयर्स भी सेम है. जो शिवसेना के लॉयर्स थे यानी शिंदे गुट के, वही लोग आपका भी केस लड़ रहे हैं.
देखो, वकील का काम क्या है? फीस लेना और आगे काम करना, बराबर है अपने क्लाइंट के लिए. तो वो वकील कोई फिक्स नहीं होते पार्टी के हिसाब से. तो इसलिए प्लीज उस बारे में मत बात करिए. मेरा ये कहना है कि आपने कहा कि फिक्स्ड मैच, आपको लगता है कि मुझे पहले से ही मालूम, मैंने भविष्यवाणी की. आप मुझे थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ा लिखा समझदार व्यक्ति मानते हैं कि नहीं मानते हैं?
जी.
जानते हैं ना थोड़ा बहुत?
हम भी हैं.
तो मैं भी, हाँ, तो आप बिल्कुल हैं. तो मैंने भी तो कानून, मेरे को भी पढ़ना आता है, मुझे भी कॉमन सेंस है, मुझे भी फैक्चुअल पोजीशन क्या है इसका अध्ययन करना और उसके बाद कुछ बोलना ये कोई उचित लगता है. और तभी मैंने कुछ बात कही. तो मैंने ये थोड़ी कहा कि इलेक्शन कमीशन का मैं स्पोक्समैन हूं. मैंने तो ये कहा कि मैं अधिकृत तौर से कह सकता हूं कि भाई आज नहीं कल जब भी फैसला होगा वो हमारे पक्ष में होगा, क्योंकि मैं फैक्ट्स और लॉ दोनों के आधार पर बोल रहा हूं.
सर, लेट मी एक्सप्लेन व्हाई आई सेड दैट.
और यही बात दूसरे भी बोल सकते हैं अगर वो चाहते हैं तो.
ठीक है, लेकिन मैं आपको एक्सप्लेन करना चाहता हूं कि ये बात मैंने क्यों कही. मैंने बात ये इसलिए कही क्योंकि आपका जो पिटीशन है इलेक्शन कमीशन के सामने, जब आप एनसीपी का नाम और एनसीपी का सिंबल क्लेम कर रहे हो और कह रहे हैं कि हम ही असली एनसीपी है, आपका पिटीशन ये कहता है कि नेशनलिस्ट कांग्रेस पार्टी शरद पवार जिस तरीके से चला रहे थे वो अनडेमोक्रेटिक वे से चला रहे थे. पार्टी में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को फॉलो नहीं किया जा रहा था. पार्टी में कोई भी डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस को फॉलो नहीं किया जा रहा था. और इसीलिए आप लोगों ने 30 जून को 2 जुलाई को तो आप बीजेपी के साथ चले गए. पार्टी के अध्यक्ष पद से शरद पवार को हटाकर अजीत पवार को आपने पार्टी का अध्यक्ष बनाया. अब बात यहां पर आकर रुकती है कि आप ही थे जिन्होंने 1 साल पहले शरद पवार का नाम पार्टी के प्रेसिडेंट के रूप में प्रपोज किया था और उसके बाद वो पार्टी के प्रेसिडेंट बने थे. 2 मई 2023 को शरद पवार ने जब इस्तीफे की पेशकश की थी, उसके बाद 3 दिन के बाद आप ही के नेतृत्व में पार्टी के कार्यालय में पार्टी के नेताओं की बैठक बुलाई गई थी. आप ही ने एक प्रस्ताव वहां पर रखा था और शरद पवार को कहा आपने कि आप पार्टी के अध्यक्ष बने रहे. इसके बावजूद आप ही की तरफ से यह पिटीशन किया गया कि पार्टी को डेमोक्रेटिकली नहीं चलाया जा रहा था. इसीलिए सवाल उठता है कि आपको क्यों लगता है कि एनसीपी आपको सौंपी जाएगी इलेक्शन कमीशन की तरफ से?
साहिल, आप आज इंडिया टुडे आज तक में हैं और कल कोई दूसरे चैनल में आप काम नहीं कर सकते, ऐसा कभी है क्या? कोई बंधन है? मतलब कल तक मैंने
हाउ आर यू
कल तक
आर यू कंपेयरिंग टीवी चैनल टू अ पॉलिटिकल पार्टी?
No. The limited point you must understand, Rajdeep, is that what I am saying is what was valid yesterday, कल मेरी कोई भूमिका थी और आज मेरी भूमिका अगर बदली है तो उसके लिए कोई बंधन है? ये मेरा प्रश्न है. आपके प्रश्न का काउंटर प्रश्न है. दूसरी बात मेरा कहना है,
उसका जवाब मैं दूं?
नहीं, दूसरी बात नहीं. आप यू आर इंटरव्यूइंग मी और आई एम इंटरव्यूइंग
यू. आस्क्ड मी अ क्वेश्चन, दैट्स व्हाई आई वांटेड टू आंसर.
बट माय लिमिटेड पॉइंट हियर अगेन इज, मैं ज्यादा नहीं बोलना चाहता हूं कि पार्टी का पिटीशन है अजीत पवार वर्सेस शरद पवार, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है. और ये भी बात मैं आपको कहना चाहूंगा कि पार्टी का जो एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन होता है, एक नियम और नियमावली जो बनती है, जो सभी पार्टी को अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को फॉलो करना पड़ता है. इलेक्शन कमीशन उसका मॉडरेटर होता है जो देखता है कि चुनाव समय समय पे हुए कि नहीं हुए हैं. उसके आधार पर जो हमारी प्रक्रिया होनी चाहिए थी वो प्रक्रिया पूरी हुई कभी नहीं है। ये हमने पहले इंटरव्यू में आपको या और लोगों को कहा है, वही बात आप मुझे पूछ रहे हैं। अब इसका फैसला दूध का दूध पानी का पानी। अब 6 तारीख को कल से जब इलेक्शन कमीशन की हियरिंग शुरू होगी तो सारी बातें क्लियर हो जाएगी।
लेकिन मैं ये तो नहीं कर सकता ना, ठीक है मैं दूसरे चैनल के लिए काम कर सकता हूं, लेकिन कल मैं दूसरे चैनल में जाके ये तो क्लेम नहीं कर सकता ना मैं असली इंडिया टुडे हूं। इंडिया टुडे तो इंडिया टुडे ही रहेगा, इसीलिए तो सवाल उठता है कि आप दूसरे।
हाँ तो मैंने क्या कहा आपको? आपका बिल्कुल कहना सही है कि I cannot claim until the election commission decides, but to make a claim to the election commission, I will have to take those few steps before I make that claim. What will the election commission adjudicate? Election commission का फैसला तो हमारी जो पिटीशन है उसके आधार पर ही होगा ना, बिना पिटीशन डाले वो फैसला कर देंगे।
Sure, but you see the question, Mr. Praful Patel, is as Sahil gave you the chronology. You in the month of May insisted that Sharad Pawar stay on as party president. 1 minute. Insisted he stay on as party president. You even went with Mr. Sharad Pawar to the first India Alliance Coordination Committee meeting in Patna. Within a week of that, you say you leave the party, you accuse Mr. Pawar of running it in an undemocratic manner, and you leave and you join hands with the BJP. Mr. Pawar, Sharad Pawar, on this very stage yesterday told us the reason this happened is because 6 or 7 of the MLAs and MPs came to him and said, "Sir, let us join the BJP, otherwise the enforcement directorate and the enforcement agencies will come and put us in jail." The actual reason for all of you leaving is because you all feared that ED will act as we are seeing acting against other opposition parties. Therefore, you made this switch. These are all excuses, undemocratic and all. That's only, you're smiling, which means I'm telling the truth.
No, I'm smiling because of your lack of knowledge and ignorance.
Okay, please tell us what is the truth then. Please tell us the truth now.
देखिए, इसका जेनेसिस ये है कि
You can answer in English also, occasionally.
मैं एक ही स्कूल में आपके साथ पढ़ा हूं, इसलिए मुझे मालूम है कि इंग्लिश भी मुझे बोलना आता है, पर मैंने पहले ही कहा कि मैं दोनों इंग्लिश हिंदी में बोलूंगा। इसका जेनेसिस ये है कि हमारे पार्टी में बीजेपी के साथ जाने के मामले में कई बार हमारी पेशकश हो चुकी है। अब ये मैं नहीं कहता हूं कि पेशकश हुई के मतलब अंतिम फैसले तक हम पहुंचे या नहीं पहुंचे, लेकिन ये बात बोलना कि हमने बीजेपी के साथ कोई केवल 6-7 लोगों को कोई परेशानी थी इसलिए जाकर शरद पवार जी को हमने रिक्वेस्ट की, ये बात बिल्कुल इसमें कोई तथ्य नहीं है। और जो लोग मिलने गए भी थे शरद पवार जी को, आखिरी की जो बात बोल रहे हो आप, बिकॉज ये क्रोनोलॉजी आप 2023 की बात बोल रहे हैं, इस क्रोनोलॉजी में जो लोग आज शरद पवार जी के साथ है वो लोग भी उसमें ये कहने के लिए गए थे कि भाई आप हम और सब मिलकर बीजेपी के साथ हम लोगों को जाना है। नहीं, जो आज पवार साहब के साथ है, जैसे जयंत पाटिल साहब है, जितेंद्र आवाड़ है, बाकी के लोग हैं, सारे 2022 में पूरे एनसीपी के 53 एमएलएस में से 51 एमएलएस, क्योंकि उस टाइम अनिल देशमुख जी और नवाब मलिक जी या बाहर नहीं थे, 51 आउट ऑफ 51 एमएलएस और सारे जो एनसीपी के 15 मिनिस्टर्स थे, सबने उस टाइम पे पवार साहब को लिखित देकर यह विनंती की कि हम लोगों को बीजेपी के साथ, शिंदे जी के साथ, उस टाइम पे शिंदे जी गुवाहाटी में थे, हम लोगों को सबने मिलकर सरकार महाराष्ट्र में स्थापित करना चाहिए। अब वो उस टाइम की बात 2022 की कोई करता नहीं है। अभी लेटेस्ट जो हुआ उसका इतना हो रहा है।
You are telling us something very important that we did not know here, at least in Maharashtra. You are telling me in June of 2022, when Eknath Shinde had taken his MLAs to Guwahati and was planning to break the Shiv Sena, the NCP MLAs had a written letter saying they would support the BJP government. And is it true that you and a couple of others were actually heading to the airport to meet Amit Shah to finalize an alliance in June 2022? क्या आप ये कह रहे हैं? Is that what you are saying today? The NCP was also going to join 15 months ago the BJP Narendra Modi led government at center and Devendra Fadnavis as chief minister in Maharashtra.
आपने जो कहा, I fully subscribe to that question, that we were in 2022 June when Mr. Eknath Shinde had left from Mumbai to Surat and Surat to Guwahati and finally via Goa came to Mumbai. The NCP MLAs, as I said, all 51, all the ministers, including the people who are not with us and who are with Mr. Sharad Pawar today, were party to a joint effort that we should join the government. At that time, we were not aware whether Mr. Eknath Shinde will become the chief minister. Our presumption was, and our desire at that time was, to join a BJP-led government in Maharashtra.
And Sharad Pawar was part of it? He endorsed it?
And I can tell you that we were completely in sync. Mr. Jayant Patil, our party president then, who was nominated by me, of course, but he at that time made a call to Mr. Pawar saying that we are going to meet Mr. Amit Shah. Mr. Pawar cautioned him that there's too much of media, that you all will go to the airport and, and there will be a lot of news and speculation. Try to meet a little bit more, discreetly. And by which time, 2-3 days passed and Mr. Eknath Shinde got sworn in as the chief minister. And we were a little bit, surprised because we were expecting Mr. Devendra Fadnavis to become the chief minister. And probably that was the reason why the entire exercise at that time did not fructify into an alliance which should have happened in June of 2022.
No, but was it endorsed by Sharad Pawar? Yes. Because I asked this question to Mr. Pawar. And so let me complete. What he is saying that yes, we were talking to BJP. I mean, to quote his words exactly, that some of the leaders from my party, said that we have to, we want to talk with the BJP. And I said, okay, in democracy we have to keep the dialogue open, and that's why I allowed them to have a word with Amit Shah and held a discussion with the BJP leaders. But I never endorsed it. Eventually, I never went with the BJP. Is what he claims always.
See, you can say the end result never converted into what was supposed to happen.
Yes,
that's a different thing. But if the question is that were we permitted to talk to the BJP, the answer is yes.
Okay, that's a major news point you're giving to us, that in June 2022 you are all set in a way to tie up with the BJP-led government of Devendra Fadnavis and presumably the Narendra Modi-led government at the center. But I still want to ask you, Enforcement Directorate ka to thoda dar tha. You see, your property was attached, your very luxurious property in the heart of the city was attached. It was suggested that Iqbal Mirchi, the underworld don, the investigation had led to that attachment. You were under the scanner. Mr. Thackeray, who's here, was under. Several of your ministers were under the scanner. Some of your NCP MLAs had gone to jail, like Anil Deshmukh, Nawab Malik. That was what turned the tide. Are you saying that had nothing to do? Because suddenly we find no cases against any of you being pursued. The Prime Minister in the last week of June called you the nationalist corrupt party, said the irrigation scam. He said there was corruption. He referred to the irrigation scam, cooperative scam. वो सब आप भूल गए हैं. कुछ तो है इसमें.
Chronologically बताऊं आपको. 2014 is during that time the Prime Minister called NCP the naturally corrupt party. Listen, सुनो तो. और उसके बाद 2014 का विधानसभा का इलेक्शन हुआ और NCP ने went on television at 1 p.m. in the afternoon on the day of the election. No, the results were still trickling in. They were not finally, but we knew the trend. And we offered unconditional support to the BJP from outside. So this is the history of 2014. So if we were the naturally corrupt, and that time where was the ED? Where was the other issues which you are talking about? See, this is all a canard. And even about me, you asked me, there is no ECIR or anything against me. There was a tenant behind in a building in Mumbai. There are many buildings in Mumbai have unauthorized tenants. If you go into something and if some case is made out to be, and somebody else's property is attached.
No, but is it not true that all the cases that are being pursued have been dropped? I was told by one Shiv Sena MLA, I sleep well at night now that I have switched sides. Do you also sleep well at night as a result?
I always slept well at night, Rajdeep. I never had a case, so don't worry about me. I'm defending my other colleagues who are not here to defend themselves. The cases which you are talking are quite imaginary. In 2014, there was no case against anybody. We agreed to support at that time. In 2022, as I'm telling you very authoritatively, we were very, very keen to join the government. And forget me. Don't talk about me or others or who are with Ajit Pawar today. The people who were with Sharad Pawar today, then and today, are the ones who willingly wanted to join the BJP-led government.
Sir, लेकिन आप लोगों के तरफ से देखिए, आपने 2014 का इलेक्शन बहुत क्लोजली फाइट किया, आपने सुनील तटकरे का नाम लिया, उनको भी याद होगा। पार्थ पवार यहां पर बैठे हुए हैं, अजित पवार के बेटे यहां पर आए हुए हैं, आज अजित पवार तो नहीं आ सके। 2014 campaign of the BJP, single point agenda of the BJP was to attack Ajit Pawar. Ajit Pawar was made in Maharashtra some kind of a villain in irrigation scam, which even the Prime Minister mentioned recently in Bhopal. And suddenly we see that, BJP and NCP coming together. How do you think that the people will react to this? What do you think that how do you think that the people will perceive this?
देखिए, बहुत सारी चीजें राजनीति में दोनों बाजू से बोली जाती है, और इसलिए मैं उसके तू में न जाते हुए इतना ही कहूंगा कि जहां तक अभी नरेंद्र मोदी जी का सवाल है, हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री है, जब वो मुख्यमंत्री भी थे गुजरात के, तब यूपीए की सरकार दिल्ली में होते हुए सबसे अच्छे संबंध उनके किसके साथ थे? आदरणीय पवार साहब के साथ थे और प्रफुल्ल पटेल के साथ थे। और हम लोगों को वो लगातार
सबसे अच्छे संबंध होते।
नहीं, मैं 2014 के पहले जब यूपीए की गवर्नमेंट की बात बोल रहा हूं, जब मोदी जी दिल्ली कभी भी कोई काम हो, कुछ भी हो, आदरणीय पवार साहब को मिलते थे, पवार साहब गुजरात जाते थे, हम भी गुजरात जाते थे, कोई भी प्रोग्राम होता था, हम लोगों का वो हमेशा कहते थे कि भाई कांग्रेस वाले तो हमें कभी एंटरटेन नहीं करेंगे, आप हमारे मित्र हैं, आप लोग हमको मदद करिए, दिल्ली में हमारे गुजरात के जो इश्यूज हैं उसमें आप जरूर मदद करिए। मुंबई में जब ये नर्मदा डैम का हाइट बढ़ाने का सवाल आता था, मेधा पाटकर जी का उस टाइम पे एजिटेशन होता था, तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी अपने इरिगेशन मिनिस्टर, अपने चीफ सेक्रेटरी उनको यहां मुंबई भेजते थे, मेरे पास भेजते थे, हम हमारे इरिगेशन डिपार्टमेंट के हमारे मंत्री तटकरे जी भी थे, इनके साथ चर्चा करते थे, और रास्ता कैसे निकालना इन द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट ऑफ
सुप्रिया सुले कह रही है कि बीजेपी को माफी मांगनी चाहिए कि जो उन्होंने उस वक्त आरोप लगाया, उनके साथ आप वो सरकार बना रही है, बीजेपी को माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
अच्छा, मैं
डू यू एग्री टू दिस?
नहीं, अब आपने पूछा है तो मेरे को बोलना पड़ेगा। हमारे शरद पवार साहब को महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में सबसे ज्यादा उलट सुलट गलत बातें और हल्के दर्जे से किसने बोला है? तो केवल बाल ठाकरे साहब ने बोला है, उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने बोला है कि नहीं? आप मुंबई के महाराष्ट्र के इस ग्रुप के हेड है ना?
बिल्कुल बोला है।
किसने बोला? तो हम उनके साथ क्यों बैठे फिर? आइडियोलॉजिकली आप आइडियोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, लोग बोलते हैं बीजेपी के साथ क्यों गए? शिवसेना और बीजेपी एक कॉइन के दो साइड है कि नहीं है? सबसे ज्यादा मुंबई में उत्तर भारतीय, दक्षिण भारतीय माइनॉरिटीज, इनके खिलाफ में किसने आज तक का दंगे किए और सब कुछ किया? शिवसेना ने किया या बीजेपी ने किया? तो फिर अगर आइडियोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, उनके साथ क्यों और इनके साथ क्यों नहीं, तो इसका उत्तर यह है कि हमको जिसने, आप नरेंद्र मोदी जी क्या बोले उससे ज्यादा हमको जो जिसने सुनाया, हम उसके साथ जाके बैठे। क्यों? क्योंकि हमको लगा कि सत्ता इनके साथ मिलती है, इसलिए जाके बैठे ना।
So you've forgotten all the statements that Devendra Fadnavis made about Ajit Pawar, Chakki pisaunga, I will send him to jail. All of that is forgotten. All is fair in politics.
No, but please take note of what I said also. That it was forgotten in the case of Uddhav Thackeray, in the case of Shiv Sena. We have now embraced them. Now means not me. Until yesterday, we formed a government in 2.5 years. And I'll tell you one thing, the seeds of this action of today were set in motion around that time only when Uddhav Thackeray ji became the chief minister. I remember I spoke to Pawar Sahab and I requested him, I said, sir, we are forming a government with these people. Fair enough, now it's already, progressing in that direction. At least they have 56 MLAs, we have 54 MLAs. Why can't we have the chief ministership for half the term? There's no major difference in numbers.
This is a major revelation. You wanted a half.
Yes, so I went and talked to Uddhav ji. Pawar sahab told me, "Aap baat karke aao." I went and met Uddhav ji and Aaditya Thackeray, both were sitting there. I said, "Aadha time humko dijiye." He just kept mum. I said, 3 साल आप रख लीजिए, 2 साल हमको दे दीजिए।
तो अजीत पवार कभी चीफ मिनिस्टर बन सकते थे। अगर वो मानते तो आप ये कदम नहीं उठाते।
बिल्कुल, हमको भी तो लगता ना कि भाई we are also deserving to have the chief ministership of Maharashtra. What is wrong with us? We have a leader, we have capable, if you see NCP, it's a lot of capable leaders in our party. Why should our party be deprived of the chief ministership?
Are you still hopeful that you could get the chief ministership? Is that a hope that you'll have that Ajit Pawar will become CM?
See, in this term of the government, till the Vidhan Sabha election, let me be very honest, there is no vacancy. Eknath Shinde is the chief minister. That has been endorsed by the BJP as the largest party in the coalition. We should not have any expectation, and we don't. And after that also, it's a matter of a coalition. We cannot take a call on our own. I can't give you any hypothetical numbers.
But that's a hope.
Why should we not hope? Any political party, if I don't have aspirations, why would I be in politics? Why would I be working?
And I'm told that you want to become union minister once again?
Well, listen, what I want to be, I have already been for 10 years. So if it's going to come to me, it will come to me, Rajdeep. That's not the issue. I am not dying to be a union minister. If it comes to me naturally, I'm in politics, I'm in public life, I'm a member of parliament. Am I not entitled? Am I not capable? Or am I not entitled to be one if the opportunity so does come? Sir, I will take it as it comes. I am not aspiring to do it in a hurried manner.
Okay. Sir, आप आज यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं. अजीत पवार आते तो हम उन्हें भी पूछना चाहते थे क्योंकि कल यहाँ पर देवेंद्र फडणवीस आए थे and he made a big revelation yesterday. जो 2019 में हुआ उसकी जानकारी 3 से 4 लोगों को है, उसमें से आप एक है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है. तब आप हमें हिंट देते थे लेकिन हमने वो हिंट ली नहीं. हमें यकीन नहीं था कि सचमुच में ऐसा हो सकता है, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आज आपको इसके बारे में बोलना चाहिए. कल देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने यहां पर कहा कि जो राष्ट्रपति शासन महाराष्ट्र में लगाया गया था उसकी वो आइडिया जो है वो शरद पवार ने खुद दी थी और शरद पवार आपके तरफ से जो लेटर भेजा गया राज्यपाल के पास में वो देवेंद्र फडणवीस के दफ्तर में टाइप किया गया था और उसका करेक्शन शरद पवार ने किया था. इसमें कितनी सच्चाई है? कहां तक वो बात गई थी? वो 2019 में 23 नवंबर की सुबह का राज क्या है आज अगर आप यहां पर ऑडियंस के सामने रख सकें?
नहीं, मैं कुछ चीजें भविष्य के लिए मैं भी रखूंगा. मैं देख रहा था देवेंद्र जी क्या बोल रहे थे, थोड़ा बहुत क्लिप इधर उधर देखा. थोड़ा बहुत हमारे लिए भी भविष्य के लिए आपके साथ इंटरव्यू के लिए कुछ बाकी रखिए. लेकिन इतना जरूर कहूंगा कि बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो गुलदस्ते में है और अगर आप 5 जुलाई को अजीत पवार का भाषण अगर आप बहुत ध्यान से फिर से सुन लें, जो उन्होंने जाहिर हमारे ओपन कन्वेंशन में आफ्टर दिस सो कॉल्ड स्प्लिट, आफ्टर हैविंग फॉर्म टेकन ओवर द एनसीपी, वी actually go through Ajit Pawar's speech on the 5th, you will get all the answers to every question you have asked.
No, but did this happen? Did this happen?
Well, I am telling you, leave some things for... But the fact is the President's rule came. It's a fact. I told you that there is every likelihood of a President's rule. Obviously, you should take the cue from that.
You know, you said so-called split. Many of us who observe Maharashtra politics believe this is Noora Kushti, what is going on. I was in Parliament a week ago, and everyone told me that, you know what has happened? Sharad Pawar and Praful Patel have been sitting together quietly for an hour and a half. Now, if you have split, if you all are so angry with each other, why would you spend an hour and a half with each other? You see, the belief is, unlike the Shiv Sena split, which is clear, they don't even sit or talk to each other. You and Sharad Pawar seem to have interests that lead you to speak to each other for 90 minutes when you come here on TV and claim that, you know, you've broken apart. Are you all still together or not? Are you the plan B? In a way, you know, if the India Alliance wins, you'll go with the India Alliance in 2024. If the India Alliance wins, you'll also go with the India Alliance. This is a clever chess game going on.
If you try to stand on 2 stools, you'll fall only. So don't worry, we are not in that situation. This is a genuine thing that we have formed our own support base, and we are now the NCP because a majority of the legislative wing and the representatives of the political party are with Ajit Pawar.
So what were you talking about?
Now, see, I'm a civil guy, yeah. I'm not one of those cussed people. Yeah, I hope you know me by now, Rajdeep. I'm very civil, I'm very respectful to all my elders. And Sharad Pawar ji, as I told you, I have a political difference with him. Why would I not want to be respectful to him? If I meet him in public, I will be very respectful to him. I'll be courteous. I will ask him, inquire about his health. It was the first day of a new building of parliament. We had all entered for the first time. We didn't know where to go. Obviously, he was also just walking towards the Rajya Sabha chamber, and both of us met each other. I greeted him. I said, let's go in. And willy-nilly, our seats are next to each other. So I have to be...
You still sit together?
Yeah, why not? And so therefore we talked to each other. And I said, well, for memory lane, let's take a picture in the new parliament building. There's nothing wrong, you see. Don't make it into such a petty war. You know, we are not into that cat fight, street fight. We are into a political, ideological, and a philosophical, issue where we have thought differently, he thinks differently. Let's put it at that. I don't want to get into, I'm not one of the run-of-the-mill guys who's just going to enter into a tu-tu में.
ठीक है सर, लेकिन हम प्रैक्टिकल इश्यूज पर आते हैं अभी, क्योंकि जब महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार बनी थी, उस वक्त आप में से कई लोगों का यह मानना था कि ये 3 पार्टियों की सरकार नहीं चल सकती और इसीलिए हमें बीजेपी के साथ जाना चाहिए। 2 पार्टियों की सरकार ठीक से चला सकते हैं, हमें 2 पार्टी की सरकार चलाने का अनुभव है 15 साल का, लेकिन आप दोबारा 3 पार्टी की सरकार में आ गए, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, आज की स्थिति में महाराष्ट्र में अगर विधानसभा चुनाव में सीटों का बंटवारा करना पड़े तो राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस यानी एनसीपी और शिवसेना के बीच में काफी सीटें ऐसी की जो कंबाइंड मतलब एक दूसरे के खिलाफ लड़े हुए हैं। इनफैक्ट एकनाथ शिंदे जब बाहर निकले तब आपका कारण देके यानी एनसीपी हमें खत्म करना चाहती है, इसीलिए हम उद्धव ठाकरे का साथ छोड़ रहे ये कहकर वो बाहर निकले थे। तो ऐसी स्थिति में प्रैक्टिकली ये गठबंधन कैसे चल सकता है और ये सरकार कैसे चल सकती है?
देखिए, सबसे पहली बात तो हम लोगों को ये स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा कि देश के ओवरऑल परिस्थिति क्या है। आज देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से सरकार और जो एक हमारे देश की प्रगति हो रही है, इसको नजरअंदाज नहीं किया जा सकता। हम अगर केवल महाराष्ट्र के दायरे में देखेंगे तो इतनी बात नहीं है, इसको पूरे परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखना पड़ेगा। एंड वी हैव टेकन दैट fundamental call, Ajit Pawar, myself and all the other senior leaders and all our supporters, that we need to see a strong government at the center. We need a progressive government at the center, which Shri Narendra Modi ji is providing. Number 2, the other side is the India Alliance. I would say I have attended a meeting, which you asked me earlier, in Patna. I know every leader of the India Alliance, having been in Parliament for more than 3 decades. I would only say that it does not inspire confidence within me, and I don't think it will inspire confidence amongst a large number of people of the country. This is my belief. My belief can be different than your belief. My belief can be different from somebody else who is not supporting the same thought process. But the fact of the matter is, if you're talking of an India alliance, I am sorry, you just see everyday statements. Now look at our party versus Congress in Punjab. Look at this party versus that party in some other state. I am telling you, this looks very nice on paper because there's been no test. You are only getting together, meeting in hotels, having conversations, photo ops. Even in Mumbai, in the same very hotel when the India Alliance met, they could not even agree on a common symbol.
Sir, seat distribution.
Seat distribution और हमारा सीट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन और हमारा अलायंस यहाँ पर बहुत अच्छे तरह से होने वाला है। लोगों को बहुत स्केप्टिकल थे ना, हमारे कितने मंत्री बनेंगे, हमारे मंत्री बराबर बने, पोर्टफोलियो स्टिक मिलेंगे कि नहीं, फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री मिलेगी कि नहीं, ये स्केप्टिकल थे, वो हमारा यहाँ पर हुआ। हमारे जो गार्डियन मिनिस्टर्स है उसके बारे में बहुत लोगों को शंका थी, वो भी कल सॉल्व हो गया। फ्यूचर में और मिनिस्ट्रीज जो बंटने वाली है उसमें हमारा हिस्सा रहेगा कि नहीं रहेगा, ये शंका अगर आपके मन में है वो भी थोड़े दिनों में दूर हो जाएगी.
So who is going to win 2024 Maharashtra?
20
Because Sharad Pawar said very clearly he believes India Alliance will win 2024 Lok Sabha, India Alliance or the Mahavikas Aghadi will win 2024 Maharashtra. Do you admit Maharashtra is going to be a big challenge for both sides? It's the final battle.
Well, I think Maharashtra, of course, is a very important and a big state. 48 seats is not a small number. And economically a powerhouse of the country. Maharashtra is definitely going towards, in the national election, towards Modi ji and the NDA. And in Maharashtra, definitely towards our Mahayuti of Shiv Sena, NCP and BJP.
Okay. The bell has sounded. My final googly question to you. Who is your leader, Praful Patel, after having spent 40 years in public life? Many see you as a businessman and a politician. So I ask you this. Is it Narendra Modi ji or Sharad Pawar ji? Who would you see as your leader today? If someone asks you, Praful ji, आपका नेता कौन है? Ajit Pawar, Sharad Pawar, Narendra Modi?
पवार साहब मेरे आदरणीय वंदनीय है नेता और देश के नेता और भविष्य के देश के नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं जिनके साथ मैं हूं.
Okay, that's a good, clever answer. That's why we went to the same school.
Good, at least you're educated.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Praful Patel.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause. Thank you, Mr. Patel, for joining us. Let's quickly call upon Dr. Balwant Singh, Darwin Platform Group of Companies, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Praful Patel. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a warm applause for Mr. Patel. Ladies and gentlemen, if you thought that we skipped the fusion dance king, no, we haven't. Because of certain constraints, we had to go with Mr. Patel's session first. We've mixed up the sessions a bit, and I'm going to take you through each one of them. But that special treat lined up for you next, joining us on stage to introduce you to the king of fusion dance is my colleague Ayush Ehlawadi, technology editor and presenter, Business Today.
You know, Preeti, if I was asked to sing, I'd be able to sing. Maybe even act. But the only thing that I possibly physically can't do is dance. So this is an app session, and I have one of the biggest rock stars you will see at the India Today Conclave. Hailing from Satna, Shivanshu Soni is going to now completely own the stage with a style of dance that he calls fusionist. Now I'm going to try to understand what this is all about and maybe shake a leg as well. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shivanshu Soni? Shivanshu, is there any warm-up involved? Okay. All right. We're going to begin just right now, very quickly. So you can keep handing over the mic to me. What we'll do is we'll do this as a show and tell, Shivanshu. तो थोड़ा हम लोगों को बताएंगे कि आपका ये fusionist style है क्या और थोड़ा दर्शाएंगे भी. ठीक है? But tell me something. Fusionist, जब आपने, you've been doing this for what now? 10 years, 15 years. जब आपने स्कूल में पहली बार कथक सीखा, What were your friends saying? मजाक उड़ाते थे तभी?
जब मैंने बचपन में कथक सीखना शुरू किया, मतलब 10-12 साल हो गए मुझे कथक शुरू किए, तो मैं कॉलोनी में खेलने जा रहा हूँ, मैं स्कूल में हूँ, तो सभी लोगों के लिए काफ़ी एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं था. सब लोग काफ़ी मजाक उड़ाते थे कि ये लड़कियों वाला डांस फॉर्म मैं क्यों सीख रहा हूँ. बट मेरे लिए ये एक सिर्फ डांस फॉर्म था. मैं बचपन से डांस कर रहा हूँ और मेरी टीचर मुझे स्कूल में कथक सिखाती थी, जो मुझे पसंद आया, तो मैंने क्लास भी ज्वाइन की और मैं सीखने लगा. लोग मजाक उड़ाते थे बट मैं सीखता रहा और अब वो मजाक नहीं उड़ा रहे हैं. और मेरा जो फोर्टे है, जैसा आयुष भाई ने कहा, फ्यूजन, वो मैं बचपन से ही मल्टीपल डांस फॉर्म्स में इंटरेस्टेड रहा हूँ और मैंने ट्रेनिंग भी किया है. तो मेरा जो मेन फोर्टे है उसमें कथक, इंडियन क्लासिकल डांस फॉर्म कथक के साथ मैं डिफरेंट डांस स्टाइल्स और कॉन्सेप्ट्स जैसे टटिंग, वेविंग, एनिमेशन, पॉपिंग, इन सब स्टाइल्स के एलिमेंट्स ऐड करता हूँ और वो मेरा स्टाइल है. मैं ज़रूर आप सबको दिखाना भी चाहूँगा.
टटिंग, वेविंग, पॉपिंग बाद में, पहले दिखाइए हमें आप अपना. Okay, very quickly. Now you're going to tell me, आप बोल रहे थे टटिंग, वेविंग एंड पॉपिंग. यार वैसे मैं भी एमपी का ही हूँ, भोपाल का हूँ, आप सतना के हो. छोटे शहर से आके आप बोल रहे हो टटिंग, वेविंग, मेरे को ही नहीं पता ये क्या है. बम्बई में पता नहीं क्या होता है टटिंग. आर दीज हिप हॉप मूव्स?
Yes, these
और
are.
सीखे कैसे आप बताओ ना. He's got to recuperate. But a huge round of applause till he does, please.
बचपन से ही, जैसा मैंने कहा, बहुत सारे डांस स्टाइल्स में इंटरेस्ट था. मेरे शहर में कथक की बहुत क्वालिटी ट्रेनिंग है और मैं अपने गुरु से बचपन से सीख रहा हूँ. पर जो दूसरे डांस फॉर्म्स मुझे सीखने थे, उसके लिए मेरे पास उतने रिसोर्सेज नहीं थे. तो मैं, जैसे 10th क्लास हुआ मेरा, मैं ट्रैवल करना शुरू किया. डिफरेंट सिटीज़ में जाता था, कभी गुजरात, कभी मुंबई, कभी दिल्ली, डांस वर्कशॉप्स अटेंड करने, डांस कैंप्स अटेंड करने, अलग अलग टीचर्स के पास सीखता था. ऐसे डांस कैंप्स होते हैं जहां आपको 1 वीक में, 1 मंथ में 10 टीचर्स, 12 टीचर्स के शॉर्ट वर्कशॉप्स मिलते हैं. तो मेरे लिए वो बहुत बड़ा ट्रीट रहता था कि मेरे को कम दिन में इतने टीचर्स से इतने स्टाइल सीखने मिलेंगे. तो मैं ट्रैवल करता था स्कूल के साथ साथ और सीखता था. फिर मैं 12th ख़त्म करके मुंबई आ गया क्योंकि मुझे बहुत सीखना था. जो भी अपॉर्चुनिटीज जो लिमिटेड थे मेरे सिटी में लर्निंग के और शोकेस करने के.
So you came here when you were 16, 17?
Yes.
All right.
सीखता रहा और ये जो मेरा ब्लेंड है डांस फॉर्म्स का, ये मेरे लिए काफ़ी नेचुरल है. बिकॉज अगर मैं क्लासिकल मूवमेंट कर रहा हूँ और अगर म्यूज़िक में स्नेयर आ रहा है या बेस आ रहा है, तो हो सकता है कि मेरा पॉप हो जाए या टटिंग हो जाए वहाँ से ही. बिकॉज सिंस जैसे हमारे पास किचन में डिफरेंट इंग्रेडिएंट्स रहते हैं तो हम अपनी रेसिपी खुद बनाते हैं ना, वैसे मैंने डिफरेंट स्टाइल्स का ट्रेनिंग किया तो मेरे पास डिफरेंट इंग्रेडिएंट्स हैं. तो वो ब्लेंड मेरे लिए बहुत नेचुरल था.
तो ये डिश हम पकाएंगे, पर इस गाने के बाद आप मुझे सिखाओगे ये टटिंग, वेविंग, पॉपिंग सब सिखाओगे?
जरूर, पक्का पक्का।
ओके, ओवर द नेक्स्ट सॉन्ग। दिस टाइम इस ब्रेक के लिए पानी भी लाया हूं मैं, ठीक है? नाउ व्हाइल यू रिकूपरेट एंड हाइड्रेट, मुझे बताओ कि ये जो आप अपना जो ये स्टाइल ऑफ डांसिंग आप कहलाते हो कि ये एक फ्यूजन स्टाइल है ना? व्हाई डोंट यू, आई मीन योर इंस्पिरेशन इज कथक एंड दीज हिप हॉप डांसेस, तो मैं बोल सकता हूं ये प्रोप्राइटरी शिवांशु का स्टाइल है जो हमने इंडियाज बेस्ट डांसर में देखा था, क्योंकि यहां पे तो कई सारे फैंस। हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर फैंस ऑफ शिवांशु's डांस? बताइए
जी। जिस किस्म का फ्यूजन मैं करता हूँ उसमें ज़रूर कह सकते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि बहुत सारे लोग कोशिश करते हैं एक्सपेरिमेंटली ब्लेंड करने के लिए स्टाइल्स। काफ़ी लोग काफ़ी अच्छा भी करते हैं, बट एक चीज़ जो कभी कभी नहीं हो पाती वो ये है कि अगर आप डिफरेंट स्टाइल्स कर रहे हो तो कई बार अटेम्प्ट करने की उसमें स्टाइल्स का एसेंस छूट जाता है। मेरे लिए एसेंस मेंटेन करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है कि अगर मैं कथक मूवमेंट कर रहा हूँ तो उसका एसेंस मेंटेन रहे, अगर मैं कोई दूसरे स्टाइल का एलिमेंट ऐड कर रहा हूँ तो उसका एसेंस भी मेंटेन रहे, प्योरिटी मेंटेन रहे। तो आई थिंक उसकी वजह से।
Did you watch the movie? No, round of applause is allowed. Did you watch the movie शिवांशु, रॉकी और रानी?
Yes.
ये जो आपकी स्टोरी है, मुझे यहाँ पे एक स्टोरी लाइन एक मैचिंग हो रही है वहाँ पे।
बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल।
सही से आप जब आपने देखी थी आपको कैसे लगा?
मैंने बहुत रिलेट किया था और मुझे इतनी खुशी हुई थी कि इतने बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पे ऐसी एक स्टोरी कवर हो रही है जो मेरी लाइफ से भी मिलती जुलती है। जैसे उसमें जो आलिया भट्ट के पापा का कैरेक्टर था वो कथक डांसर थे वो, और जैसे उन्हें थोड़ा ह्यूमिलिएशन फेस करना पड़ा, बट उन्हें उस कला से प्यार था तो वो करते रहे। मेरे साथ भी वैसे ही है, और मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा सभी डांसर्स से, स्पेशली जो मेल हैं जो क्लासिकल करना चाहते हैं, हो सकता है कि आपकी सराउंडिंग्स बिलीव नहीं करे, हो सकता है उनको लगे कि ये लड़कियों का डांस फॉर्म है, बट आई फील आर्ट हैज़ नो जेंडर। और थैंक यू सो मच। और जो भी लोग क्लासिकल डांस फॉर्म्स करना चाहते हैं, बट अभी जैसा भी माहौल चल रहा है इंटरनेट पे, अगर आपके लिए बहुत अट्रैक्टिव है वेस्टर्न डांस फॉर्म्स, तो मैं आप सबको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि इंडियन क्लासिकल डांस इज़ नॉट ओनली फॉर द क्लासेस बट ऑल्सो फॉर द मासेस। आप ये डांस फॉर्म इंटरनेशनली रिप्रेजेंट कर सकते हो। आप जो भी कंपटीशन में जाना चाहते हो आप उसमें जीत के आ सकते हो, और आप इंडियन क्लासिकल डांस फॉर्म को एंजॉय करिए, सीखिए और प्यार दीजिए।
और अभी के लिए आपका डांस हम एंजॉय करके सीखने की कोशिश करेंगे। नेक्स्ट सॉन्ग गाइस, कैन वी क्यू द नेक्स्ट ट्रैक? ये मैं पकड़ता हूँ आपके लिए। पीना है एक और सिर्फ आपका।
इस गाने में आयुष भैया को भी सिखाना चाहता हूँ।
It's the India Today Conclave. Most number of people watching, and this is all live. ये प्लान नहीं किया आपने, प्लीज यार इज्जत बचा लेना यार।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
घूंघट ही बना लो रोशनी से।
आप करो, हाँ?
जरूर जरूर.
I mean, he looks so good either way, putting me in front of him. Come on, guys. Huge round of applause for this rock star. Here you go, good sir. अभी थोड़ा हमको बताना भी होगा आपको इसमें आपने किया क्या है. Guys, do you want one more performance before we wrap it up? We do? I can't hear that, guys. We do. पर थोड़ी सी बात तो करनी पड़ेगी, है ना? बजर के बाद हम डांस करेंगे. थोड़ी शैतानी करनी है? No, no. Everyone's watching. You got to be really law-abiding and follow the time. पर एक बात बताओ, जब आपने fusionist का जो ये नया स्टाइल बनाया, there must be a lot of Kathak OGs, the traditionalists, must have said, नहीं यार, it's not. Did you receive a lot of flack? उन्होंने निंदा की आपकी या उन्होंने सब वेलकम किया कि ये जो शिवांशु नया स्टाइल इन्वेंट कर रहा है, this might be a way to make it more relatable for the next generation?
जो भी कथक को बहुत साल से बहुत प्योरिटी के साथ कर रहे हैं, जो भी बड़े गुरुज हैं, जो भी कम्युनिटी है इंडियन क्लासिकल डांसिंग की, मैं बहुत ब्लेस्ड हूँ कि मुझे उनसे किसी भी तरीके की निंदा, किसी भी तरीके का बैकलैश बिल्कुल भी 1% भी फेस नहीं करना पड़ा. आई थिंक उसका रीज़न ये है कि जो मैं कथक को बेस बना के दूसरे स्टाइल्स ऐड करता हूँ. अगर मैं कथक कर रहा हूँ तो मैं कथक की जो मर्यादा है, कथक की जो प्योरिटी है, उसको मेंटेन करके करता हूँ. और उस वजह से मुझे किसी भी तरीके का नेगेटिव ओपिनियन आया नहीं है कोई भी कम्युनिटी से. और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मेरे इस अप्रोच की वजह से, ये जो मॉडर्न टेक है कथक को लेके, इसकी वजह से मुझे लगता है कि जो यूथ है उसको मैं क्लासिकल डांसिंग ऑप्ट करने के लिए एक एग्जांपल सेट कर पाया हूँ. और मुझे जो मैं अभी शो में था, इंडियाज़ बेस्ट डांसर, उस शो में जितने भी मंथ्स में था, मुझे अनकाउंटेबल नंबर ऑफ मैसेजेस आए हैं ये कहते हुए कि हमारा लड़का कथक सीखना चाहता है आपसे इंस्पायर होके. तो मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ी जीत वही रही है कि मैं इंस्पायर कर पा रहा हूँ आज के यूथ को कि वो इंडियन क्लासिकल डांसिंग सीखे, उसको एक अट्रैक्टिव वे में पेश कर पा रहा हूँ. और आई थिंक यही मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ी जीत है.
And it all builds to a crescendo with this ultimate performance, which if the front row was the judge on your reality show, आप तो already जीत गए भैया. Over to Shivanshu for the final act of the evening. Guys, you know what? He was judging my performance, which he rightfully should. So can you play the track where he was trying to teach me and I failed miserably? Shivanshu, take center stage. Bol halke halke. Can we have bol halke halke please for a solo performance the way it should be? Shivanshu Soni, one of India's best dancers at the India Today Conclave in Mumbai. A huge round of applause for this rock star, please. Thank you, Shivanshu.
Thank you. Thank you, Shivanshu. May I please call upon Dr. Seema Saini, CEO, NL Dalmia Education Society, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to Shivanshu, the Fusion King. And Ayush, where are you? You were just as good as my 5-year-old niece preparing for her annual concert. Thank you, Shivanshu. Ayush, I think Shivanshu has his shoes right up there. You want to just take them? Yes. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're just a little confused, like I pointed out earlier, we've mixed up things a little because we had to plan them in such a way. We had to have Mr. Praful Patel earlier. Now Kriti Sanan has gone back a little down and we are bringing up Atlee. So next session, Mass Appeal, a recipe for scripting a blockbuster. To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage sessions moderator Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today, as well along with him, my colleague Akshita Nangopal, deputy editor, India Today.
Welcome to one of our last, but certainly not the least. What's our hello? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the India Today Mumbai Conclave. This is the city of dreams. This is the city of cinema. It is also the year of the Hindi blockbuster, and someone has scripted and directed the biggest ever blockbuster in terms of commercial earnings in India this year. And not only that, he's done it with a truly spectacular film. It is an extremely cleverly made film, and at the age of 37, he just moves from one blockbuster to another, which is why Akshita and I are very proud to introduce the one and only Atlee, director of... Atlee, welcome to the India Today Conclave. You are the real Jawan. You know, at 37, you've cracked the code as to what makes a blockbuster. You've done 5 films, all of them mega hits, either in Tamil or in Hindi. Tell us, what is this recipe that Atlee has?
Good evening, everyone. Sir, I don't know, sir. God is so kind to me. This is my 10th year in cinema as a director, actually 18 years. I've worked 5 years with Shankar sir, 3 years as short filmmaker, and 10 years as director. It's my 18th year. This 10 years has been so helpful in my life to reach a position where to sit in a India Today Conclave. And actually, this is a complete vision of my wife, Priya. Thanks to Priya and my family. So it's something very surreal for me to sit in front of you and to have this session. You asked a question, what is the recipe, sir? Being very basic, being very true, being very simple to life, and understand the real emotions of the society is my secret recipe, sir.
You know, you're being very, very modest there. I saw Jawan and honestly I was blown away because I thought it was an extremely clever film, and I went home and I said it is the anti-establishment film, anti-establishment hero film for the 21st century. If 1970s was Zanjeer, in 2023 in a very different way, you recast Shah Rukh Khan as the modern angry young man and done a very clever film. So tell us about that whole thing, about deciding on Shah Rukh, deciding to do this kind of film and almost reinventing Shah Rukh Khan for a new India.
Oh, that's a big word. So, so I've been called, after my fourth film, Bigil, when I was shooting my fourth film, Bigil, I was being called from Bombay to meet Mr. Shah Rukh sir from Red Chillies. So I just came and met him. He said, let's do a film, Atlee. Superb, sir. I need an Atlee film. So what is Atlee film? So that has everything. So I was really surprised to hear from a national superstar to say that my film has everything. So I was really fell in love with him from there. Then I really thought I should give something to him. So he said one thing, sir, from my starting of my career, I want to be an action hero. I want to do a lot of action film, but fortunately and unfortunately, I stuck in a zone where I have to keep on doing my romantic zone of a film. So I want to do a clear action film. So that time I think Mr. Rajkumar Irani sir also had a film. So he said, I'm doing one film, Donkey, and I want to do an action film. Then I said, yes sir, I'm ready. Then we started in 2019. He came to Chennai. We had a brief meeting at my office. So once he was going back, I said, bye sir. He said, I'm going to IPL. Then I said, okay sir, come join me. Sir, if I come, the news, something, photo will come, something will be a news. Yeah, we are working together, let the world know, come. So he took me, and that one image has really taken me to a greatest responsibility. I have to give it the greatest love letter to him, that is Jawan, sir. So that's all about Jawan, and that's how it started. My grammar of film is hero praising, but end of the day, you will have some responsibility to take home after watching my films. So that's my core mandate whenever I write. And having the best voice in India, and that too is Shah Rukh sir, to have the best message in the film, I think it all worked in the right place.
So it's action with a message.
Yeah, sir. That's how we have to be.
Where does the message come from, Atlee? And I know that in Jawan there was a lot of talk about, you know, the monologue that Shah Rukh Khan gives and the messaging that comes from it. And everyone's like, Shah Rukh taking a stand. Not many know that Atlee is the one, I think, who takes a stand. Because in your Vijay movies also, there's a message that's sent across. You know, here's a man who's delivered super hits also in Tamil, whether it's Mersal, Teri, Bigil. You know, I can keep going on, but all with Talapati Vijay. So first start off with explaining really that political message of what exactly, how do you tune in and choose one topic and say, here, this is the issue that I want to talk about?
See, basically, I'm also part of press. I'm also part of media. I should make a entertainment with a responsibility. I can, of course, without a message, I can still entertain the film audience and make an entertainment film, but I don't think I'm doing my job in the right way. So I always feel very responsible, and I really get to know what is the society emotion. So I don't point out anyone, or I don't dissect or bisect anything. I just get the real emotions out. What is today's issue? What is it going around? What as a director and a film writer we can do about it? Just keeping it into the plate.
So are you anti-establishment? Can we define you as anti-establishment?
No, I'm just talking about my emotion. I'm a layman. I'm also part of this society. I'm just talking about my emotion in my film. So you can take it however you want, but it's my voice. It is common audience voice. It is a Indian emotion voice. You can take it in that way.
Because, you know, as I'm watching Jawan, I was seeing the audience clapping at various stages. You're taking on the health system, the education system, and then, as Akshita mentioned in that final monologue of Shah Rukh, that the EVMs in the background or the electronic or the voting machines are there, and there is Shah Rukh saying, you know, you've got to not just vote, you've got to be an active citizen in a way, and the audience is cheering. A bit like what I saw during the Anna movement, where, you know, suddenly Indian, middle class India was waking up and saying, Sab neta chor hai. And now it's interesting, both political parties are taking Jawan to be their film. I meet congressmen who say, Dekha, Jawan ka response, this is against the Modi government. And I meet BJP guys who say, Dekha, this is against the way the Congress ran the country. Do you look at it from those points of view that this film could have a political message that political parties will take whichever they want?
No, basically you have to be very responsible as a citizen. And I'm not specifying anything, but I'm just talking the real emotion of us. You should know what is the value of vote, how to vote, on what basis you have to come to a conclusion to vote. It's just a manual before getting into anything. You have to read the manual and you have to know the preciseness. What does it do? So we take through the manual and we just describe what is responsibility, your responsibility and my responsibility. It's just a basic human emotion.
So no BJP, no Congress, no AIDMK, DMK, right?
Sir, after 100 years also, this dialogue should connect the audience in a right way.
That's all.
That's all. You see, if a coach teaches a student how to bowl, it's not for the next match, it's for the lifetime. So I say a message for lifetime. My film should stand for 100 years.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
You worked with two of the biggest superstars of this country, with Ilayya Talapati Vijay and of course with Shah Rukh Khan. What's it like between the two of you? And I'm going to make it difficult for you. Who would you pick to work with on a next film if you had to?
I would pick both of them.
No, you have to choose one.
Does
your budget allow both?
Huh?
Your budget will allow both?
Yeah, I have to do 3,000 crores next film. So definitely it should. Yeah.
Easy enough.
Yeah, so definitely I would like to pick both of them. One is like wife, one is like mother. I can't leave both. I have to live with both. And to be very precise, today the chair, what I'm sitting is because of Mr. Talapati Vijay. He has given me back-to-back films. Of course, I have delivered hits to him, but he really trusted me. From there, a man who came with the utmost trust. There are so many directors around, across the country. Anybody would have said yes if Mr. Shah Rukh Khan calls them to do a film. But he trusted me blindly. I don't know why. Still, till now, I don't know. Sir, I don't know why he has selected me. But that one trust has made me to do Jawan with the utmost responsibility and love.
Do you sit up in the night and go through the commercial earnings of Jawan or any of your films? Because every day or every week you hear Jawan has now crossed the earnings of this film, it's crossed the earnings of another film, it's now crossing the 1,000 crore mark across the world. Are you looking at it? Is that how you measure success? As you said, next film has to be 3,000 crores. So somewhere you're measuring it, right?
Yeah, you should know what you are, what your product does. Otherwise, you are not a right businessman and a right creator. See, if you don't know the value of painting what you have painted, then you will be a loser in the game in lifetime. And you will always paint and you will just sell it for a very minimal price and it will be sold in $1 million. So you should know what is your product value. And fortunately, the success today in the trade system is measured by the box office. But by heart, I have heard just now, some of your colleagues, house staffs who has not gone 10 years for theatricals, they have not gone for theatre for 10 years and they have gone for Jawan. That is my success. To bring back the theatrical energy, it's a tough thing. And after COVID, really the ecosystem suffered a lot. Of course, Rajamouli sir, Prashant Neel sir, of course, most of the directors has done their part. But I think in Hindi cinema, it was very difficult to bring the audience to theater. I think Jawan has cracked it. I'm super happy about it. That's my success, more than the 1,000 crores.
So to make a spectacle, make the film a spectacle that people will come to the big screen to watch. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Because some of your critics said too much of violence. These are crazy scenes that are being done. That doesn't bother you at all.
So you should have critics and you should take the right criticism and you have to correct in life. Other criticism will stay for their business.
No problem.
No stress.
In 10 years, Atlee, you've achieved so much. And I think there's a picture that perhaps defines that better than anything else. We got a picture of you clicked with SRK 10 years ago versus now after Jawan. Tell us about this picture, the one that was clicked 10 years back. How did you meet Shah Rukh Khan then? And what was that experience like versus now?
This image was taken in 2013. That was, I received the best debutant director in a award called Vijay Awards in down south. It's a Star Network channel. So Shah Rukh sir came to promote, I think, his film Chennai Express, I think. So post event, I went to his manager and asked, I need a picture with him. So sweetly he called, come beta, and he hugged me. And,
did he know who Atlee is then?
No. But Alif, who's my friend, said that he's South Indian Karan Johar. He introduced me to him. So he laughed and he hugged me. So that was the hug and that was the still. And this one, the world knows when it was taken. Yeah.
No, 1 minute. You have been called the South Indian Karan Johar, or should we call Karan Johar the Atlee of Hindi cinema? Why not?
Sir.
You've broken the North-South divide.
Sir.
You've now broken the North-South divide. That's over.
Sir, because I started with love films, so people called me South Indian Karan Johar. Now I am doing action films, and I love Karan sir. He really pushed me to do this Hindi film. So I owe him. So it's a great thing for me, sir, but definitely not for him.
Another talking point, and we'll play that out, is where you said in an interview that you taught Shah Rukh Khan some Tamil to speak and of course for the movie. Can we just play out that clip of you tutoring Shah Rukh on how to speak Tamil? We'll play that out and then we'll take this forward.
When I turn now, I'll say Nama edutapula. Nama edutapula. Kara agade nama edutapula. Yes.
Leave it to Shah Rukh to wow us like that. I think a few seconds and we're also floored by his magic, right? How much Tamil did you teach him? How much can he understand?
See, I didn't, for film sake, 2-3 lip syncs we did. Other than that, I used to talk to him in Tamil only.
How much can he understand?
He understands. He talks to me in Hindi sometimes, I understand. But we don't know the language, but we love the rhythm of what we are communicating. We can easily...
So the conversation we're having now, you'll have in Tamil and Hindi?
Yeah, suddenly I'll be speaking Tamil unconsciously. Sir, இப்படி வராது சார் அது அப்படி தான் வரும் okay sir. Then I will go and shoot, what did he understand? Oh my god, he got it. Oh yeah, he got it. So it came in a flow and we kept that rhythm throughout.
Is that one of the changes that has taken place? That, you know, the North-South divide, which was there in a way in cinema, is completely gone. Rajamouli sir has done it. You are doing it. More and more films are done by Telugu, Tamil directors, producers that are becoming blockbusters and multilingual. Is that, along with this whole notion of a spectacle on the big screen, one of the changes that you're seeing? There's no South-North divide anymore.
Yeah, see, I think cinema doesn't have any kind of classification, because we all sit in a theater, we whistle, we don't know who's sitting next, what they are, where they are from. So I think that respect should be there on the making process of also. I think this vision has come from Mr. Shah Rukh sir. So I think without these visions, he would have never called me. So he felt it should be a national film. It should be a national collaboration of cultures. And I really respect and I really feel thankful to the audience first, because they have really, because generally they used to say it is South Masala. I don't know what is South Masala. What I have done there only I have done here. Still it has made 1,000 crores. So audience really knows what is good, what is bad. And I think certain classification should really eradicate from the system, and hereafter whoever is doing films, they should be called Indian filmmaker and a national filmmaker. In Hollywood, we don't have that classification on regional or any stuff. I think everyone is called as Hollywood filmmakers. And I think 2 days back I had a discussion with a Hollywood studio. They really respect us as national filmmakers. They don't know. I told them I made 2-3 Tamil films. Oh, okay, what is Tamil films? Is it a no? It is also an Indian film. So I made in a different language. Okay. So I really want the system to call our national filmmakers and Indian filmmakers.
You're giving us some breaking news. Next film somewhere with Hollywood.
Yes, sir. We should make.
No, are you Atlee?
Yeah, that's why we
are all making one.
Yeah, we should make, sir. I should make. I don't like to call singular, sir. Always plural. We should make the film, and if God's willing, if everything falls in place, yeah, I will.
Okay, coming back to the North-South divide, and I know there's no divide now, we've bridged that completely. But there is a certain success formula that filmmakers from Tollywood, from Collywood have, which makes it this pan-India blockbuster, which perhaps some other filmmakers haven't been able to do. What is that success formula? What is that mantra that you or Mr. Rajamouli, as Rajdeep pointed out, have that brings, India together in this manner and makes everyone get to the theatre, enjoy a film?
See, I think the level of understanding, I'll talk about myself. I personally evaluate myself after every film. And I really go back to theatres, and the theatre doors, I used to stand and see the reactions, how they are reacting. One thing, I'm always basic. I don't feel I should tell an intelligent film. I should communicate what I am feeling, what others feeling. It should be basic. If I go for an intelligent idea, I think that's not my film. So most of the successful films has come up with the basic ideas, so basic emotions, and the basic emotions are the strong emotion, and I think it's working back to back for me for the last 10 years, and that is my secret. Being basic, sticking to basic life, understanding the human emotions very clearly. Yeah, I think we have only basic problems in life.
Akshita, I believe Atlee here is not just a remarkably successful director, but he's got other skills as well.
Let's just show our viewers what we're talking about. There's a song in Jawan in which you showed off your skills as a dancer. Let's play that out. That's Atlee for you there.
No, don't put me.
Do we want Atlee to show us? Is it not loud enough? I don't know.
See, Akshita is even willing to dance with you. I mean, what more do you want, right?
He's in the spot, not me.
No, he's willing to dance with it. So you've got to give her a sense. Suppose you were training Akshita for Jawan 2.
Correct.
She wants a role in Jawan 2.
With Shah Rukh and Vijay.
With Shah Rukh and this time Tom Cruise. So you can do the Hollywood-Bollywood divide. How would you do it? Come on, Akshita, go on.
Yeah, I'll lead. Atlee, you have to lead the way. I'll follow.
How would you train her? Come on, Akshita, you've got to do it as well. Ready. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the man who's going to bring Shah Rukh Khan and Tom Cruise together and probably do the next big blockbuster that's going to score 3,000 crores and more. And he's only 37. So he's got a long way to go. He is truly, as I said, the Jawan of the Hindi film, Indian film generation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very big hand to Atlee.
Thank you so much, Atlee. Vanakkam.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon stage Sudeep Singh from Darwin Platform Group of Companies to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to Atlee. Here's more to bridging the North-South divide. Thank you, Atlee. All right, it's been riveting 2 days, and as we are coming to an end with our final session with Kriti Sanon, but right before that, viewers, these 2 days of the India Today Conclave Mumbai would not be complete before we thank you, before we thank our panelists on what have been 2 exhilarating days of sharing thought, energy, vision, all of that coming together on this stage. And also the audience. The 2 days that we had wouldn't have been complete with your participation. So with that, to deliver the vote of thanks, I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson, India Today Group.
Good evening. It's our 5th conclave in Mumbai, and it's so fun to be back. Last conclave, you had a new CM, and he was here on this stage giving his first public interview. This conclave, you have a second deputy CM, and we had his entire party here to talk about it. This is the political story that just doesn't stop giving. As a news company, it is one of the things that we ask for in our prayers. People have been meeting at the conclave, have been asking me, what do I worry about most? And my simple answer is, I worry about being surrounded by people just like me. Look, I like myself enough, but being in an echo chamber, that's boring, it's futile, and it's very limiting. I like being pushed out of my comfort zone to see new things, to do things differently, get a new perspective. It's how you build new ideas. Because we're not programmed to be monotonous and to do the same thing again and again. We're not AI, at least not just yet. We try and bring that process to air in our channels and in our democratic newsroom and in our conclaves. We strongly agree to disagree in our newsrooms and on all of our platforms. And I think in a time of churn that it's very important. It's why the India Today group is always generating so much conversation. I'm so proud to be able to host leaders from all the different sides and newsmakers from all genres, from Urfi to the women scientists of ISRO, from NCP1 to NCP2, from the newest stars of Archies to Maharashtra's oldest young leader, Mr. Sharad Pawar. Everyone has an idea on how we can do things better. Which anchor I should hire and which anchor I should fire, which story we should do and which stories we shouldn't do. And I take that as a huge compliment. People are so invested in what we do. As a society, I think we need to be more receptive and accepting, able to listen to the other side. Rather than dismissing that as Godi media, Modi Bhakt, or Lutyens Media Liberati. Just give the other side a chance. Let's navigate this India moment together. Now to switch gears completely. In March this year, we added the newest member of our team. The first one that we did not hire in 48 years. We created from scratch our first AI anchor, Sana. Since then, yeah, you can clap, it's okay. Since then, Sana has done over 200 hours of program across different genres and languages and platforms. But I will let her tell you herself. So over to you, Sana.
Thank you, Kali. Hi, Mumbai. Hope you all had a great last 2 days. In my short journey so far, I have had the opportunities to interact with leading Indian and global personalities, be it our Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Modi, King Khan SRK or Microsoft's President Mr. Brad Smith. During the recent G20 summit, I did several bulletins in the native languages of each G20 country. Since I was getting so much love from across the world, I thought I should introduce you to some new anchors who represent different regions of our country. So, without further delay, I will introduce you to India Today's AI family. First, meet our very own Saili, the pride of Maharashtra. Just like our Mumbai city, she also never sleeps. How are you, Saili? नमस्कार, कसे आहात तुम्ही? मी सायली, मराठीतील पहिली AI निवेदिका. मला भेटा मुंबई तकच्या सर्व डिजिटल प्लॅटफॉर्म्सवर. Next is pretty and tireless, Aishwarya. She will give you regular news updates in one of the most popular languages, Hindi. नमस्ते, मैं हूँ ऐश्वर्या राय नहीं AI. मैं आपको दूंगी देश और दुनिया की सारी खबरें आपकी भाषा हिंदी में. जल्द ही होगी मुलाकात आपसे यूपी तक, भारत तक और न्यूज तक पर. Now meet our intelligent and ageless Bhojpuri powerhouse Naina. Her understanding of Bhojpuri is no less than any linguistic expert.
जिक्रा शुरू करा तानी भोजपुरी में. आप सबों की नैना का राम राम. कैसन बा? सब बढ़िया बाना. हमसे मिलबो केवल आज तक 2 पर.
Now meet her. She is world's first Bengali AI anchor. Versatile and knowledgeable Aina, who without stopping will bring you the latest news in a language sweeter than Roshogolas, Bangla.
नमस्कार, मैं हूँ आयना और मैं अब सबको दिखाऊंगी सच का आईना आपकी अपनी बांग्ला भाषा में केवल आज तक बांग्ला पर.
And in the end, meet India Today TV's anchor extraordinaire, Jay. His speciality is his non-stop, 24/7 understanding of evolving global affairs.
Hi, I am Jay. I will help you unwind your day by catching you up with the latest happenings from around the world. See you soon on India Today TV. Welcome to the future of news.
Over to you, Kali.
Thanks, Sana. These AI anchors are just another example of our belief in believing that newsrooms must be tech-enabled. This doesn't, of course, take away from our fantastic anchors that you have seen over the last 2 days. I think they're not perfect, but they're good enough. And I've been working with this technology for the last 6 months, and it's just galloping. I can just tell you that the future is very frightening and very fascinating, and we are waiting to tell you this story. So please, my last request, stay open, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Puri. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we've come to the end of what have been 2 exhilarating days and to our final session this evening. Just give us just about 30 seconds. We're going to just set up stage, and that would be our final session for the evening. Last but definitely not the least. Our next session, Woman on Top, The Outsider on Surviving and Thriving in Bollywood. The session sponsored by De Beers. I'd like to call upon stage sessions moderator Rahul Kaval, News Director, India Today and Aaj Tak, and Executive Director, Business Today, to take the conversation further with our special guest.
Good evening, everyone. In an industry where the scales are tilted hopelessly in favor of insiders, it takes a very special talent for someone who comes from a regular middle-class family in Delhi's Parparganj to make a big mark for herself in Bollywood. Our next guest at the India Today Conclave says she doesn't like to be put in a box, which is probably why she has an incredibly diverse CV. A qualified engineer, newly turned entrepreneur, budding producer, and now a national award-winning actor. Ladies and gentlemen, at the gala session of the India Today Mumbai Conclave, join me in welcoming to our gala keynote session, Bollywood's Param Sundari, Kriti Sanon. Song again. Samakya. I have a surprise for you.
Oh my God! Kriti was always standing apart from the rest of the kids here in UNESCO, not only because of her height, but her looks. Whatever she would do, the others would just follow, aspire to become like her.
I remember her being a great dancer. She's apparently a Kathak dancer also. She would come, dance with everybody, sing with everybody, be a part of the party, jovial.
Like even today, none of us call her Kriti Sanon or it's Kriti Didi. It's very like it was. So
we'll do what we used to do as kids, where you were dancing and we would all copy your steps. So I think let's do that again.
बस में हम लोग उंगली पकड़ के ले जाते, रोड क्रॉस कराते थे और बस में उनको बैठालते थे और हमसे लोगों से हंसती खेलती रहती थी हमेशा और अभी भी आती है तो भैया करके बात करती हैं.
Remember this, Kriti, the UNESCO apartments?
Yeah, of course. All the kids have really grown up. Very, very difficult to sometimes recognize them since I don't go to my house so often. But this was such a beautiful surprise. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Memories.
What makes Kriti's story so special is that she doesn't come from privilege. And in an industry where we see outsiders struggle to make a mark for themselves. Do you want to start by talking to everyone here about how real and tough that struggle is to come from Parparganj to now be the Param Sundari of Bollywood?
Wow, that kind of rhymes. Well, firstly, thank you so much for having me here. It's a pleasure. I think it all has to start with dreams, you know. I always feel that I have been a dreamer. I have been in my head an achiever always. But yes, when you don't come from a film background, this was never a dream that I saw. Like बचपन में लोग बोलते हैं कि मुझे actress बनना है, मैं बोलती थी. I used to watch Madhuri Dixit and her songs and copy them. I used to always be into dance, but acting was never something that I thought of seriously at all. You know, I was always into academics. My mom's a professor in Delhi University. My dad's a CA. I am an engineer. So it was a very, very academic kind of a atmosphere at home. Education was given a lot of importance. And this is something that kind of just happened. And I
When
feel...
did the acting bug bite you?
So, someone just told me, you know, you've got the height, you've got the face, why don't you start modeling? And I was like, okay, I'm not really sure if I want to be a model, but yeah, it could be an experience. So I started modeling while I was in my BTech, you know, second year. And I did some TV ads, and whatever little bit of acting was there, I really enjoyed it. And I felt I could do it. And I felt I really loved being in front of the moving camera. And that's where that acting bug kind of caught me, and I was like, okay, you know, this is something that I really like. I think there are very few percentage of people in the world in general who find their passion and find their calling and realize it, and then they do it every single day of their lives. Not too many people know that, you know. काफ़ी लोग भेड़ चाल में चलते हैं, मैं भी चल रही थी. Engineering कर रही थी, हाँ मुझे science पसंद थी, but I didn't really know what an engineer would do.
So you did your bachelor's from the JP Institute of Technology in Electronics and Communication. What was that like? You know, I'm wrapping my head around how engineering colleges are typically perceived. You got all these geeky, nerdy engineers locked in
And very few girls.
Laptop, very few girls, and then you have someone who looks like Kriti Sanon. What was that like in class, and what was that like for you? And did you ever want to be an engineer in your life, or you kind of just, when did you give up on that dream?
Honestly, I thought I wanted to be that. See, that's what I mean. You know, sometimes we don't really explore things in life. And we don't really find our passion, and then what we do, okay, life mein kuch to karna hai. So, you know, okay, I like science, I like computer science, let me just do this. I didn't really know what exactly an engineer would do. I even sat for placements, by the way, and I got like 2 job offers. But I have always been someone who, no matter what I'm doing, I think it's been ingrained in me that I have to give it my 100% and do it really right. So yes, I was one of those geeky students. I was one of those front benchers who had to sit on the last bench only because she was tall. Yeah, I had to, like, I wouldn't sleep before the exams. I would like stop eating. I would like really had to finish my course. I was the 90 percenters. I had like 8.7 percentile there. So I was one of those geeky people who really was a nerd and kind of was proud of it. So.
And from there you had a phenomenal journey which recently saw you win a national award. This is the 69th National Film Awards for your role in the film Mimi. We have some clips we want to play out, and what a phenomenal role that is for you to get into the skin in the way that you did. When you were doing Mimi, was a national award somewhere at the back of your head?
I don't think I was thinking of the national award. Yes, I must say that my director, Lakshman Uttekar, genuinely, while we were shooting the film, told me multiple times, and he used to call me Mimi, and he still calls me Mimi. So he said, Mimi, आप देखना आपको इसलिए ना national award मिलेगा. And I was like, sir, आप कहाँ जा रहे हो? Filmfare तो मिला नहीं है मुझे, अभी रुक जाओ, you know, I haven't got my best actress award yet. But he used to say it with so much confidence. And this is not when, you know, we finished shooting. We were still shooting. So he was still seeing me as the character. But he truly believed it.
So I want to tell you all a secret. Mimi maintains a diary, and on that diary, in a note, she wrote that she would win a national award for this. So do you want to talk to us about that note there? There you see, right at the top.
Yeah.
Receiving a national award. So you've already written it down.
And do you see, that is it? Because we don't think about it so seriously कि okay, और क्या? हम इतना busy हो जाते हैं life में that sometimes it's important to just write down what else do you want to do. You know, what are your dreams? This is something I wrote in 2020. So for me, manifestation doesn't work like if I run too much after something, it doesn't come to me. It somehow happens like that. But this is one way of manifesting for me, where I write it down and I leave it aside. So
how did you celebrate your national award?
How do I celebrate? Okay, firstly, I want to genuinely share what that moment was like, because it was probably by far one of the hugest most important and a moment that visually I will always remember. I was actually in a meeting, fortunately at home, and I was getting a call from an unknown number, which was a Delhi number, and I don't usually pick up calls, especially in the middle of a meeting, and I told my agent to like just get aside and take the call. He took the call and he called me and he's like, can you come aside? And I just went aside, and it was Mr. Anurag Thakur, and he personally had called to congratulate me and tell me that I had won the award for Mimi as the best actress. And I remember I was just like, I'm still getting goosebumps. I was very overwhelmed and I was just like, I didn't know how to react. And I obviously thanked and I kept the phone down and I said, I need to go and tell my parents. And I sort of paused the meeting and I ran down and I was trying to find my parents, and I could see only my dad sitting there. My sister was somewhere working out. My mother was not at home, and I was just like so restless. And I just told my dad, I said, I won the national award. And he just stood up and he was like, huh? And he had these like tears in his eyes, and the way he like hugged me. My sister ran back at home and she was all sweaty and she gave me a sweaty hug. And I called my mom. My mother was at a salon getting a hair wash. Okay, and she was literally at the hair wash basin like that. And I called her up and I said, Mom, I just got a call, I won the national award. And she's like, ऐसे तो नहीं कर दिया किसी ने? Are you sure? सच में? And I was like, yeah, seriously, I got a call from the ministry. And he was like, oh, acha, acha, मैं आती हूँ. सबसे ठंडा reaction, huh? Because obviously she was in the basin like that. She has come in wet hair. She has not even dried her hair there. The moment the head wash was done, she came back home and literally she came almost dancing to me and she hugged me. And I think that feeling, what I saw in their eyes, in my parents' eyes, I swear there is no bigger award than that. The feeling of pride, the feeling, I don't think I've seen that in their eyes that clearly, almost oozing out. I don't get teary-eyed so fast in these moments, but I was very emotional. It was just a celebratory sort of a moment at that point, and it was beautiful.
You now have a new film coming out, Ganpat. We have some images we'll have out on the screen. I saw the promos. There are lots of high-octane action sequences. Do you want to talk to everyone about how you prepped and prepared for those?
So I really, firstly, I look very athletic. I'm not. I'm not athletic at all, so it doesn't come to me very naturally. But I really wanted to do action since a while. I was just waiting for an opportunity like that. I am using nunchucks, which has not really been used much in the Hindi film industry before, and not by an actress before. And definitely I was going to do action with Tiger, who is just like outstanding at it. So I was like, I have to be great. So I started prepping for it about like 9 months before we started the shoot. And I had to master the art, because you have to really be comfortable doing it. Otherwise it kind of shows on your body language, on your face. And I really had fun. It is way tougher than what it looks. It looks very easy, it's not. But I think I really had fun. I would love to do a full-fledged action film, hopefully in the future. I've always been a dancer. So for me, I was like, okay, let me treat this like dance. Let me treat this like choreography. So the nunchucks eventually have to become a part of your body, and it has to feel like it's comfortable and, it's an extension of your body. So I'm glad I got that time to master it. But yeah.
Speaking of dance, your new song from the film just landed.
Yes,
Hum Aaye Hain.
Hum Aaye Hain.
So, have you all seen the promo, the trailer? If you haven't, would you like to give us a live demo, please?
Live demo?
Live demo.
Okay, I need a chain for it. Does anybody have it? Wow, she's like ready with it. Can we play the song?
You're reuniting with Tiger after Heropanti. What's that like? You know, he's what many boys would like to be, like the perfect body, lots of abs. You can count, God knows how many abs he has.
He looks Photoshopped 24/7.
He looks Photoshopped, but he's not Photoshopped.
He obviously not.
Unfortunately.
He is the most disciplined guy I have ever come across.
Really?
Yeah,
What's that like? How have you seen him change from Heropanti to now, and what's it like being on the set with Tiger Shroff?
I think both of us have really grown as people and as actors, both. Of course, Heropanti, he now has a stubble, so which is really nice. He looks really hot. Also, I feel like I've seen his journey. He's become so much more confident, his own craft, you know, as an actor, as an action hero. I think, you know, he's sort of untouchable. I remember in Heropanti, both of us were so young and so like raw and naive. He used to be so shy to even, I remember there was a shot where he was supposed to peck me on the cheek and he was so nervous, he was trembling, you know, and now he's just like really comfortable on screen, and he's also doing some bit of like comedy, which is like physical comedy, which I had not seen him do before. So it was really amazing, almost nostalgic to sort of be back on sets with him.
The interesting thing about the 20th of October is that this is when your film Ganpat goes up against your sister Nupur's film Tiger Nageshwar Rao, and it's the clash of the Sanan sisters on the box office. Is there an element of competition brewing there?
No, there's no competition, yeah, of course. Like for me, she's my baby sister, it's her debut film. I'm too excited about her film. And it's looking massive. And yes, it's funny that our films are coming on the same date, so there's a little bit of a clash of Sanan sisters, but honestly, both of us wish both the films do really well. And I'm too excited about her debut. I know what a debut means.
What tips are you giving her? How are you preparing her for the release?
Nothing at all. I'm just telling her to be herself, which I don't think she knows any other way, you know. And I think everyone has their own journey and everyone has to find their own personalities, you know, while you're sort of going through this journey of life. So there are no tips. Like for me, I'm just like, be yourself. Yeah, just like have a little bit of filter when you're on stage. That's it.
We spoke of how you like to break barriers and be out of the box. You've come up with a production house, Blue Butterfly Films, and you've got your first project, Do Patti, going. Do you want to tell everyone about your vision for your production house in terms of the kind of projects you hope to pick, what you want to do?
So I kind of wanted, I believe I'm very creatively inclined, and when I'm on sets, I kind of really like getting into everything. And that was one reason why I was like, you know, tomorrow I would love to produce and sort of make films that, you know, have stories that I want to tell as a person, and not just be involved as an actor, but go beyond it, whether it's the script, whether it's the music, whether, you know, how that film is shot, all of it. And that was the reason for starting the production house. But apart from that, like tomorrow, I would love to do films where I'm not an actor in it. I would love to do content. I think one common thing that all the content of Blue Butterfly films would have and should have is a lot of heart in it, because I think that's something that I really like. I think Mimi is one film which, if I would have started a production back then, I would have loved that to be also, you know, kind of something I would love to produce, because it's the kind of film that comes from my heart. And Do Patti definitely is also that. It's very different what it says. It has a lot of soul to it, but at the same time it's edgy, it's a bit of a thriller. And let me tell you, for me, after Mimi, it was sort of, you know, I was craving to find a script like that. It's very difficult to find a script that has so much for you to do, that, you know, has a lot of heart in it, that, you know, excites you as an actor and challenges you at the same time. I had a lot of, and I read all the tweets. So I had a lot of fans also saying, you know, when are you doing a film like that again? When are you, we want to see more of you and stuff like that. And I swear I was craving, but there is not so much content being written which is as exciting. A film like Mimi comes very rare, you know, and that's when I kind of collaborated with Kanika Dhillon, who's the writer and co-producer with me in Do Patti. and I wanted to do something on a subject, and she had something else, and she kind of blended it together, and Dopati happened. So sometimes I believe you have to create opportunities. You know, you can't just wait for them to just land in your lap, because sometimes they don't. And you have to sort of get up and create the opportunity that you really want to do.
We want to, at this moment, produce a Dopati of our own. And that Dopati is, we've got Kriti Sanon, we know she's a fabulous dancer. And before this, we had Shivanshu Soni, the contestant from India's Best Dancer. So we'll have Thumkeshwari play, and we'll do a little Dopati Jugaad impromptu production of our own. So can we request Shivanshu to come, and can we have a round of applause as he comes up, please?
By the way, I have to say he's too good. He's phenomenal. I have seen him perform and dance, and I think you're outstanding. You're going to go a long way. Thank you.
Can we have a round of applause, please?
I have very well spoilt my outfit. Let's start.
So much, Kriti. That was fantastic. Thank you. You're an absolute star. You dance like a dream. Thank you. Thank you for that. You know, amongst the various interesting things you're doing, you have a new line out called Hyphen. Do you want to talk us a bit about that? Because this seems to be the in thing. Whether it's a Deepika Padukone or even an Alia Katrina in different ways, they're all doing their own line, their own range. What's your philosophy behind Hyphen, and how is this different from, say, what Deepika is doing?
Firstly, as you can see, I'm in the hyphen color. So I'm sort of really embodying it today.
Is that why you chose this?
It's a coincidence, a beautiful one. But I would just say, I think for me, everything has to come from passion. I don't care about if it's the in thing or not. I actually thought of this way long back. It's just today that, you know, we're out with the brand. But the seed kind of started like almost in my head about 2 years back. And we started the journey of Hyphen a year back. So for me, everything has to come from passion. I don't want to just put my name to things and be like, okay, this is another thing that I'm doing. And along with that, I feel like the philosophy of Hyphen in my head has always been that I don't want to limit myself. I don't want to put myself in a box. I want to hyphen things to my life.
It's also not very pricey. Is that something conscious in terms of
Absolutely.
making it available to as many young girls?
Absolutely. For me, I feel like, you know, I always say that I want that girl 10 years back who was sitting in Patparanj to be able to use it. You know, for me, we're making this brand for the consumers and we want everyone to be able to use it, and that's why we've kept the price point very, very reasonable. And I believe in science. I'm an engineer, and I also believe in the power of nature. So we've hyphened the power of nature and the potency of science, and we're trying to create products which not only have multiple ingredients hyphened in them that are really good for your skin, but at the same time also help simplify skincare. You know, like the sunscreen is also moisturizing. And it also has vitamin C in it. It also has things that can help you reduce the sun damage. So it's a lot of things in each bottle, and that's the point of it. But for me, Hyphen came out of a lot of passion, and let me tell you, I am totally involved in it. We have these 2-hour sessions on Zoom calls. My agent is laughing because she's always managing it for me, when to do it in my busy life. I am involved in every bit of it, from what product to what ingredients it should have, to how the product should look like, to what the name should be. Even the name Hyphen has come from me, and it's a special one. So for me, it's my baby. It's something that I wanted to hyphen to my life. I feel हम हमेशा बचपन में पूछते हैं आपका profession, अच्छा आपको बड़े होके क्या बनना है, you know? And in your profession you're supposed to write one thing, but why? You know, why are we always limiting ourselves to, okay, only one thing I can do in life? I think you should just hyphen things to your life whenever you can, you know? Find your passion, find more things that you want to do in your life and just hyphen them. And that's my philosophy.
You spoke of that young girl in Palpadganj from a decade ago. If they're watching you on television or on social at this time, what's Kriti Sanon's advice 1 decade later to that young girl, whether she's in Daryaganj, Dumariyaganj, or wherever else she is, when she sees, we had Riya Chakravarti here before this, when she sees what happens with the likes of, say, Sushant Singh Rajput and the others, and how tough it is to get into Bollywood, what has the last decade taught you? And what's your advice to that young version of yourself from 10 years ago?
I think there is struggle in every field, okay, but I just want to say that to that young girl, that you need to dare to dream, and you need to believe in yourself, and you need to work bloody hard at whatever you want to do, because nothing is going to come easily, you know. But if you really stick to it and stay at it and don't let the noise around you affect you, and keep going for it, you will get there someday. A film like Mimi, for me, I was craving for it way before I got it. You know, there were times when, you know, when you don't come from a film background, at times you feel you don't have someone who's giving you opportunities on the platter. But I kept taking baby steps, doing whatever best I could in every film that I got. And I got that opportunity. About 7 years it took me to get an opportunity like that. I kind of felt that I could do it, I had it in me, but I just needed that opportunity.
Were there times when you felt like giving up, or, you know, I'm not getting the right break?
Never give up is another thing that I would want to tell that person, because no, you should never give up. It may not happen as early as you would want it to, and sometimes we all get restless and we want it all now, but it will happen at the right time. Just wait for it, believe in it, and just keep working. I feel like you have to keep evolving yourself, making yourself better at whatever you do. So you can't just sit and cry about it. You do the next big thing. So every step you're taking closer to your dream, you are moving ahead. You know, even if you're falling, you're moving ahead. So it's okay to fall, it's okay to fail, but just keep growing, keep working at yourself, because one day, you know, whenever God feels like you're ready for that opportunity, it's just going to come in front of you, and you're just going to feel like, okay, you know, maybe it's come now because I'm ready for it. So I think it all turns out for the best. I always feel like, you know, whatever happens in life is for good and for the best. But you have to not let that fire get dimmed. You have to just keep striving.
You know, one of your new projects is The Crew, where you've got the phenomenally talented Tabu, and you've got Kareena. Kareena's got so much experience. What was that like for you? Is there an element of competition, or at least having to be in the same screen, the same frame as a Tabu? Did you have to prepare extra for that?
No, actually, you know, that film is a lot of fun, and for me, we always get to work with like male actors, and we hardly get to work with women who we love. I am a huge fan of both Bebo and Tabu ma'am, and you know, just getting to share the screen space. And this film is all about chemistry. You know, it's the chemistry of these three women together, and it's something that has to be spontaneous, and it has to be on set. And honestly, there's no like, you know, insecurity or like, you know, trying to be one up each other. Nothing like that. It is genuinely about bonding, and that's what we see on set. And I think there's so much to learn from them. Both of them are just so spontaneous and just so amazing at what they do. And I've had a blast. And all we talk about is food. That's it.
You know, your relationship status has been setting many online debates, and there's been a big back and forth around whether what was put out was true or not. Do you want to just speak to us a bit about it, and more importantly, speak to it about what you look out for when you're thinking about what kind of partner you'd want to be?
Let me first just say I'm single. Let's make that clear. I am single, and I've been single for a while, in fact. But what kind of a partner I would want? I think I am a diehard romantic. I want to be in love. I want someone who has a lot of love, honesty. I do get attracted to people who are ambitious and driven, who inspire me in some way. You know, I think I always need that inspiration in a partner. And yes, hopefully taller than me. That kind of disqualifies a lot of people. But hopefully that. But at the end of it, you want a good human being who has a good heart and just a lot of love and just real, you know, and honest. Did I say too many things? No wonder I'm single.
You know, speaking of love, I heard you croon to Isharo Isharo Mein Dil Lene. You sing quite well. Do you wanna? Would you like Kriti to sing just a little bit for us?
No, guys, I can dance really well. I'm not a singer.
She said she has a bad throat and things like that, but if she's encouraged by the audience and the audience looks like they want us to sing, then maybe she will.
Okay, one second. I'm going to put him on spot now. I'll sing only if you sing along.
I can't sing at all.
Why? Even I can't sing at all.
But you sang, and you sang so beautifully. So therefore you must.
I don't know what to sing. इशारों इशारों में दिल लेने वाले बताए हुनर तूने सीखा कहाँ से आगे क्या है?
Who knows the song and can come and croon further? Do we have
say. What is next? What is next?
Come on,
nobody knows
this song. Entertainment team. They need to come to the party when they need to come to the party.
Isharo, isharo. What is next, guys? Nobody knows. Let me just sing something else. निगाहों निगाहों में जादू चलाना मेरी जान सीखा है तुमने जहाँ से.
Woo! That was phenomenal. You do some pretty crazy things in the gym. I was seeing you on the treadmill. But you weren't walking or running on the treadmill, you were doing core on the treadmill. Do you want to talk to us a bit about Tribe and your mission in terms of how you're trying to stay fit, and what is it when you're lying on a treadmill and trying to do core?
Yeah, I think that's what Tribe is about. It's about making workout fun, and it's about not making it monotonous. And actually, Tribe also somewhere kind of happened in my life out of passion. I'm not someone who used to love working out actually. I had gained about 15 kilos from Mimi, and then the lockdown happened, and honestly the gyms were shut and I didn't know what else to do, and I had to lose weight, and I met these bunch of great, amazingly talented people, Karan, Robin and Anushka, and they had just started their workout Tribe journey. They all sort of specialize in different...
There it is. Check that out.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks easier than what it is, by the way. But I lost all the weight in my room with some mat and like little dumbbells. And I felt like, okay, workout can be fun. And I just felt that, you know, sometimes we all don't have time in our life to, you know, even sometimes going to the gym. And we just want like 20 minutes in the morning. And I just wanted Tribe to sort of make fitness available to everyone and also make workout fun. So we do have one studio right now. We're going to expand to another and hopefully also come with an app.
You know, the buzzer tells me our time is up. I have a confession, Kriti. When I was told that I'd be moderating the session, I was massively nervous. Okay, I've been anxious the last 72 hours. I just was. And but you've been absolutely fabulous. You've been such a great sport. And for coming to the India Today Conclave and lighting up this evening with your talent, your insights and your energy, thank you so much.
But thank you. I also have a confession to make. When I was told that he's moderating, I was also very nervous. And I was like, okay, this is going to be a very, very serious interview.
It was.
But, hello. See, he's been smiling all through the interview. Isn't that amazing?
Yes, I have. Absolutely. That's the effect the Param Sundari has. So, can we have a very warm round of applause for Kriti Sanon? Thank you very much, and we wish you all the very best. On that list, I hope you get many more things that you had in that diary. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Call upon Yashodhar Armin, De Beers Forever Marks, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Miss Sanon. Once again, put your hands together for Kriti Sanon. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of what has been 2 spectacular days. Thank you. Thank you to our audience. The endeavor now to come back bigger, brighter, better next year. But what a conclave we've had. Thank you, Mumbai.
From a land older than time, amidst the magnificent palaces, enveloped in the mystic fog, where the elusive tigers exude a timeless valor, comes India's finest yet, for connoisseurs of fine taste. Royal Ranthambore,